blowing up the J. Vibe blowing up the J. Got the loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slap. Everything I do is got the band jumping at the bag. Vibe blowing up my J. Got the loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slap. Everything I do is got the band jumping out the bag. Another milestone, look at that. Paper boy, I'm a paper route till I'm 6 down on my back. I'm an old soul like my dad. My old girl's still a fan. And yo girl at the live show, so don't act like I ain't the man. I'm kicking my feet up, get frank like Aretha. I'm calm, but I'm teed up, just flip me a stack. The real just doubled up off of the muscle, I stuck to the task. They see me, I'm troubled, I'm bubbling up till it's stuck, and they want me to stay where I'm at. I'm good everywhere that I'm stepping, my presence is crucial. You know that this shit not no trend. On a big wave, I'm controlling the tide. Snake eyes when you rolling the dice. So with the stakes inside, I could never take another nigga advice. They can't reach the sky, I'm aiming up high. I just wanna know what it's like. Y'all know what it's like, I come from outside of this. Out the quicksand, I'm the big man, doing big things. Couple big change, up a state lines, doing stage dives on cam. Get my good side. It ain't no limit to my vision. Check the temp, I'm on fire with it. Got the band jumping out the bag, Prosecco on ice. I'm nobody nice. Gonna run up a check, demand my respect. I'm doing the most, I never quit. They want me to quit. I'm good as it come, I'm good as it gets. Vibe blowing at the J, got the loud jumping out the bag. Everything I'm on slap. Everything I do is got the band jumping out the bag. Vibe blowing at my J, got the loud jumping out the bag. Everything I'm on slap. Everything I do is got the band jumping out the bag. Vibe blowing at the J.
She might be what I need. She get spicy, want taste this, come bite me. Yeah, I'm icy, way too icy. I get paper, on big screen, I'm spiky. I'm vibing, vibing, too wavy. I could tell they wanna get like me. Timid straight shooter, I'm dumping the clip that I'm dipping. Hitting the mark with the weightiest art. I rage with my heart and it's right with my wrists. Cut up the pay with the real ones. I see a few million, we want it, we need it, let's get it. Long live the niggas that get it and live how they say it. A sentence, we really the trillest. Please don't pretend with that love that you send it is. Fuck if you like me, I call me the villain. Somebody tell God forgive me, I'm sinning. I think that she know, but he got me, I'm winning. Clout is a dangerous drug and your phone is the plug. Everybody on that shit pretending. So many lost and they chasing what's trending. Boy, yeah, let's forget it, I'm back to my senses. I'm only helping a man in the mirror. From here on I'm open, I'm focused. Okay, I lied, if you riding, I'm riding. I put on the folks and trust in me. Get with it, come fuck with me. I don't, but it's love, you stuck with me. I'm coming and clutch for me. Get with it, they get lost, ain't nobody touching me, yeah. She like me, she might be what I need. She get spicy, want taste this, come bite me. Yeah, I'm icy, way too icy. I get paper, on big screen, I'm spiky.
vibey, just vibey, too wavy. And she and they won't get like me. I'm vibey, just vibey, too wavy. Come and get like me. She like me, she might be what I need. Too icy, way too icy. I get paid, a big screen, I'm spiky. I'm vibey, just vibey, too wavy. I can tell they wanna get like me. I'm vibey, just vibey, too wavy. Come and get like me.
Before you tell me that I've changed a lot, take a minute to consider a lot has changed me.
Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right, so shout out to everyone who is in the building early. It's good to see each and every one of you. If you guys can hear me okay, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you cannot hear me or things are looking kind of bad, give me a thumbs down or an angry face. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody who is in the building early. All right. Shout out to Miss Nisi. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Shout out to my man Carlton, my man Lehman Lucas in the building. Shout out to Tedra. What's good with it, Tedra? Shout out to Black Women Stand Up. All right. And shout out to everyone else who has not said anything yet. All right. Today, what we're going to be talking about is the Trump 2.0 era border policy, mass deportations, and the end of birthright citizenships. And it's getting kind of interesting. Now, I don't know if anybody heard about this, right? But Gavin Newsom went to visit the border. Now, let me ask y'all this. When have you ever heard about a Democrat like Gavin Newsom going to visit the border? Now, we all know Eric Adams went down there to the Darien Gap, right? But we never heard about Gavin Newsom really even caring about the border other than keeping it open. So the only thing that I could think of that he possibly did when he went to the border was try to find where the lock is to leave it unlocked so people could just flood in. But we're going to take a look and see exactly what went on with that.
Governor Gavin Newsom asked reporters to meet him out here, about 2 miles east of the Otay Mesa port of entry. It doesn't look like much now, but he says in 3 years, despite Donald Trump's presidency, this will be an important new border crossing.
Don't think for a second this won't impact you.
Governor Newsom says President-elect Trump's plans to impose 25% tariffs on goods from Mexico won't just affect us here in California, but everyone across the country.
Small businesses that will lose customers, jobs that will be lost, the inflationary impacts on every single one of you.
Newsom came to the border to give an update on the Otay Mesa East port of entry, which has been talked about for years, but nothing has been done. He says working with home.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. Why have they been talking about this for years and nothing has been done about that? Why have they been talking about this for years and nothing has been done about it? Whose responsibility is it to do something about this?
On every single one of you.
Newsom came to the border to give an update on the Otay Mesa East port of entry, which has been talked about for years, but nothing has been done. He says working with Homeland Security, a design contract will be formalized by the end of December.
That will allow us to move forward in January on this multi-year project that we hope to complete by December of 2027.
The new crossing should lighten the load at other ports of entry.
Now, in December 2027, right, we should be close to being millionaires. So we ain't really going to care too much about what's going on with this, right? But, go ahead. Good luck, Gavin.
Local leaders say the region loses about $2 billion annually in economic output due to border wait times, and he expects the incoming administration to support the project moving forward.
It's in the interest of the American people. It's the interest of this region, interest of this state, but it's the interest of the U.S. economy. Absolutely.
Newsom also announced that he's increasing the number of National Guard at the border, not just to stop drugs from coming into our country, but also to monitor the flow moving south.
A big part of what happens on the other side of the border as it relates to violence is happening with American-made weapons.
And while standing next to...
Y'all hear Gavin Newsom? Let me ask you guys this question. What planet does Gavin Newsom live on? Because it's not Earth. What planet do this dude live on?
As it relates to violence is happening with American-made weapons.
And while standing next to the border, he touched on Trump's calls for mass deportations, noting roughly half of all farm workers are undocumented.
The impacts of mass deportation.
Now, let me ask you guys this. If the majority of farm workers are undocumented, should not only the undocumented people get tried and be held accountable and face consequences for their crimes, should the people who hire these people also be held accountable? I believe that they should. Why are you allowing people in your state to illegally hire employees who they know are illegal? It makes absolutely no sense. It makes no sense.
Cost of food in this state, in this nation, are off the charts. This is serious business.
Newsom says California will not interfere with the federal government's right to enforce federal law as long as they are using federal resources. In Otay Mesa, Steve Price, CBS 8.
So for the most part, Gavin Newsom is basically just trying to sound tough, but for the most part, he's bending the knee. he's bending the knee, but he's not going down without squealing for the most part. You know what I'm saying? So now what we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about a road rage incident that took place in Washington, D.C. And take a wild guess who this road rage incident was involving. How many people heard about this? If you guys heard about this, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not hear about this, then give me a thumbs down. All right, we're going to check this out real quick. And I apologize if it seems like I'm rushing. It's because I am.
He's in Loudoun County. 2 men in custody after a road rage shooting that happened earlier in the week.
And tonight we are learning the suspects aren't even legal in the United States. Nana St. Tumbonzu is in Sterling with the very latest.
Imagine that. I'm going to run that back one more time. Imagine that. They picking up them American habits real quick.
He's in Loudoun County. 2 men in custody after a road rage shooting that happened earlier in the week.
And tonight we are learning the suspects aren't even legal in the United States. Nana St. Tumbonzu is in Sterling with the very latest.
Guys, good evening. Loudoun County Sheriff Mike Chapman confirms that the 2 men involved in the road rage shooting on Tuesday here in Sterling are undocumented. Now, on your screen is 34-year-old.
Hey, undocumented, just like the channel. Throw some membership emoji in the chat. They undocumented, just like the channel. You know what I'm saying?
Now on your screen is 34-year-old Aldo Rivera and 29-year-old Jimmy Madrid, who both live in Sterling. They were arrested by detectives shortly after the shooting on East Maple and South Lincoln Avenues. Now, the Loudoun County Sheriff's Office says around 9:30 in the evening, they got a call to this residential neighborhood about shots fired into a car that had a driver and passenger inside. Again, detectives believe this is a road rage incident where Rivera and Madrid allegedly shot into another car multiple times. Deputies say there were no injuries, but of course, the car was damaged. Now, the Loudoun County Sheriff, Mike Chapman, in a statement today said, quote, "I am determined to do everything possible to protect the citizens of Loudoun County and will continue to press for greater immigration enforcement to keep illegal drugs, gangs, and violent criminals out of our nation." We spoke with a number of people in the community who didn't want to go on camera, but say this is a sensitive topic. One woman says tying illegal immigrants to violence is a tough one.
It's difficult because there's a lot of people who work here and contribute to the community.
Shout out to PD. What's good with it, bro?
In Herndon and Sterling and Loudoun County in general. But there's also an issue with illegals coming in and committing crime, and something needs to be done, but it has to be done in a rational way. There's a lot of families that are trying to get out of terrible situations in their country, and they come here to seek a new beginning, but yet there's the crime. Could it happen whether they're illegal or not? Absolutely. I struggle with that one.
Now, guys, we're told Rivera and Madrid are being held in a Loudoun County detention center with no bonds. We also reached out to ICE to get the status of these two suspects, and we're waiting to hear back.
They reached out to ICE to tell them. Get them out of here. That's what they reached out to ICE for. That news lady knows she's lying. How many of y'all think that that's what they reached out to ICE for? If y'all think that's what they reached out to ICE for, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't think that that's what they reached out to ICE for, then give me a thumbs down. Now, crazy stuff went on in New York City. All right, crazy stuff went on in New York City. We about to take a look.
Another manhunt to tell you about tonight. This one in Lower Manhattan. Cops looking for the group of men behind a deadly attack that left one teenager dead, sent another to the hospital. What sparked this horrific attack? Eyewitness News reporter Lindsay Tupman spoke to the victim who survived it. She's live at the scene. Lindsay?
Sandra, family and friends of both of the victims were here earlier today, and as you can imagine, they were beyond distraught.
Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, subscribe to the channel, and also please share the stream to your social media.
And now police are looking for 3 people seen running away after some sort of interaction with 2 migrant teens led to one of those teens being killed. It all happened on John Street near Broadway just before 8 p.m. Thursday. Police say 2 teenagers, migrants from Venezuela, were
migrants from Venezuela. What was going on with them? What was they doing? What's up with New York, man? What's going on up there? What was they doing?
After some sort of interaction with 2 migrant teens led to one of those teens being killed. It all happened on John Street near Broadway just before 8 p.m. Thursday. Police say 2 teenagers, migrants from Venezuela, were carrying sticks while walking behind a group of men. Those men turned around and confronted the teens.
They was carrying sticks, walking behind a group of men. Now, let me ask you guys this question. You're in New York City, right? Concrete jungle. That's why it's called concrete jungle. It's not a lot going on over there. They was in Manhattan, but they wasn't in Central Park. What are you doing walking up a city street with some sticks? You're a teenager. You're not using a stick to help yourself walk. What do you think was about to happen? What do you guys think was going on over there?
And asked if they spoke English. The NYPD says after they said no, they were attacked. 17-year-old Jeremy Colino was stabbed in the chest and killed. His friend, 18-year-old Alan Magalles Bayo, was stabbed in the left arm. He didn't want to show his face on camera.
I was with my friend yesterday. A group of people show up like a gang, and they pull out a knife towards me and my friend.
A knife was recovered at the scene, and surveillance video shows 3 people running down John Street moments after the stabbing. Officials say Jeremy Colino lived at the migrant shelter at the Roosevelt Hotel in Midtown and had no prior history with the police department. His friend, who lives at a shelter at the Stewart Hotel.
Now, how do you know if they have no prior history with the police department when the police arrests these people and then releases them back and there's never any kind of record? This is what I'm saying about these doctored statistics. How can you possibly have a police record at all? If they never record any of this stuff? How's that work?
Says he didn't know Jeremy for a long time, but in the time he's known him, that's my brother, he says. Mayor Adams, meantime, said on 1010 Wins that this murder could be considered a hate crime if the investigation does indeed conclude that the victims were stabbed for not speaking English.
Now, there you go. There go your boy, Eric Adams. You hear that? Listen.
Could be considered a hate crime if the investigation does indeed conclude that the victims were stabbed for not speaking English.
If someone is harmed because of that, or that is a hate crime, and they will be treated accordingly.
Now, this investigation, though, is still ongoing, specifically into what led up to the stabbing. At this point, we did see detectives here earlier looking for surveillance.
Yeah, shout out to J Lord. J Lord said, I found out that Pakistan owns the Roosevelt Hotel. Yeah, we talked about that before Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk talked about it. We talked about that on the Undocumented channel. You know what I'm saying? But, people don't rock with your boy, so they missed it.
Surveillance video at the scene. Also, I do want to point out a Pace University freshman dorm building is right behind me here, right near where the stabbing occurred. According to a spokesperson, they have been in contact with law enforcement and are providing updates to students as necessary. Live in Lower Manhattan, Lindsay Tuckman, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, so there's that. So again, this is New York City. Things going crazy in New York City. All right. So now what we're going to talk about next is this quote unquote issue of mass deportation, because here is my question for everyone. When it comes to these quote unquote mass deportation plans that Trump has, where are the people going? where are the people going to get sent? When they decide to start doing these quote unquote day one mass deportations, where are the destinations for these people going to be? Let me know what you guys think. And if one of the mods could put the link for Undocumented in the chat for J Lord, I'd appreciate it.
Begin in the United States. President-elect Donald Trump's team is making a list of nations to which migrants will be deported if their home countries refuse to accept them. This list reportedly includes the Bahamas, a tourist hotspot in the Caribbean that has now rejected the president.
Now, how many people heard about this? How many people heard about this? Trump gonna put Trump is gonna put the migrants in the Bahamas. If you guys heard about this, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't, give me a thumbs down.
We begin in the United States. President-elect Donald Trump's team is making a list of nations to which migrants will be deported if their home countries refuse to accept them. This list reportedly includes the Bahamas, a tourist hotspot in the Caribbean that has now rejected the president-elect's proposal. The Bahamas says it does not have the resources to accept deportation flights of migrants from other countries.
The Office of the Prime Minister wishes to address recent reports regarding a proposal from the Trump transition team in the United States for the Bahamas to accept deportation flights of migrants from other countries.
So what's interesting about this is Trump is interestingly dumping the migrants in a similar way to where the migrants got dumped in the United States. Shout out to Unsung.
This matter was presented to the government of the Bahamas, but was reviewed and firmly rejected by the Prime Minister. Since the Prime Minister's rejection of this proposal, there has been no further engagement or discussions with the Trump transition team or any other entity regarding this matter.
Now, apart from the Bahamas, Donald Trump's list of reportedly includes Mexico, Panama, Grenada, and the Turks and Caicos Islands. The plan could mean that thousands of migrants are permanently deported from the United States to countries they have no connection with. Now, it's unclear whether these migrants would be able to legally work and live in the countries to which they are, in fact, deported.
Who cares? They're already in the United States illegally. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to KG. What's good with it? They already in the United States illegally. So who cares? They worried about them getting dumped in these other countries illegally, but they here illegally. And nobody cares about that, though.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump would force these countries to agree to his proposal. How he would do so remains a mystery. But what is clear is that the incoming president is adamant about expelling millions of people living in the United States illegally.
The United States is now an occupied country, but it will soon be an occupied country no longer. Not going to be happening. Not going to be happening. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history.
Yo, so real quick, off topic, and then we're going to get right back to this. How many people heard about the Hawk Tuah cryptocurrency scam? If you guys heard about the Hawk Tuah cryptocurrency scam, let me know. We're going to be talking about that later. Of course, not on this channel. We're going to be talking about that on BLR1.
To get the criminals out. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered, and we will put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail. We're going to kick them the hell out of our country as fast as possible.
The incoming Trump administration has also vowed to round up and deport foreigners belonging to rival countries like China. Meanwhile, Mexico is hoping to strike a deal with Donald Trump to limit non-Mexican deportees it could receive from the United States.
Obviously, we stand in solidarity with everyone, but our main purpose is to receive Mexicans, and we hope to reach an agreement with the Trump administration so that in case these massive deportations happen, they send people from other.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Shamika. Yeah, man, the whole white side of YouTube went in on Hawk Tuah. They went in on her. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, we're going to talk about it. Like every good YouTuber says, you got to watch this stream all the way through to the end. You got to watch this stream all the way through to the end, but we definitely going to talk about it. Yeah, CoffeeZilla went in on her. You know what I'm saying? Charlie went in on her. You know what I'm saying? A lot of folks went. Brandon Jamal went in on her. A lot of people went in on her. We're going to watch all them reaction videos, and we're going to look at the Cointelegraph article. You know what I'm saying?
Countries directly to their countries of origin.
Notably, the U.S.-Mexico border has become a place where migrants from around the world are gathering with hopes of crossing into the United States. And experts estimate that around 4 million Mexicans currently live in the United States without proper documentation and face the threat of deportation. Hence, Mexico cannot afford to exhaust its resource over non-Mexican deportees, as those would be needed to accommodate its own citizens.
I want you guys to pay very close attention. These people, they do not care about American citizens at all. Do you see how concerned? Oh, well, you know, they can't spend their money and yada, 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 and yada, yada, yada. Who even cares about the fact that they're here in the United States illegally? You know what I'm saying? They're here in the United States illegally. They're straining our resources too, and we're going to talk about that eventually.
I think this immigration policy proposed by the President Claudia Sheinbaum is much more complex than that of the previous government. Still, we do not know anything. There is no support. There is no government presence in accompanying these caravans.
The way I see it, Donald Trump is pressuring her, because Claudia Sheinbaum is not going to say something like that on her own initiative. That's because Trump is pressuring her to say things.
Hey, they said Trump is pressuring her to say things. I mean, that's what you do. You know what I'm saying? Let me ask you guys this question. All of these people attempting to bust in at the southern border, wouldn't you say that they're trying to pressure the United States into accepting them? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
And like any other country, Mexico is not obligated to accept third country deportees. However, it has agreed
and we're not obligated to accept illegal immigrants. We're not obligated to accept those either. Again, it's just interesting how this plays out. It's just interesting the way that the takes that these people have is wild to me.
To do so in the past. The migrants Mexico accepted hailed from countries like Venezuela, Cuba, Haiti, and Nicaragua, which are difficult for Washington to approach directly due to diplomatic or political reasons.
All right, so there's that. All right, so real quick, shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. All right, so next what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at this clip from Fox, and they're talking about what a Georgia Republican says in regards to sanctuary cities not being compliant with federal law. All right, and again, in a recent stream, we talked about the supremacy clause, right? So we know how the supremacy clause works. So they can't really override any federal mandates at the state level, right? But it's a lot of people talking big. One of them people talking crazy is Brandon Johnson. We're going to get to him later.
Welcome back. The co-heads of the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, expected to meet with Republican lawmakers on Capitol Hill today. Speaker Johnson writes this on X. They will discuss major reform ideas to achieve regulatory rescissions, administrative reductions, and cost savings, adding that they will revive the principle of limited government. While the incoming Trump administration...
Now, hold on real quick. Hey, shout out. Is Carlton still in here? Yo, Carlton, you in here? Look at the little logo that they got for the Department of Government Efficiency. You peep the logo? Look at the logo, bro. Look at the logo. That joint going to $1. You hear me? Look at the logo. They know what they're doing too. This is on the sly market manipulation, but you know, whatever, right? Most people don't even know.
Revive the principle of limited government. While the incoming Trump administration targets government waste, President Biden is still spending on his climate change agenda. The Department of Energy committing more than $7.5 billion to a Stellantis joint venture with Samsung SDI to build 2 electric vehicle battery plants in Kokomo, Indiana. Joining me now is Georgia Congressman Buddy Carter, a member of the House Budget, Energy, and Commerce Committees. Congressman, good to see you this morning. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah, Joe Biden does not look like a lame duck president, right? We're in the lame duck session, and yet he's over there committing $1 billion to Africa, committing all this money to Stellantis to do these electric vehicle plants. What are your thoughts on
Now, from what I understand, they committed $1 billion to Ukraine too, but Maria must support that. She must think that that's okay, so she didn't say too much about that. The first thing she had an issue with was the alleged quote unquote $1 billion that went to Africa, right? Which, if you ask me, any money that any country gives to Africa, it's not giving them any money, because the entire world has literally stolen from everything from Africa. So any money that's given to Africa, how people can consider that quote unquote giving is beyond me. I guarantee you, if you did a breakdown and you looked at the theft versus quote unquote giving ratio, as many billions of dollars as any country in the world would quote unquote give Africa, those countries and the descendants of those countries have benefited from the theft of Africa far more. So yeah, okay, sure, giving.
Joe Biden's moves as he walks out the door?
These kind of midnight loans and this kind of spending that he's doing in order to further his agenda and the agenda. This is what was overwhelmingly rejected by the voters just a month ago, and yet this president continues on his goal of trying to put forth the reforms that he wants to do, that the American people have rejected. So, instead of being a lame duck president and letting President Trump implement his policies, then this president is just out of control.
Well, I mean, look, clearly Joe Biden is going to do
now,
it.
You see this? Biden administration commits $7.5 billion to Indiana electronic vehicle plants. All right. Do you guys remember when we talked about the billions of dollars that Joe Biden gave to Michigan for the electronic vehicle plants for Ford and Chrysler? If you guys remember that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't remember that, give me a thumbs down.
What Joe Biden wants to do, but it flies in the face of the effort here to cut costs, right? I mean, you've got the Doge caucus in the Senate, the Doge caucus in the House, as well as Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy looking under every rock to try to cut spending. I want to bring Jonathan Fahey in here because I know your priority is the border. What does immigration mean when it comes to cost cuts? Go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. We're spending $150 billion a year on illegal.
Hey, it's like that dude that's in trouble for messing around with young chicks now, right? It's like homeboy that mess around with the young girls. You trying to kick knowledge, son, that ish garbage. Like that cat. Like Cockefeller Records.
Legal immigration, both federal and state tax dollars. And Congressman Carter, I'd like to ask you, is there something Congress could do specifically with respect to sanctuary cities? And I know Laken Riley is something,
Hey, Jay-Z need to come out with a song, Shorty, I Like 'Em Young. Shorty, I Like 'Em Young. That's what they all need to come out with. All them cats, you know what I'm saying? All them hip hop, R&B cats. Shorty, I like 'em young. When they gonna come out with that song? Because that's the real song. You know what I'm saying? Instead of coming up with all these songs about stuff that they never did, stuff that they wasn't involved in, make songs about stuff that you was doing. Shorty, I like 'em young. There you go.
When your state has affected you even more than others, and she is a direct result of Eric Adams' sanctuary city policies. But what can be done in terms of Congress defunding sanctuary cities, taking money from them, or is there a consideration maybe in the SALT tax deduction, maybe not give that if they're not willing to scale back the sanctuary cities, because that would indirectly subsidize people that are thwarting ICE and their mission. What thoughts do you have on that?
Well, certainly you make a great point, and don't underestimate what we will do, and we will make sure that they are adhering to the laws, and we're not going to tolerate this by the sanctuary cities. And yes, there will be a price to pay, and that price is going to be that we're going to implement policies where they're not going to be able to get federal funds if they're not following the law. Now, look, what happened with Laken Riley should have never happened.
Yeah, hey. You notice how Jay-Z came out with that song? He didn't come out with a song, ladies, ladies, ladies. He came out with the song, girls, girls, girls. You know what I'm saying? Girls, girls, girls. Cockefeller Records, you know what I'm saying?
she should still be with us here today. And we are going to remember that. And we remember it in the state of Georgia, and we will not forget.
Well, look, I know that, the border is the priority, and it should be. We've watched the impact of the wide open border and unvetted individuals and crime and even murder, as you say, with Laken Riley at the hands of illegals. But now we understand insiders are telling me that incoming Senate Majority Leader John Thune will be pushing immediate legislation focusing on the border security and then energy production in the first 30 days of the new Congress. Sounds great, but investors and voters want the tax cuts extended. That's what they voted for, and the tax cuts extension will be pushed until later in the year. Congressman, how difficult is it going to be to do two separate reconciliations? Is that what you all are planning? Different reconciliations? Because we know you can't get the tax cuts extended without a reconciliation, right?
Exactly, and we've got to have the tax cuts extended. If we don't get the tax cuts extended, then we're looking at a 20% increase to the average Georgian in their price and their taxes, and they can ill afford that now with the cost of living being what it is. So yes, extending the Tax Cuts and Job Act is a high priority for us. Now, I'm not necessarily opposed to two different reconciliations. I'd like to know more about what the Senate is proposing here, because it may work that way, and if we can do that, then certainly I'd be welcoming that.
Well, okay, so the tax cuts.
Now, what's interesting about this, right? Shout out to NY State of Mind. What's good with it, bro? As much as they're complaining about these electronic vehicle grants, Elon Musk is going to benefit from these. These electronic vehicle grants, they are directly going to help Tesla.
Expire at the end of 25. So I guess maybe the thinking is you have time for that. Was my issue here is why is it all the way at the end of 25?
Now, they don't expire until 25, until the end of 25. So obviously we've got a little bit of time. And I think the thought process is that let's go ahead and do what we know we can do. And what we know we can get past, and maybe build up some confidence, build up a little bit of momentum, and then we can go into the tax cuts. And as I say, I think that might not be a bad idea.
All right, so there's that. All right. So now, next, what we're going to talk about is we are going to talk about Trump's mass deportation policies. All right. We're going to talk about Trump mass deportation policies, reacting to a video from TD's favorite news channel. Does anybody know what TD's favorite news channel is? I don't know if anybody is aware of this, but TD Media Group loves MSNBC. I mean, sometimes I hit him up. I try to, TD, what's good with it? He won't answer the phone because he's so engrossed in watching MSNBC. And most of the time, he's watching Joy Reid. That's his favorite news anchor on MSNBC. You know what I'm saying? So let's see what they're talking about.
I can promise you, police officers in these cities are going to be desperate to work alongside federal law enforcement officer to clean out these nests of criminal aliens. I promise.
TD said, I thought you was going to say Stephen Gardner. No, TD, I wasn't going to say Stephen Gardner. Silly. I wasn't going to say Stephen Gardner. Silly.
When the liberators show up, when they roll up in their federal law enforcement uniforms with those vests, the local police are going to join them arm in arm to get the migrant killers,
Steve,
gang members, and drug dealers out of the country. They will be the first in line.
I apologize, America. That was Stephen Miller, Trump's senior policy advisor, who is also going to be.
This is what's interesting about this. So they starting this off wrong. The dude immediately says, I apologize, America. I'm not sure if you're aware, but what that guy was talking about, that's not going to affect Americans. So what Americans are you talking about that you're apologizing to and apologizing for? Did you guys catch that? If you guys caught that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't catch that, then give me a thumbs down. And while you at it, if you haven't thumbs up the video yet, take a moment, hit that like button, thumbs up the video. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment, hit that bell icon twice, and also please share the stream to your social media.
I can promise you, police officers in these cities are going to be desperate to work alongside federal law enforcement.
Isn't that the perfect last name? Jonathan Cape Hard. Jonathan Capehart. But he on the news, and when he on the news, he be acting like Blank Man. Don't he act like he acts like Blank Man out of uniform?
Enforcement officer to clean out these nests of criminal aliens. I promise you, when the liberators show up, when they roll up in their federal law enforcement uniforms with those vests, the local police are going to join them arm in arm to get the migrant killers, gang members, and drug dealers out of the country. They will be the first in line.
I apologize, America. That was Stephen Miller, Trump's senior policy advisor, who is also going to be the deputy White House chief of staff.
He said, I apologize, bro. Listen, he looks like characters that David Allen Greer used to play on In Living Color. He looks like, you know how they had men on books and men on movies? He looked like men on the news. Oh, did y'all hear about them new recent Trump policies? I looked at him, hated them. That's what he see. Look at him, man. Am I lying? Am I wrong? I heard about all the mass deportations and border securities and razor wire. 2 snaps. Hated it. Jonathan Capehart.
In the next administration, my panel is back with me, Maria Hinojosa, John Reinish. Maria, the language Stephen Miller used in that clip is the same hateful, mean language he has used for as long as he's...
It's hateful and it's mean and it hurts. Here we go again with this fuzzy wuzzy stuff. It's hateful and it's mean and it hurts. It hurts.
It's the same hateful, mean language he has used for as long as he's been on the political stage. Your reaction to what he says is going to happen?
So in the worst case scenario, you will have some small town sheriffs, right, who are like, let's go. Let's do this. But when I was reporting this story, precisely actually under the Obama administration, so many law enforcement said, we do not want to cooperate with ICE. This is the worst thing that can happen in our small town.
Why would ICE is law enforcement? What are we talking about here? Let me ask you guys this question. Is ICE law enforcement? If ICE is law enforcement, give me a thumbs up. If ICE is not law enforcement, give me a thumbs down. What is this lady talking about? ICE, just like the police, is part of the executive branch of the government. Law enforcement falls under the executive branch of the government. Basic stuff. You know what I'm saying? Are you smarter than a 5th grader? Most people aren't.
Is if they see us cooperating with ICE, because then we have lost the trust of the community. So that both things can happen at the same time. But Stephen Miller is really a thing. I just, when he says it's going to be what everybody's is looking forward to, or everybody's going to be expecting, my question is, what do people want to see to make mass deportation be a success? Babies crying, planes flying filled with people. What do they want to see in order to believe like mass deportation has been a success?
And John,
probably they want to see apartments not get taken over. Probably want to see federal funds be diverted into tax-paying citizens. Probably want to see schools not get strained. I don't know, things like that. What do you guys think? Let me know what you guys think about what this lady's inquiry is.
And look, I think that campaigning is always very different from governing. And what I am looking at, I'm not going to say looking forward to at all, but what I think will be fascinating from a political point of view to see is if the American people are looking at 2 years of seeing people, okay, when they're talking about, it's criminals on day one and people who have convicted cartels, drug dealers, whatever, okay, probably the American people are like, oh, that's understandable, I guess. But when you are talking about 2 years of the utter mayhem and chaos of people being ripped out of businesses, schools, hospitals, and senior centers.
Why is there more local news stories about crime that migrants commit versus stories about ICE ripping people out of places? Let me ask you guys this question. With your media outlets corporate media, legacy media, and podcasts and social media, how many instances of people getting illegal migrants getting ripped out of places, children getting ripped out of places, how many instances of these have you all seen? Where's the examples of these people getting ripped out of places? The only thing that gets ripped out of anything is the Democrats advocate for babies getting ripped out of their mother's stomachs. Aside from that, where are these people getting ripped out of anything? Where? Where's this happening at? Somebody show me the footage. Let me ask you guys this question. How many people have ever heard of ICE brutality cases? Has anybody ever heard any stories about ICE violating the civil rights of illegals and border crossers? You hear more about the police doing that than you do ICE. So where are these examples of this stuff? Now, mind you, the laws are the laws, and Border Patrol is definitely part of the laws. However, the facts are the facts also. And my question is, where are these facts that support this? Let me ask you guys another question. Where are instances of reported ICE misconduct against migrants or illegal migrants? I haven't heard about it at all. You know what I'm saying? Haven't heard about it at all.
And it is that constant chaos and constant, because when people see something, it's very different than just thinking it's all a hypothetical or it's all a campaign talking point. But when you see it on your TV screen for 2 years, and when there are 3 industries that depend on undocumented workers, hospitality.
Why are these industries that are depending on? Okay, so check this out. There are 3 industries. These are legit industries where people are making millions of dollars that depend on undocumented workers, right? Selling drugs depends on illegally selling drugs. No one cares about if a drug dealer goes to jail, but we got to coddle these industries, the hotel industries and these farm industries, so that they don't go under and they're allowed to pay these low-wage workers simply because they don't want to pay American workers that amount of money. Those people, now, if Trump is really about this, Trump needs to sanction all of these undocumented dependent industries. Sanction them people. To talk about tariffs, they need to tax the hell out of them hotel industries that keep hiring all these undocumented people. But there's no talk of that anywhere. There should not be an American industry dependent on illegal workers. Those people need to get the same exact time as drug dealers get in the same exact dirty prisons that drug dealers go to. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. There should be no mercy for any of these quote unquote illegal utilizing industries. None. They need to get the exact same type of punishment and the equivalent punishment that they give to the undocumented people. They're also committing crimes. They sit up here saying, oh, we got to save these people. No, you don't have to save these people. You don't have to save these people. Those people need to be punished. They're committing crimes. Hiring undocumented people is just as much of a crime as coming into the country undocumented. It causes the exact same effects. The only problem is that it helps little Sally, pay her tuition or get to go on some type of spring break. So we're not going to do anything about that. We're not going to talk about that. Nah, those people need to be punished too. You know what I'm saying? Now, J.D. Vance had such a big issue with certain farmers, but J.D. Vance is kind of quiet about the farmers that hire these illegal people. I'm curious as to why. And J.D. Vance always got the good answer. J.D. Vance always got the right answer. So my question is, what is J.D. Vance's answer about that? He's not going to address it. Trump's not going to address it. Vivek Ramaswamy's not going to address it. Elon Musk is not going to address it. But this is part of the problem too.
Construction, agriculture. Those are all priced.
I mean, listen to this. They're sitting here saying these industries are openly breaking the law. Yet They got Senate hearings with Mark Zuckerberg on it all the time. You know what I'm saying? They got Senate hearings with all these social media companies all the time. Why isn't there any Senate hearings with people going crazy about how Americans could be working these jobs and these executives are hiring these illegal people? Where's the Senate meetings with everybody carrying out and saying the right funny stuff at those moments? Where are they at? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, woo wee. Imagine Rob in Trump's cabinet. Even Tom Homan is like, damn, homie. I'm just saying somebody make it make sense.
And constant, because when people see something, it's very different than just thinking it's all a hypothetical or it's all a campaign talking point. But when you see it on your TV screen for 2 years, and when there are 3 industries that depend on undocumented workers, hospitality, construction, agriculture. Those are all priced goods. We have been hearing a lot about the prices of goods. When a workforce is taken away, what happens? The prices get moved on right to consumers. Corporations certainly aren't going to absorb it. So what's going to happen when you're seeing 2 years of chaos?
Why would corporations not absorb it when they're the ones who actually have the money and the means to be able to absorb it? Why would they not absorb it? Think about that. I want you guys to listen to this guy on the news literally giving them an out. Literally giving them an out.
Chaos on your screen, and then, oh my God, the grocery prices that you just voted to be brought down by any means possible actually go way up. What happens then?
The problem is that while there will be the split screen on occasion, a lot of this is going to happen in the cover of darkness. I have been with ICE and Border Patrol when they go out and do these pickups, and they happen at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning, so people won't see. That's something that I'm very concerned about, is that it will be kind of happening while no one really realizes that it's happening. So both things can happen.
But kind of hard to do the 1 million, the 5 million, the 10 million just under the cover of darkness. That will be seen and felt, and it's going to be covered by the media. It's not going to be.
Right. And also, I would suspect and I would hope that if or when this does happen, that we will see a reaction from the American people in the way that we saw when the Muslim ban.
The reaction from the American people is the Trump presidency. That's an undeniable fact. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. The reaction to this from the American people has already happened. That's why you're not seeing a Kamala Harris presidency in 2025. We will be seeing a Trump presidency in 2025. These are undeniable facts. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
Was instituted, the number of lawyers who ran to airports to help people who, when they took off, they were quote unquote legal, and the moment they landed, they were suddenly banned.
Is there any kind of requirement on them making sense at all? Seriously, I'm just curious. Do you all think that there's any requirement of them making sense? Because in most cases, they don't. So now what we're going to be talking about is the fact that a lot of these countries where these people come from, one of the countries being Venezuela, a lot of these countries have already put up resistance to taking the undocumented back. All right. And you got to ask yourself the question, well, why would they not take the undocumented back? Why would they not take the people who came from their country into our country? Why would they not take them back? We're going to take a listen and see if we can figure it out. And shout out to everybody watching. I really appreciate you guys. If you all have not smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
Now, with Texas Congressman Troy Nehls, a member of the House Judiciary, Transportation, and Infrastructure Committee. He's also a former Texas sheriff. Congressman, thanks for being here. I know you were part of yesterday's hearing. What was your takeaway and your reaction to what you heard?
Proud of what? A dismal record of putting the American people last. She wasn't there to really answer any of our questions. I had an opportunity to speak with her and ask her about this violent gang. We all know about Trendiagua, the violent gang out of Venezuela that has entered our southern border. many of them through this parole system. This administration has allowed over 500,000 individuals enter our country through parole, and many of these individuals are committing serious violent offenses against the American people, obviously with many individuals, American citizens, being killed by these bad individuals. So none of it surprised me, quite honestly, but if she says she's proud, shame on her. The American people, we did it. We fired you. You're gone, and now we're bringing President Trump to save this country.
Yeah, I mean, but can it be saved in 4 years? I mean, think about how many people have come into this country illegally, breaching the border and causing havoc. I mean, you know, we were just talking about Lake and Riley murder, and there are others. But there's also just this fear in the air, people walking around not really understanding or knowing details of this Tren de Aragua gang. So, I mean, how is this going to be done, practically speaking? Are you envisioning military rounding up people to send them back to their countries?
No, I believe it is going to be a very difficult task, but I think President Trump bringing Tom Homan back in as the border czar and having Kristi Noem as Homeland Security, I think they're going to focus this on day one, January 20th, and the messaging has already begun. Tom Homan has made it very, very clear with governors and mayors in some of these sanctuary cities, these very liberal mayors, that, hey, we're coming in and we're going to get the bad hombres out of our country. I mean, there's over 500,000 individuals in our country, these migrants that have felony convictions or felony charges. Let's focus on them first. Let's focus on them. Is it going to require the military? I don't believe so. What it's going to require is our federal agencies to work with our state agencies and our local counties, our sheriffs and others, to identify these individuals and get them on a plane and get them back to where they came from.
Hey,
That's what's going to happen.
Should we trust the president of Mexico when she says, yeah, I'm going to work on this, I'm going to work on getting tougher because she's trying to avoid a tariff? I mean, I thought the drug cartels were basically running Mexico. Or is she running Mexico? Who's in charge here?
Well, I don't know who's in charge out of Mexico, but I believe that President Trump, when he come up with this 25% tariff on Mexico and Canada, that's one hell of an incentive, isn't it? Because if you look at Mexico and Canada, they're number 2 and number 3 trading partner with the United States, and China's still number 1. So there is an incentive there for Canada and Mexico to clean up their act and help protect the United States of America. So I don't really like her too much, but I believe that President Trump has made it very, very clear that Mexico, do your job and help keep the American people safe.
When you say you don't like her, why?
Well, I just think that she hasn't worked. I don't think she's really, really willing right now to secure the southern border. If she was, she would go back and revert back to Trump's policies. But what have we seen in the past 4 years? She hasn't been there very long, but what has she really done to work with the United States of America to help secure the southern border?
Yeah.
She hasn't done it yet. She hasn't done it
Jonathan
yet.
Fahey is with me this morning. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the sanctuary cities, and I hope you do everything you can in Congress to prevent any funding whatsoever to go into sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. But I want to ask you something else. You touch on the gang Tren de Aragua, which is a Venezuelan gang. Right now, Venezuela will not take anyone back.
And we're going to talk about this, Venezuela not taking these people back. Now, again, let me ask you guys this question. Shout out to Cameron. What's good with it, bro? Why do you all think that Venezuela will not take anyone back? Was anybody aware that Venezuela said, nope, we're not taking anybody back? Why would they not take anybody back? If you ask me, the reason why they won't take anybody back is because they came from the prisons in Venezuela, a lot of the Tren de Aragua members, and they know exactly how bloodthirsty and vile a lot of those Venezuelan gang members, the Tren de Aragua members, are. All right? So, yeah, of course, if they got them out of their country, that's exactly what they want. They don't want those people in the country the same way we don't want them here. That's what they won't tell you.
So we seek to deport them, they won't take them back. So what can Congress do to put pressure on Venezuela, and what can the administration do? Because this gang needs to be rounded up and get out of here, but we need them to take them back.
You know, that should be a concern for every American to think that Venezuela won't take their citizens back. Yeah. It's because Donald Trump was right back when he was running. He said they're not going to send us their best and their brightest. They're going to send us their criminals, their rapists, and all their gang members. Right. And they've infiltrated themselves through these large caravans, and they don't want them back. Well, that's not going to work. And if they don't take them back, we shouldn't be giving a nickel to Venezuela. We should strangle their economy. That's what we could do. Yeah. We could use sanctions against Venezuela and obviously strangle that country. They got to take these people back. We don't want them here.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, back in 2016, President Trump was mocked because he said that they were emptying their prisons in Venezuela and sending everybody here. It's exactly what they did. He was right, and he was mocked. But I want to get your take on this. Democrat Congresswoman Judy Chu leading an effort urging President Biden to close one of California's largest ICE detention centers. She says that the conditions inside the...
Now, I want you guys to see, because on the way out, on Biden's way out, what they're trying to do is they're trying to radicalize and liberalize a lot of the immigration policies, a lot of the border security policies, so that it's difficult for Trump to get started on this once he gets into office. So pay close attention to what a lot of these people are doing. Check this out. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't hit the like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, hit that like button. Also, if you guys haven't shared the stream to your social media, take a moment, share the stream. All right. And subscribe to the channel, hit the bell twice.
Adelanto facility are horrendous, comparing it to a prison. She also claims that only 3 immigrants are currently being detained there. 3. Meanwhile, migrant crime is surging in the country. A Guatemalan illegal immigrant charged and arrested by ICE in Boston just this week for sexually assaulting a child in Rhode Island. ICE says the suspect was released from local custody after their detainer request to hold him was ignored by the Rhode Island Department of Corrections. And a man suspected of trafficking weapons for dangerous Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua has now been charged with murder and aggravated kidnapping. That's in Texas, Congressman. So, I mean, what are the stories we don't know about what's taking place here? Your reaction?
Well, when I was a sheriff of Fort Bend County, a large county in Texas, obviously I complied with each and every ICE detainer. When an individual is brought into a county sheriff and arrested for some sort of crime, we run that individual, every individual that enters the county jail, through the system to determine whether ICE would like a detainer placed on them. I complied with everyone like most Texas sheriffs did. However, you'll get 1 or 2 liberal sheriffs that will not comply with them. So Texas, back in 2017, we made a law in the state of Texas that said if a sheriff does not comply with an ICE detainer, you could be removed from office. I would highly recommend the state legislatures across the country implement that type of a state law to prevent these liberal sheriffs from releasing dangerous individuals into our country. They're releasing them out of their county jail. So I think something could be done, and maybe we could try to think about legislation in some of these states, because something needs to be done. You can't do it. You can't.
Shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. We are on the 1-to-1. We got 29 people watching, and we got 39 likes. If everybody could try to get us those last 2 likes that we need, and also go ahead and throw 100 in the chat for yourselves for keeping the engagement up. I appreciate you guys. Shout out to DSA1. What's good with it, bro?
Release individuals into our cities and then they commit further crimes. It's nuts. It's absolutely
would you
crazy.
would you support holding back federal money to sanctuary cities because they're not releasing the illegals? Real quick, because I got
without a doubt, they wouldn't get a nickel.
Look,
they wouldn't get a nickel.
Congressman,
they wouldn't get a nickel.
What about this? President Biden reportedly considering issuing preemptive pardons, for.
Look at this. Look at these. How many people have heard about these pardons that Biden is talking about offering? He's talking about offering Dr. Fauci a pardon. Biden White House is discussing preemptive pardons for those in Trump's crosshairs. They might try to pardon all these migrants. Biden might try to pardon all these migrants, you know?
Adam Schiff, Liz Cheney, and Dr. Anthony Fauci, because the White House claims that Trump could go after his critics. I mean, I said this earlier. I think this is all smoke and mirrors because Biden knows he's about to pardon his brother Jim for the charges that the Oversight Committee has stated many, many times, which are influence peddling and money laundering. So, you know, now we get this whole stack of people that the White House claims Trump is going to go after. Your reaction for these preemptive pardons?
Yeah, I think that you're going to see these preemptive pardons taking place because this administration has they believe that Donald Trump is going to go out and after these individuals, that we're going to be aggressive.
Now, mind you, right? We all sat through 4 years of the Biden administration actually doing this to the Trump people, right? We all sat through them doing this. Like we didn't miss this. This happened, right? We saw this. But now these people are sitting there acting like they're so scared, acting like, you know, oh, my God, we got to worry now because Trump is in office. I mean, you know, it is what it is. It's all fair, love, and war, right? Look at Joe Biden and his crooked brother, the Biden crime family. This clown.
We're going to go out and target these individuals, but I don't think that's necessarily the case here. I believe that there are individuals.
Why pardon Liz Cheney? For what?
There are individuals that need to be held accountable for what they've done while working in the federal government under the DOJ that have violated the rights of many citizens, American citizens, and President Trump.
You're talking about Jim Comey. You're talking about Jim Comey. You're talking about Andrew McCabe. But I'm talking about Liz Cheney and Adam Schiff.
Well, 11-1, that sham committee, I think they abused their power with all this. Yes, they abused their power. So listen, it's a new day. Donald Trump's back, baby, and he's going to make America great again.
All right. Yes.
So there's that. All right. So there's that. Yeah, shout out to Carlton. Carlton said Biden and his brother look like twins. Yeah, they do. I don't know if that's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to take a look at this article real quick from NBC. All right. Let's take a look at this. Incoming Trump administration plans to deport some migrants to countries other than their own. The transition team is preparing a list of countries to which migrants might be deported when their home countries refuse to accept them, according to 3 sources familiar with the plans. This is about to be hilarious. This is about to be wild. People about to be mad. Let's check this out.
As NBC News has now learned, the Trump administration is preparing a list of places where it might deport migrants if their home countries will not accept them back. That's all according to 3 sources familiar with those plans. The specific details, though, they're still unclear, but Trump has repeatedly promised to carry out what he calls the largest deportation operation in American history once he takes office. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now with more on her exclusive reporting. Julia, first, just reporter to reporter, my hat is completely off to you for all the late breaking details you've managed to get about this new plan, which a lot of us are unclear about how it would actually work. So which countries are on the list?
Yeah, Morgan. Well,
Shout
as
out
a
to
reporter,
DSB. What's
sometimes
good
we
with it,
find
bro?
these details and we don't exactly know the how. We just know what they're talking about. And in this case, they're talking about sending migrants who were arrested in the United States back to the countries of Turks and Caicos, Panama, Grenada, and the Bahamas, even though these migrants are not from there.
They're not from here either, and they're trying to be here. It's like they're not from here either. You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess it don't matter though.
Is their workaround when there are lots of migrants in this country from countries that won't take them back? Places like Venezuela, places like Cuba, China takes back very few of their migrants. So this would mean taking those nationals who are in the United States and putting them on planes to those countries. It's unclear if they would be able to work there, if they'd be able to stay there permanently in a legal way.
It's just as uncertain if they can. Look, let me ask y'all this. Is it just as uncertain that they might not be able to stay here? Like all of these are of equal uncertainty. This is crazy.
But we understand that that is the list the Trump administration is working on right now. They're trying to grow that list, and they're talking to these countries now to see if they can get to an agreement to be able to take back these people, simply because the Trump administration wants to be able to deport someone within 1 week of arresting them. This is their way to be able to carry out these plans for mass deportations and keep the numbers high without having a massive backlog within ICE detention here in the United States.
You know, within 1 week of arresting them. I mean, that's pretty quick. But what's interesting, Julia, is
Doesn't that sound like speedy justice? Isn't that in the Constitution? The right to a speedy trial. You know, if you go to deportation court and, you know what I'm saying, immigration court, and they, you know, deem you as in deportation proceedings, and they get that quality control down to where they got the logistics of shipping you out in about a week. I mean, to me, that sounds pretty constitutional. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs up. That's pretty damn constitutional.
it feels like past this prologue here, because we've seen an element of this before. I mean, Mr. Trump had a similar policy to this during his first term. Back in 2019, his administration sent migrants to Guatemala, and they didn't even know where they were going. So how did that play out?
They knew how to read the signs, though. Hey, they knew how to read the signs, though. Right? I bet you they could read more signs in Guatemala than they could in the United States. How many of y'all bet that they could read more signs in Guatemala than they could in the United States?
Yeah, that's right. We didn't get to see exactly what the full force of that policy could look like because COVID-19 happened and they started blocking migrants from crossing the border at all.
Listen, I'm going to tell y'all something. If, let's just say, for instance, I tried to illegally get into a country, right? Like, say, for instance, I tried to illegally get into China, or I tried to illegally get into Russia, right? And the Russian authorities and the Chinese authorities was like, nope, you ain't coming in, and we about to deport you to a nation that's close. Now, let's say they didn't want to spend the money to get me back to the United States, but they spent the money and put me in the UK somewhere. They put me in Great Britain or something like that. Hey, I'm good over there. I could read. I could get around, right? I might not be as good as, you know, whatever I was trying to do over in China and Russia, and I might not be as good as I might be in the United States, but at the very least, I can read the signs. You know what I'm saying? That's important.
But in the end of 2019, we saw the first flight. There was a Honduran man who was sent back to Guatemala. We were told by him and others who made that same journey, they didn't even know where they were going. They got on a flight.
Oh, right. Yeah. China, China and Russia, they keeping me. Facts. I'm gonna have a job at the Kremlin. You know what I'm saying?
Thinking, okay, we might be going somewhere else in the United States. Perhaps we're being deported back to our home country. Instead, they were taken to Guatemala because Guatemala had an agreement with the United States to start taking back migrants who weren't from those countries. This is something Trump has done in the past. He can put pressure on these countries, either diplomatically, through tariffs. We know a lot of the countries on the list depend a lot on U.S. tourism right now. And so this is their way to try to really fully flex that policy, even though they were sued for it in the last administration.
All right. Julia Ainsley from our DC Bureau there. Excellent reporting, Julia. Thank you.
All right. So there's that. All right. So let's take a look at this. And what it looks like we got here is basically a transcript of that 3-minute video. The incoming Trump administration is preparing a list of countries to which it may deport migrants when their home countries refuse to accept them, according to 3 sources familiar with the plans. Yeah, so this is basically just a transcript of that video. All right. This is basically a transcript of this video. So they got a list of countries where they're about to ship people out to. All right. So now next, what we about to do is we are going to take a look at the plan to end birthright citizenship. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How do people feel about birthright citizenship? How many people support it? If you guys support birthright citizenship, give me a thumbs up. If you are against the idea of birthright citizenship, give me a thumbs down. Right? And explain to me why you are against birthright citizenship. All right. So we're going to take a listen to this. This is a little clip here from News Nation.
Panel tonight. Niall Stanich, White House columnist with our partner, thehill.com. We have DNC Finance Committee member Lindy Lee back as well. Good to see you both. Lindy, let's start with you here. The president-elect saying that he plans to end birthright citizenship in this new interview.
Now you see this woman in the middle, right? They got the bald spot on her head. She done got herself a nice little cushy position over at Newsmax or over at News Nation. You see how she did that? I told y'all, Chris Cuomo probably got her in. You know what I'm saying? She probably did one of those barefoot back massages on Chris Cuomo, and he was like, "Look, I got you. I'm about to get you a job. You about to be in here."
Our panel tonight, Niall Stanich, White House columnist with our partner, thehill.com. We have DNC Finance Committee member Lindy Lee back as well. Good to see you both. Lindy, let's start with you here. The president-elect saying that he plans to end birthright citizenship. And
shout out to my man, Crew Reality, all right, for joining the membership. All right, the membership is only 99 cents. I would advise everyone to join the membership if y'all want to continue to get content. But shout out to my man, Crew Reality, for joining the membership. Make sure y'all show Crew Reality some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man, Crew Reality, funding the organization and growing the organization. Let me see if I can find my drop. So yeah, here we go.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate you, bro. And yo, this small channel, man, this small channel is getting stacked with the members, man. That's what's good. I appreciate y'all. We getting there. And BLR2 will be back. BLR2 will be back in May. All right. Or actually in March. I should say in March. BLR2 will be back in March.
In this new interview. It is included in the 14th Amendment. Your reaction, your response.
Thank you for having me. This is what he promised. And because I think there's a lot of frustration amongst American voters across the spectrum, Democrat and Republican, that we have millions of people pouring into this country. And then all of a sudden they have access to a lot of resources. I know I probably sound like a conservative, but you see that 52% of Asian Americans shifted to Trump in Nevada in this past election.
John, what's good with it, bro?
A lot of it is stemming from this angst that all of us waited so long to come to this country, myself included. I am an immigrant. I am a naturalized immigrant. My family and I waited for years in England. We applied. We brought.
Hey, don't you? Hey, she's linked to every story somehow on News Nation. Y'all notice that?
Useful skills. We came with $200. We didn't jump in line. We went through the process and followed all the.
You didn't come with $200. Stop. No one came to this country with $200. Shout out to Leonard D. Uta. What's good with it, bro? Why do these people get up on here and tell these lies? You didn't come to the United States with $200. There's no possible way that you came to the United States with $200. No one did that. There's no one in history that ever did that. Who did that? Where's the bank statements? No one did that. I'm so tired of these lies about these people saying they came to the United States with gumballs and lint in their pockets. No, you didn't. It costs, and if you actually immigrated the right way, no, you didn't, because you have to show 7 years of W-2s. And there's nobody that has 7 years of W-2s that total only $200. I'm gonna start saying that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna start saying that. I came here with only $2. You know what I'm saying? I came here with only $2. Tired of hearing this nonsense from these people, man.
Rules. So I think there's a lot of frustration amongst Americans that a lot of people.
Listen, let me tell you something. A lot of these places, if these people actually did have $200, they would be sitting pretty nice in their country. That's one of the reasons why a lot of these people come to the United States, make money, and then send it back to their country that they're from, because of the exchange rate difference. They're really getting a lot of bang for their buck with the US dollar, and then they convert it. You didn't come here with no damn $200. You didn't come here with American dollars. The hell out of here with that nonsense. You know what I'm saying? You came here to get American dollars. You came here with your currency, which you were probably doing pretty well in the country where you were at, which is what allowed you to pay the criminals that helped you get over here. You came to, where did you get some where did you get some United States dollars at in the countries that you was from? There's no United States treasury in any of those countries. There's no American money circulating over there. How'd you come here with 200 American dollars? The hell out of here. People let these people tell this nonsensical story. And news outlets like Fox, right? News outlets like Fox, conservative news outlets, are the biggest purporters of these type of stories. They'll take this BS and use this to try to make other Americans, and you know who I'm talking about, they'll take this BS nonsense and try to make other Americans look like we don't work or we don't do anything. And then when the immigration is affecting you negatively, then you want to sit up here and say, well, these are lies and this is fake and this isn't true. It's always been lies and it always has been fake and it never has been true. No one's coming to the United States with United States dollars. The hell out of here with that nonsense. You might come here with some Bitcoin, you know what I'm saying? But you ain't coming to the United States with no United States dollars. Talk about you had $200. You might have where is she from? I don't know where she came from, but wherever she's from, they don't call the money dollars. Unless she came from Canada, and I got this feeling she didn't come from Canada or Australia, because those are two other countries that got dollars. You know what I'm saying? We putting this nonsense to bed. We putting this nonsense to bed. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Leonard. Leonard said, Rob, they came here with $200. It's a sure bet they were eating eating the dogs and the cats. Listen, eating the dogs and the cats costs less than $200. All you got to do is throw your boy a 10. Throw your boy a dime, you know what I'm saying? And we can get the dogs and the cats popping off.
Or jumping the line.
Okay, I appreciate that perspective. Niall Stanich, I want to turn over to you here because we are seeing this first big TV interview since winning the election. What are the major headlines, the major takeaways that you are monitoring and you're hearing buzz about in Washington today?
I think the suggestion that he would offer clemency to people convicted of January the 6th offences is a very big part of this story. And I think that will appall many people on the left or the Trump critical side of the equation, and some conservatives as well, who were horrified by what happened on that day. In relation to birthright citizenship, I take Lindy's point that
Hey, listen, man, look, this is how I feel about it. I don't really care about the January 6th situation. I don't care what Trump does about the January 6th situation. You know what I'm saying? I had the feeling that, you know, Trump would probably pardon a lot of those people. One of the reasons being because those people are his supporters, right? But Trump hasn't gotten a chance to do that yet. And Joe Biden did pardon Hunter. See, here's the difference. Trump calls the January 6 people hostages. Trump says he's pardoning them. That's different from going on an interview and saying, I'm not going to do this, and then turn around and doing it. Would you guys agree? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to my man, John. I appreciate you, bro. John said, this is for my this is for my dogs and my cats out there. Yo, I appreciate it. Make sure y'all show John some love, throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat. Yo, it just turned 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So it's lunchtime. It's time for lunch.
In Springfield,
don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me where my cat is, cough it up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit.
they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cat.
It's a shame, it's a pity. Thought overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took when that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Oh man, that's hilarious, man. That is hilarious. Yo, man, we got all kinds of stuff to talk about, man. It's gonna be one of them days. It's gonna be one of them days today. It's gonna be one of them days today. Let me see. Hold on real quick. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be one of them days today.
Even immigrant communities do not see that topic one-dimensionally. The caveat I would offer is birthright citizenship does appear to be enshrined in the US Constitution. There was talk of Trump doing that in his first term, and lawyers advised him that it would ultimately be struck down. So those are two of many headline-making comments.
Yeah, and Niall, staying with you, Trump today also talking about his tariff plan again, offering no assurances, though, that this won't impact consumers. Let's take a quick listen.
Can you guarantee American families won't pay more?
I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee tomorrow. I'm a big believer in tariffs. I think tariffs are the most beautiful word. I think they're beautiful. It's going to make us rich. We're subsidizing Canada to the tune of over $100 billion a year.
See, this is what I'm saying. Now, shout out to Brooklyn Queen, right? This is the reason why the stream tonight is going to be a marathon stream. How many people heard about now Russia is talking about creating a Bitcoin strategic reserve? If you guys heard about Russia talking about creating a Bitcoin strategic reserve, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't hear about Russia talking about starting a Bitcoin strategic reserve, give me a thumbs down. It's about to get interesting. It's about to get interesting.
We're subsidizing Mexico for almost $300 billion. We shouldn't be
Dr.
subsidizing.
Ryan,
Why are
what's
we
good with you, bro?
subsidizing these countries? If we're going to subsidize them, let it become a state.
Yeah, given how much the economy clearly weighed on voters' minds during this election, is this the make or break policy for Trump the second time around, likely?
I think it's very high risk. It's quite a trapeze act that he's doing there, because on one hand, he was elected and people knew what he was proposing when he was in the campaign. On the other hand, economists of pretty much across the spectrum worry that tariffs would increase costs to consumers. Remember, Natasha, as you alluded to in your question.
Hey, John and Carlton know what I'm talking about. I'm down, but I'm up. Hey, down, but I'm up. Hey. I'm down, but I'm up. Hey.
We're just coming out of an election where inflation was still a very, very important topic to voters, even though it has declined from what we saw in the early years of.
Look, shout out to Unsunken One. Unsunken One said Chung Lee looks weird. Listen, bro, don't do Chung Lee like that. Everybody back in the day, anybody that used to play Street Fighter, everybody know they was, you know what I'm saying? They had a little thing for Chun Li. Don't sell Chun Li short like that, bro. I'm about to be a simp for a video game chick right now, bro. You know what I'm saying? Don't do Chun Li like that. You know I ain't lying either.
The Biden presidency. So look, maybe Trump's idea of it as a sort of a bargaining chip might work, but I think if it starts to tick up prices, I would imagine there'll be significant popular blowback to that.
Yeah, Lindy, I want to get your perspective here. Trump will have a GOP Senate and House as president. In some ways, does that even put more pressure on him to make headwinds with the economy?
Oh, absolutely. And we've done this before. We've seen how this movie plays out. We had tit for tat protectionist policies in the 1930s, and it contributed to the Great Depression, also to World War II. So, facts don't care about your feelings. In this case, tariffs is just a bad situation all around. And this is not just a partisan talking point. This is something that Republicans and Democrats are warning against. But both of them we are fervently hoping that this is simply a negotiating tactic. And we do agree. I certainly do agree that the flow of fentanyl and migrants across the border is an issue. And part of the reason why Democrats lost is because we pretended.
Yo, let me ask y'all this question. Do this lady that's on News Nation right here, does she have a Percocet accent? If she got a Percocet accent, give me a thumbs up. If she don't have a Percocet accent, then give me a thumbs down. She sound like she popped them perks. You know what I'm saying? She definitely sound like she popped them perks. She might hoot them. You know what I'm saying? She might be a Hooters girl, and I ain't talking about the restaurant. You know what I'm saying?
For years that migrants weren't an issue, but it's very much an issue. So yes, something needs to be done on those twin issues, but I don't think that tariffs is the answer. Inflation is already, it's come down, yes, but it's still in a tenuous position. The last thing we need is a spike.
Lindy Lee and Niall Stanich, appreciate both of you. Thank you.
See, there you go. Y'all was right about. How'd y'all guess? Y'all was right about the last name. How'd y'all guess? How'd y'all guess the last name? Y'all must have knew. Y'all got telepathy. You know what I'm saying? How'd y'all guess the last name? Y'all was wrong about the Chun part, but y'all was right about the Lee part, though.
It is a spike.
Lindy Lee and Niall Stanich, appreciate both of you. Thank you so much.
See, I'd have guessed Molly Percocet was her first and last name. You know what I'm saying? I would have guessed her name was Molly Percocet. That's a little bit. That might be a little bit too. That might be a little bit too American, though. You know what I'm saying? Molly, that's kind of it's kind of a little bit American there. You know what I'm saying? Oh man! Shout out to PD. PD said her hair is highly disheveled, so might be right, Rob. Yeah, she looked like one of them kind of chicks that put in work, man. She doing what she got to do. You know what I'm saying? Mowing down anybody in the way. But anyway, Trump aims to end birthright citizenship, says American citizens with family here illegally may be deported. It's amazing how we say this word illegally, and then we act as if there's not supposed to be any type of consequence. President-elect Donald Trump, in an exclusive interview with Meet the Press, also said he is open to working with Democrats on a legislative way to keep dreamers in the United States. So again, like I had tried to tell people, and some people had said, right, Trump is not, he's not really going to be doing all of this I don't know, explosive stuff on immigration like people are thinking he's going to do. You see, he's here right now trying to work with Democrats.
Let me ask you about some of your other promises on this topic. You've
Okay.
promised to end birthright citizenship on day one. Is that still your plan?
Yeah, absolutely.
The 14th Amendment, though, says that, quote, all persons born in the United States are citizens. Can you get around the 14th Amendment with an
Well, we're going
executive
to have to
action?
get a change. We'll maybe have to go back to the people, but we have to end it. We're the only country that has it.
Through an executive action?
You know, we're the only country that has it. Do you know, if somebody sets a foot, just a foot, 1 foot, you don't need to, on our land, congratulations, you are now a citizen of the United States of America. Yes, we're going to end that because it's ridiculous.
Through executive action?
Well, if we can.
Why is this even a debate? Why is this a debate?
Through executive action. I was going to do it through executive action, but then we had to fix.
You guys see this? You see this nice lobby here with these marble floors? This is this size of this lobby. This is going to be the size of my living room. You know what I'm saying?
It's COVID first, to be honest with you. We have to end it.
That lobby is going to be the size of my living room. All right. So now here it says President-elect Donald Trump said in an interview with Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker that you have no choice but to deport everyone who is illegally in the United States, including possibly removing the American citizen family members of those deported. Trump also said he will move to end birthright citizenship, long enshrined in the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, which would strip rights from those born in the country to undocumented parents. Okay. But he said he is open to working with Democrats to pass legislation that would ensure dreamers, undocumented immigrants who entered the United States as children, would be able to remain in the country. Trump's comments about his mass deportation plan, a key promise of his presidential campaign, were the most expansive since he won the election in November. The program, he said, will begin with undocumented immigrants who have committed crimes, then advance to people outside of criminals. Well, all of them are criminals. There's no such thing as outside of criminals when you deal with this. So now we got to pay attention to Trump and how he's talking about this, because now he's doing some double talking weird stuff. What is he talking about? People outside of criminals. There is no outside of criminals. These people are all criminals. If you're illegally, if you have committed a crime, you are a criminal, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. So if you're in the country illegally, then there is no outside of criminals. All of those are criminals. So again, we gotta kind of ask Trump, what are you talking about? Are you going back on stuff now? He did not detail which crimes will be included. All crimes should be included. They're crimes. You know what I'm saying? I think you have to do it. Trump said as part of his deportation effort. It's a very tough thing to do, but you have to, have rules, regulations, laws. They came in illegally. The people that have been treated unfairly are the people that have been in line for 10 years to come into the country. And again, you got to like this. Nah, I don't agree with that either. The people that have been treated unfairly first are the American people. So I don't even agree with that. Trump doing some MAGA babble right there. You know what I'm saying? We have to get the criminals out of our country, Trump said, which is all of the people who came in the country illegally. You know what I'm saying? Later adding, but we're starting with the criminals. They're all criminals. So again, this is kind of interesting to me, because you got to ask the question, is Trump going soft on this? Is Trump going soft on this or not? It sounded to me like Trump might be kind of going a little bit soft on it. And then we're starting with others, and we're going to see how it goes. Asked by Welker, who are the others? Trump responded, others are people outside of criminals. They're all criminals, right? Anyone who entered the country illegally is a criminal. So if you're going outside of criminals, then who are you going after? Because all of them are criminals. Who is he talking about? Who is he talking about? There was a large increase in the number of unauthorized immigrants crossing the United States during President Joe Biden's time in office, though that number has fallen following executive actions in recent months. Tightening restrictions around the U.S. border with Mexico was at the forefront of Trump's candidacy, much as it was during his first run in 2016. Trump and allies routinely highlighted acts of violence committed by undocumented immigrants to bolster their case. A 2024 study from the National Institute of Justice found that Texas arrest records between 2012 and 2018 showed undocumented immigrants were arrested at less than half the rate of native-born Americans for violent crimes. Trump also described scenarios in which U.S. citizens may choose to be deported along with family members in the country illegally. His comments echo Tom Homan's, his pick to serve as border czar in the upcoming administration, in saying he will be deporting families with mixed immigration status together. Let me ask you about another group of people, the estimated 4 million families in America who have mixed immigration status. So I'm talking about parents who might be here illegally, Welker said, but the kids are here legally. I don't want to be breaking up families, Trump said. So the only way you don't break up the family is keep them together, and you have to send them all back. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many of y'all agree with that? If y'all agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree with that, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, is Trump really a moderate? Yeah, I would actually go as far as to say Trump is a liberal. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he's a liberal and conservative face. You know what I'm saying? Because they get to switch like that. He playing a conservative right now. You know what I'm saying? But you remember during the C-19 when it was about making that stimulus, Trump and AOC both voted on increasing that stimulus money. And people don't talk about that. You know what I'm saying? People don't talk about that. So now here it says Welker also asked about the zero tolerance policy during Trump's first term, where families would be separated at the border as a means of deterrence for those who choose to enter the U.S. illegally. Trump eventually ended the practice. We don't have to separate families, Trump said. We'll send. We don't. I don't know why every time I read something talk about this is hilarious. We don't have to separate families, Trump said. We'll send the whole family very humanely back to the country where they came from. Oh man, I don't know why that's so funny, but every time I hear that, man, that is hilarious. Oh man. So no more family separations, Welker asked. You're not reviving the zero tolerance policy. It depends on the family, Trump said, adding later, if they come here illegally, but their family is here legally, then the family has a choice. The person that came in illegally can go out, or they or they all can go out together. Oh, man. On birthright citizenship, Trump said he would seek to repeal it via executive action, which would be certain to spark immediate legal challenges. We have to end it, Trump said, calling it ridiculous. Now, what do you guys think? The honest truth, what do you guys think about birthright citizenship? I think it's a little bit extreme. I think it's I think it's a national security threat, you know. I don't think just because you're in a certain location, you should automatically become a citizen. I don't understand that. I don't understand the logic of it. Yeah, shout out to J Lord. J Lord said it seems like he's the president already. I mean, everybody just bypassing Trump or Joe Biden, and they talking to Trump. You know what I'm saying? You know, he done met with Zelensky and all that stuff already. So I mean, and honestly, who's been the president for the last 4 years? Have we had one? Has there actually been an actual president over the last 4 years? Has there been one? You know what I'm saying? Who has it been? Trump suggested that birthright citizenship is uniquely American, saying we're the only country that has it, but according to a review by the Library of Congress, more than 30 nations provide birthright citizenship, including Canada and Brazil. The president-elect used softer tone when discussing Dreamers, those who arrived in the U.S. nearly 20 or more years ago as children and are covered under the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, or DACA program, that has allowed them to remain in the country and work legally. We have to do something about the Dreamers because these are people that have been brought here at a very young age, and many of these people are middle-aged now. They don't even speak the language of their country, Trump said, adding, I will work with the Democrats on a plan. They were brought into this country many years ago. Hey, anybody who, quote unquote, was brought to this country many years ago, you're not allowed to worry about what happened many, many years ago. Right? Right? Shout out to everybody in the comment section. If you were brought to this country, don't nobody care. They need to be subject to the exact same laws that the people who were involved in illegal immigration are subject to. Because if you talk about how you were brought to this country, you're doing nothing more than being a victim. Ain't that right? How many times we heard that? How many times we heard that? So that should apply to everybody. I don't want to hear nothing about nobody that was, quote unquote, brought here. Because everybody that was, quote unquote, brought here don't get the same ear. So you're going to definitely get a deaf ear when it comes to me. The same way we get a deaf ear. Right? Shout out to Carlton Wade. Carlton Wade said those young dreamers are speaking Spanish like a mug. Bro, they grow up in a Spanish-speaking family. You know what I'm saying? They living out in California where the entire state speaks Spanish. And Trump gonna sit there and say they don't even speak the language of the country that they're from. Are you serious? He continued, some of them are no longer young people, and in many cases, they've become successful. They have great jobs. In some cases, they have small businesses. In some cases, they might have large businesses, and we're going to have to do something with them. Send them back. I don't know why Trump is making a deal about those people. Send them all back. But what people should do is people should pay attention to that. Right? You should pay very close attention to that. And what is starting to sound like is starting to sound like Trump getting a little bit liberal with his immigration rhetoric. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Sounds to me like Trump's starting to use them model minority talking points when it comes to particular groups of immigrants that he might seem to favor or be invested in, which I'm not surprised about. I'm not surprised about it.
New today, President-elect Trump making his most explicit comments yet on his plans to deport millions of undocumented immigrants when he takes office.
Promises on the campaign trail.
Say that
Trump said he has no choice but to deport everyone who is living in the U.S. illegally, including possibly family members of those deported.
Now, let me ask you guys this. Why is there never any conversation about, well, we have to discuss and debate whether we lock up everybody who commits a crime? Think about that. It's undoubtable, right? It's an undeniable fact that these people engaged in criminal activity to enter the country. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. That being said, why is there a debate about whether there should be some type of consequence or not? Nobody has this debate when it comes to any other kind of crime. Do you think that if you had a parking ticket that you didn't pay and the police came to your house on an arrest warrant that you're going to be able to debate them about this and you're an American citizen? No, you're going to pay tax dollars and they're going to yoke you up and throw your ass in jail. You know what I'm saying? But if you're somebody who don't even speak the language, never paid $1 in tax, and came to the country illegally, whether you should be punished for breaking the law or not is up for debate. Somebody explain to me how that makes any type of sense. And shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate it. We got 26 people watching. We got 44 likes. Let's try to get the likes to 60. If everybody could take a moment, smash that like button. If you're not subscribed to the channel, take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. I greatly appreciate it.
He also spoke about ending birthright citizenship for children born to undocumented people.
First of all, they're costing us a fortune. But we're starting with the criminals, and we got to do it. And then we're starting with others, and we're going to see how it goes.
Who are the others?
Others are other people outside of criminals. We have convicted murders. We don't mean people that are even on trial. We have people that have murdered numerous people are on our streets and in our farms, and we have to get them out.
If we actually had functional think tanks, if we actually had organization, now would be the perfect time to utilize our version of Ed Blum to start attacking and breaking up all of these businesses that are utilizing illegal employees. But we don't have that. Because why don't we have that? Let me know in the comment section why we don't have that. This would be the perfect time to do it. But people ain't on that time. People are not on that time. You know what I'm saying?
Out of our country.
Joining us now is the president of Next Gen America, Cristina Sinsun Ramirez. Cristina, the president-elect has now said his deportation plans could include the 4 million families in the U.S. that have mixed immigration status. And he was saying the only way not to break up those families is to essentially just send them all back to their country of origin together, whether some of them have status or not.
Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, because we do not organize. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
What is your reaction to that? And what should undocumented people be doing to prepare for this for themselves or for their loved ones?
Well, look, I live in Texas, and we have a very storied history in this country with deporting American citizens, right? Operation Wetback in 1954 was launched, and it deported thousands of Mexicans and American citizens and took their land in the process. So
how many people? I never heard of Operation Wetback, but that's interesting. That is interesting. We might actually have to do a history live stream after I do some research on Operation Wetback. Shout out to Unsunken One. Unsunken One said he heard about it. I've never heard about it. That's interesting. Very interesting. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Is discussions about Operation Wetback, is that woke? Let me know if that's woke. Now, also, remember, when dealing, according to the rules, the way that the rules work, when dealing with the present, you're not allowed to invoke history. So despite when this Operation Wetback took place, why are we still living in the past? You should just move forward, and we should be talking about what's going on today and stop being a victim, right? That's how that works, right? If you guys would agree that that's how that works, give me a thumbs up. If it's not how it works, then give me a thumbs down.
well, look, I live in Texas, and we have a very storied history in this country with deporting American citizens, right? Operation Wetback in 1954 was launched, and it deported thousands of Mexicans and American citizens and took their land in the process. So,
and took their land in the process. Just work harder, right? Just work harder. Who actually cares if somebody stole your land? Now you're just complaining. Now you're just ungrateful. I mean, we created roads and skyscrapers for you. Now, shout out to Carlton, right? Carlton says, be careful saying that word on YouTube, right? You allowed to say the N-word, though, and everybody should be allowed to say the N-word, according to, you know, the world custodians, right? But for the YouTube manual reviewer, this was an actual thing. This was an actual thing. YouTube manual reviewer, artificial intelligence. Listen very closely. Listen very closely. If you don't want to make me a billionaire, you better listen very closely. Talking about a official. Yeah, shout out to Moxie. Facts. Talking about an official United States operation. It's not hate speech. It's not in the community guidelines. And it's not on the exercises. So I dare YouTube to try to say that I'm invoking hate speech, and I dare somebody to try to report my channel over that. Because if that happens, and you know what I'm saying, now that cryptocurrency done the right things, your boy got a little bit of dough. I'm gonna find the best lawyer that I can afford, and I'm taking it straight to YouTube right up the middle. So there it is. The United States government did this, right? YouTube manual reviewer, right? So we gonna definitely talk about this at some point. And we do need to ask YouTube. We do need to ask YouTube the question, why is YouTube so accepting of the N-word? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. I just seen this. Win Lose a Rug said shareholders at Microsoft have voted against the Bitcoin investment proposal. Microsoft just made the same mistake that IBM made when they chose not to take Windows from Bill Gates. Microsoft has just made the same mistake that IBM made when they chose not to utilize Windows. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, shout out to Microsoft for making the market where we can pick up some coins today.
It's terrible. It's frightening to see that invoked in present day. And I want to remind people that are watching, especially people that are in mixed status families or know people that are undocumented and that could be impacted by this, that he cannot unilaterally end birthright citizenship. We know that we do have a broken immigration system, but it's broken not just for, it's broken also for undocumented families and American-born workers. Look, the status quo, and why I think he's saying he's not going to deport everyone now, he's already going back a little bit on what he said, is that in this country, nearly half of the people that pick our fruits and vegetables are undocumented. I live here in Texas. We have a housing crisis across the country. Half of
who's hiring these people, y'all? Again, I need y'all to tell me. Let me know in the comment section who's hiring these people. Who are the businesses that are hiring these people? The businesses need to be sanctioned. The businesses need to be fined. Some of them possibly shut down. They need to be punished. They're breaking the law. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
To deport everyone now, he's already going back a little bit on what he said, is that in this country, nearly half of the people that pick our fruits and vegetables are undocumented. I live here in Texas. We have a housing crisis across the country. Half of the workforce in Texas, the construction workforce, are undocumented. So it would cause massive economic chaos. Now, we can build a system that protects.
No, it wouldn't. They don't think that Americans being out of work and unemployment is causing massive economic consequences. That's interesting. Let me see something real quick. I want to see it. Let me just see something. Let me see something. We're going to talk about, yeah. Okay. So check this out, right? All right, cool. I got it. So give me 1 second. Hold on. While you guys are doing that, if you haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash the like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. All right. And also, please share the stream to your social media. All right. Now, I want you guys to listen to this job report. Okay. I want y'all to, after you heard what that woman said there, all right? Now we're going to take a listen to this job report real quick. They're sitting there talking about all these people, quote unquote, that might not lose, that might actually lose their jobs, right? But let's talk about people that have already lost their jobs and are having a difficult time replacing their replacing their jobs. So let's listen to this.
Job growth soared last month after a worse than expected unemployment report in October. According to the Bureau of Labor.
How many people knew that there was a worse than expected unemployment report? How many people were aware of that? If you guys were aware of that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys were not aware of that, give me a thumbs down.
Statistics, more than 227,000 new jobs were added to the U.S. labor market last month. That's more than 6 times the revised number of jobs that were added in October. Unemployment ticked up 0.1 of a point to 4.2%, which was in line with expectations. That's near a historic low, but CBS News found it's taking longer for hundreds of thousands of out-of-work Americans to find new jobs. That's according.
Now, why is it taking so long for out-of-work Americans to find new jobs? And how is the unemployment prospects better if people are not able to find jobs? Somebody make that make sense. How does that work?
According to Bureau of Labor Statistics data. Let's bring in Corey Staley for more on this. He's an economist at Indeed Hiring Lab. Corey, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to throw another stat at everybody. About 40% of the 7 million people who were out of work in October, so that's roughly 2.84 million people, have been looking for work for more than 15 weeks. And that's an increase of about 20% since a year earlier. What's happening here?
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, we've really seen, as kind of a percentage of the overall unemployment, that it's taking longer and longer for those people who are out of jobs to find work. So as you say, if we kind of break things out, we're getting to where it's, 40%, getting close to 50% of these people who are staying out of the workforce longer. And as far as, why is that happening? One of the things we see and that we've seen in the last couple of years in the economy is that the labor market has cooled. And what that's meant is that there are fewer job postings, fewer openings, especially.
So since people want to work, right? People have proven that they want to work. They want to put in an application at a plantation and go be a slave instead of being independent and being able to generate their own revenue. Here's my question. How do people plan on making money if all the plantations is closed down and you can't go apply at one? Or after the plantation that you work at decides that they don't need you no more, how are you going to generate revenue? They're making sure that the migrants who are working illegally can continue to generate revenue for themselves and for their employers. But as far as you go, you just through. Good luck. So now for the people that choose the plantation, where are you going to go? That's my question for you.
For some of the knowledge workers, in areas where we've seen layoffs in tech, media, and communications, we've also seen a pretty significant pullback in job postings on our website, and that's led to some difficulties in finding work.
A couple of other.
Look, shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, OnlyFans, listen, once you discover, I don't understand these women that have OnlyFans and still work. I don't understand that. I don't understand. I hear these stories about these teachers, you know what I'm saying? They get discovered and busted out because they got an OnlyFans and they lose their teaching job, or like it's a nurse. They get busted out for being OnlyFans models and they lose their nurse job. I would have been, if I was one of them women and I was making millions of dollars, I would have been quit them jobs. I'm not going to do that stupid ass shit no more. I'm gonna just keep being an OnlyFans model. Why would you even continue to work at a job? Like being a teacher or being a nurse, those women make more in 1 month than they do their annual salary at the jobs where they're actually helping society. I would go full on with the OnlyFans shit. And if you happen to have, a relationship partner that's not shy, you know what I'm saying, that'll get it in with you on camera and you and don't care about you putting him on your website, hey, do your thing, man. Get paid together. Do your thing, get paid together. Buy crypto. You know what I'm saying?
Trends, Corey, that we're finding is that companies are holding out on making new hires, and that also there's less movement. People aren't leaving their jobs to go get another job. Why are some of those things happening? What are the factors?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of different reasons, but I think as we talk about why people do or do not leave their jobs, one of the big things that's often an indicator of is confidence, right? And so we see that fewer and fewer people have been quitting. After the pandemic, we had this big great resignation, where people left their jobs and they moved around, and the labor market was really dynamic. And a lot of that has now come to an end. The great resignation is at an end now. And now we're seeing that people are sitting by. And part of that, I think, comes back to that confidence, right? As you sit and you watch fewer job postings, fewer openings as you're out looking for work, and it's taking you longer to find jobs, that naturally weighs on confidence. And you're
see, now again, we gotta ask this question, man. Where are the jobs going? Where they going? Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider says laying off everyone in the Seattle area. Even Google and Amazon are moving. Boeing is laying off big time. See?
desire to go out and to quit your job to maybe find a different one.
I mean, it is tough out there for people looking for a job. I have a friend who's unemployed, and he'll send me the rejection emails that he's getting just hours after applying. Some of them have typos. He's like, they're not even pretending to look at my application. What is your advice to people searching for a job who may be really frustrated?
Yeah, I mean, so as we talk about a lot of this is one of the challenges as a job seeker today is, when you apply for a job, you're going to go off and you're going to send it through an applicant tracking system, a computer that's going to review your resume in many cases. And what that means for you as a job seeker is you need to be making sure as you're reviewing your resume, as you're going out and applying for these jobs, that you're really customizing, each application to the job that you're applying for, right? And that you're trying to match the words that employers are using, because when your resume goes into the computer, and the computer checks to see if you have those skills on your resume, you want to be able to show that you're able to do those things that the job is asking for. And so I think that's an important.
Now, let me ask you guys this question, right? With these people having these difficulties finding these jobs, how many people think that undocumented employees could possibly be affecting these numbers? If you guys think that that undocumented employees could possibly be affecting those numbers, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that undocumented employees could be affecting those numbers, then give me a thumbs down. Shout out to my man, DC Precise. Facts. The fourth industrial revolution, AI, artificial intelligence, DeFi, all of this stuff. All of this stuff, the stuff that we've been talking about. And we're going to start talking about it even more in depth. I told you guys, y'all see how many tales from the cryptocurrency I've been doing and all them crypto videos? I wasn't lying. I told y'all. We about to go in on that stuff.
Part of really breaking through hopefully some of those initial canned responses that job seekers are reporting seeing, so that they can get to the stage of talking to a hiring manager and getting a job.
It is good advice, and good luck to all the people searching out there. Corey Staley, thank you.
All right, so there's that. All right, so I thought that was interesting, and I thought it was a valid point to bring up as they're talking about these job situations. Okay, so let's go back to this now and finish this here.
Immigrant workers and American-born workers, and keeps families together. But Trump doesn't have any real interest in doing that. So it's not only going to be cruel, it's not only potentially going to be economically devastating if he does do it, but it's also going to be potentially unconstitutional, as he's even said he's wanted to use the military for some of these actions. People should be very
Shout out to my man, Win Loser Rug. What's good with it, bro? I didn't even see you sneak in.
concerned about the constitutionality of what he's trying to say he'd like
Shout
to
out
do.
to Katsy. What's good with it,
Something
Katsy?
that I thought was a bit unexpected is Trump also said he's going to work with Democrats to pass legislation that would ensure dreamers, those are undocumented immigrants who enter the country as children, would be able to stay in the country. He blamed President Biden for not getting a law through that would have protected their citizenship or given them citizenship. Do you take Trump at his word here? Why does he seem to be moving his policy here? And will there be any will in the GOP-controlled Congress to actually do what he says he wants to do here?
Yeah, we know that Trump likes to speak out of both sides of his mouth, right? We hope that we can protect at least dreamers in this country that have overwhelming support from the American people that want to see their status and ability to live and work in the country that they grew up and know as their home to stay. And so that's why you have him saying that. I actually think what we're going to see is, yes, we're going to see families separated, families that are mixed status impacted. But what we're going to see more than anything.
Trump said he ain't going to separate the families. Trump said they can all go together. Hey, Trump said he ain't gonna separate the families. He said they all can go together. You know what I'm saying?
Anything is a performance, because a lot of the industries that depend on undocumented workers, Donald Trump and his donors don't actually want to address.
Okay, again, this is what needs to be addressed. Why are there industries that are dependent on undocumented workers? Why is that a thing? Why is that a thing? Let me ask you this. Why is cryptocurrency so regulated by the Democrats, right? But industries that are dependent on an illegal workforce are not regulated by the Democrats. Why is that? Does that make any sense?
Some of the biggest contributors to the Republican Party here in my home state of Texas are some of the largest employers of undocumented workers. They like the status quo of an exploitable workforce. So I don't think they're going to.
There you go. There you go. You see how she just accidentally snitched? Shout out to the Reaper. I dropped one of the Reaper's live streams into the Discord because he was going in. The Reaper was going in. The Reaper was keeping it 1,000. You know what I'm saying? And what ended up happening right here was this lady snitched.
Just like a woman. Because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. The Reaper keep it 1,000.
See how she snitched? Listen to what she says very clearly right here.
Address. Some of the biggest contributors to the Republican Party here in my home state of Texas are some of the largest employers of undocumented workers.
Some of the largest contributors to the Republican Party in Texas are some of the largest employers of undocumented workers. Now, what is Trump going to do about them? And shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. We got 37 people watching and we got 45 likes. If everybody could take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, subscribe to the channel. Please take a moment, hit the bell, subscribe to the channel, and also please share the stream to your social media. Yeah, she snitched. Oh, so she snitched.
Just like a woman. Because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. The Reaper keep it 1,000.
Oh yeah, we definitely gonna be talking about this. Shout out to J Lord. You see what J Lord's shout out to DC. Hold on real quick, J Lord. I'm gonna pull your comment up in a second. DC Precise says similar to how the banks sponsored by the Dems are the largest money laundering operation ever known. Facts. And how they got a bailout, right? Obama gave them the bailout, which is the reason why Bitcoin was created, right? Shout out to J Lord. J Lord said I had a 24-hour ban for saying keep them legitimate folks out of the school within 2 minutes of posting it. We're gonna definitely talk about that because they getting kind of weird with that stuff again too.
They like the status quo of an exploitable workforce. So I don't think they're going to deport everyone. And if they do, it will be economic catastrophe for this country.
All right, Cristina Sensu Ramirez, thank you so much.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be economic catastrophe, but I think it's definitely a lot of hypocrisy going on around here. You know what I'm saying? Definitely a lot of hypocrisy going on around here. So now, all right, shout out to your boy Cartello. You know what I'm saying? Throw some Cartello emoji in the chat. Apparently, your boy Cartello and his goons, right? They'd have switched things up a little bit. They'd have changed up the strategy with how to get the folks into the United States. So we're going to see what they did as far as switching up the strategy. Now, we need to get that undocumented cartoon popping off. What y'all think? How many of y'all want to get the undocumented cartoon popping off?
Sheriff's deputies in Arizona stepping in to help an injured migrant. Authorities found the individual in need of medical attention in the mountains of the Tucson sector at the southern border. Agents provided care on scene before airlifting that person to safety. And we have some new details on human smugglers and their ever.
Hey, I was trying to figure out what was going on there. I'm like, yo, what's going on right there, man? He getting
changing.
Oh boy, getting sucked into the air. Like what? What's going on right there? Now they had him. He's getting airlifted. Okay.
Patrol agents and sheriff's deputies in Arizona stepping in to help an injured migrant. Authorities found the individual in need of medical attention in the mountains of the Tucson sector at the southern border. Agents provided care on scene before airlifting that person to safety. And we have some new details on human smugglers and their ever-changing methods of sneaking men, women, and children across the southern border. This summer, the Biden administration.
Right. My man just got sucked into the light. You know what I'm saying? My man just got sucked into the white light. I'm like, yo, what's going on with it? What's happening right there?
Implemented some new measures to try to combat the criminal networks that move people into the U.S. illegally, but that just led smuggling rings and drug cartels to change their methods. And now the incoming Trump administration promising mass deportations and wider border crackdowns, smugglers are finding new and riskier ways to exploit the situation. So let's bring in News Nation's Allie Bradley live for us in Del Rio, Texas. Allie, what new are you learning about these changing tactics?
Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise says, why Cartello look like he got the same voice as Megatron? Because Cartello a villain, bro. Cartello a villain. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Shatera. What's good with it, Shatera? Look, the undocumented cartoons be lit. It's about to be lit. You know what I'm saying? We got the twins, Cartello, the bus, the train. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, hey, Nicole, you put pressure on these cartels and they're going to pivot. And what we've been seeing lately is we've been seeing dozens of people crammed into semis, but now we're seeing hundreds of them. Once again, a tactic that is old is once again new again in way of desperation. So what we're being told here is that sources say that they're actually clearing out the stash houses pretty quickly along the southern border where migrants are piling up. They're trying to move people as quickly as possible ahead of Trump's plan.
They got human trap houses down there. They got human trap houses down there. Y'all see that? Yeah. And I wouldn't disagree with that. Shout out to J Lord. Carlton said the Galactic Bros picked him up. Facts. Shout out to J Lord. J Lord said Americans are getting edged out of construction, hospitality, manufacturing, roofing, and landscaping in Clearwater because of illegal migrants, probably in other places too. Black Spider was saying people having difficult times finding jobs in Seattle because of people getting laid off. You know what I'm saying? It's one of the reasons why I keep telling people, man, now is the time to start constructing a supplemental or alternative income strategy. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
That is old is once again new again in way of desperation. So what we're being told here is that sources say that they're actually clearing out the stash houses pretty quickly along the southern border where migrants are piling up. They're trying to move people as quickly as possible ahead of Trump's planned mass deportations. And it's leading to more unique and dangerous smuggling in the Lone Star State. Just last week here in the Laredo sector, sources say this semi-truck, I want to show you that, attempting to transport more than 100 illegal immigrants.
Now, how many of y'all, now I keep talking about how Tom Homan remind me of Mike Ehrmantraut, right? And you guys know that I got those on one of the undocumented intros. There's the twins, the Skullhead Cartel twins, right? And the Skullhead Cartel twins is based off the two twins on Breaking Bad, right? But do y'all remember how on Breaking Bad, how the twins would get in and out of the United States? They would go with the migrants in those buses and in those semi trucks. If y'all remember that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, give me a thumbs down. This is exactly like that. Nobody paid attention to none of that. Nobody paid attention to none of that. This right here looks exactly like the scene on Breaking Bad. You know what I'm saying?
Into the country when it was stopped by.
So now if you go back and watch Breaking Bad, right, and you see this being portrayed in Breaking Bad, you got to ask yourself the question, who was president when Breaking Bad was on TV? If I'm not mistaken, I think that was during the Obama era, right? So this been going on for a long time and people ain't really, you know, paying attention all like that. You know what I'm saying? People not paying attention to this stuff all like that.
Patrol agents. Now, the threat of the incoming Trump administration has more trying to evade as well because they can't just walk in. So you got these two guys who are blending in with construction workers in Roma, Texas, when sources say they were apprehended by Border Patrol. Now, we talked with retired Yuma Sector Border Patrol Chief Chris Clem, who says desperate times call for desperate measures.
We know that even though the actual number of people that are entering illegally between the ports is down, the total number of people coming in that are, is still at a high level, and that the shelters in Mexico have been at and above capacity for years now. The profit is still there. I think they are trying to figure out a new way of making this happen because they understand that all eyes are on them. An inbound Trump administration is going to be shutting things down. So they're testing the waters with what's working, what's not working.
Yeah, one of the old tried and true methods, this not working so well. This is also in the Laredo sector where 20 individuals attempted to cross the Rio Grande. However, Border Patrol stopped them, turned them back to Mexico. So they were unsuccessful in their attempt to cross illegally into the United States. Now, the ports of entry right now, they are using those x-ray machines. So they are making it a little bit tougher for individuals to evade, to get in if they're getting in on the Mexico side, Nicole. So a lot of them are actually crossing illegally into the country, evading law enforcement, and then they're being picked up by semis, things like that in shipping yards. So a lot of that smuggling smuggling is actually happening on the U.S. side after they've crossed illegally. Nicole.
All right, so we see how they are hiding, but how are they actually getting away from law enforcement? Because we know there were so many agents, so many officers at the border.
Yeah, so I talked about the X-ray machines making it a little bit harder, right? The ways of getting in, a little bit more dangerous for law enforcement. Once again, look at this out of the San Diego sector where they're actually alerting agents that smugglers are using.
Damn, look at this. Look at that, man. If you fall on that, you're done. Man, listen, I cannot wait. Listen, 2028, when things be right, your boy, I'm about to have a fence made out of these around my house. You see this right here? Whatever this thing is, this anti-zombie spiking device, I'm about to have one of these bordering my house. Matter of fact, I'm about to have these up and down my gutters too.
Spike strips. They're literally laying out spike strips to disable Border Patrol vehicles. Now, the chief there is saying historically these tactics are used when we increase our effectiveness across the border. So like I said,
where they get man, they coming with the wild stuff, man. They coming with the wild. This is archaic.
You put pressure on them, they're going to have to pivot. This is one of those pivots. Now, we did report on a similar tactic being used in the Del Rio sector.
Look
this
at
was
that.
Back in September, they were using caltrops to deter law enforcement down here. So another interesting take to all of this, Nicole, is that law enforcement I talk with down here say the cartel is going to get more dangerous. It's going to get more dangerous for law enforcement down here because they were kind of freely operating over the last 3.5 years. Now they're getting more pressure. They're getting more of that pushback, and it's harder for them to make that $13 billion a year that they need to make. So law enforcement say they anticipate the cartel is going to get more violent. They're going to be using drones more. They're going to be throwing rocks and things like that. So they are advising border.
Those is that's kind of two opposite ends of the spectrum. She said she said they're going to be using drones. They're about to be throwing rocks. They're about to do whatever they can do.
So law enforcement say they anticipate the cartel is going to get more violent. They're going to be using drones more. They're going to be throwing rocks.
Those two different extremes. Like you're gonna go from high tech to low tech to high tech. You're gonna get the drones, and if the drones don't work, you're gonna throw the rocks, I guess.
And things like that. So they are advising Border Patrol to remain vigilant, to remain kind of on a swivel down here when it comes to law enforcement, Nicole, because things are ramping up.
All right, Allie Bradley, live for us there in Texas. Thank you.
All right, so there's that. All right. So next, what we're about to do is we're gonna talk about how these quote unquote undocumented, right? The undocumented situation is affecting the budgets of schools, right? Now, shout out to the people that have been with the channel for a long time. Do you all remember when we talked about how the undocumented situation in Colorado, it was negatively affecting the hospital? If you guys remember that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't remember that, give me a thumbs down. And if those videos appear on your home screen, you know, take a look at them, right? But the hospital, the free hospital system that they have in Colorado damn near imploded because of the stress that was placed on it by the surge of undocumented people in Colorado. All right. This video is going to detail how illegal migrant children are straining the United States education system. Now, I want to ask you guys this question. Do you all feel that it is American citizens' responsibility to foot the bill for these undocumented children? And if you don't feel that Americans should foot the bill for the quote unquote undocumented children, my question for you is, how should this situation be dealt with? Let me know what you guys think.
America's failing public education system has also taken a huge financial hit with billions of dollars to educate the illegal migrant children who have crossed.
Shout out to Katsy. Katsy said, I know this is way off topic, but are you going to cover the UHC CEO thing? I haven't really been following it. I did see an interesting video that Joy Reid clip from MSNBC. She said that if Trump gets elected, then the United States is going to get ran like United Healthcare. I might actually cover it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't really been on it all like that. If that's something that y'all want me to cover, give me a thumbs up. Shout out to the replay gang. Let me know in the comment section afterward. And if you guys do want me to cover it, if I cover it, I will probably cover it on the Crimecast channel. So if one of the moderators could put the link to Crimecast in the chat, I would definitely appreciate it. But if it gets covered though, I'm gonna probably cover it on Crimecast.
crossed into our country over the past 4 years. Well, now that parents are fed up and have voted for change, several sanctuary cities and states are vowing to fight any new legislation to deport illegal migrant families. Joining us now to discuss this is guest faculty at the Leadership Institute School Board Programs and CEO of Optima Ed, Erica Donalds. Good morning to you, Erica. Always great to see you.
Yeah, shout out to Cassie. Cassie said there's a lot of hate out there. They're even talking about going after all healthcare workers. There's not going to be anybody to help anybody then. You know what I'm saying? They ain't going to have nobody to help them then. Yeah, go ahead, kill the doctor. You know what I'm saying? Then when you have a heart attack, sit there and die. You know what I'm saying? People so damn dumb. You know what I'm saying? They're dumb. Now, this is a weird thing, and I don't know if this is true or not. Like I said, I've kind of been paying attention, kind of not. It's not something that I've really been focusing a lot on, but I've heard that a lot of people are celebrating that the death. Shout out to Volvo. I appreciate it. You see that link that Volvo put in the chat? Make sure y'all hit that link. Now, I've heard that a lot of people are celebrating the death of the CEO of United Healthcare, and I think that that's weird. I don't understand why people are celebrating that person's death. Is anybody in here celebrating the death of that CEO? Now, mind you, you know what I'm saying? I don't like my boss. I don't think anybody likes the boss, but you know, I don't think that the CEO should just get popped for no damn reason. You know what I'm saying? Now, shout out to Unsunken One, right? Unsunken One says, I don't think that healthcare should be a business. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Okay. I don't think that healthcare should be a business. And insurance deductibles are bogus AF. Now, you guys are gonna, y'all already know. Y'all already know that y'all gonna hate me, right? Y'all already know that y'all gonna hate me. I disagree. I believe that healthcare absolutely should be a business. And as far as insurance deductibles go, I really am indifferent about insurance deductibles. I don't think that people should get free healthcare. I don't think people deserve free healthcare. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna lie to you. And honestly, I actually do believe that insurance should deny a lot of claims. A lot of claims. In many cases, people do very little to maintain their health. Most people are complete idiots. I'm an idiot. I do dumb stuff that affects my health negatively. And at some point, if I'm unfortunate, if my immune system or if my genes decide to, you know, weaken on me or break down, I will have to pay the price for some of the things that I've done. You know what I'm saying? That's going to cost money. You know what I mean? If you ask me, most people do not optimize the maintenance of their health. Healthcare, as it is here in the United States, is here to deal with acute failures in people's health. And most of those acute failures come from long-term health mismanagement. If you smoke your entire life and you develop COPD or you develop asthma or you develop some type of issue, oh, you absolutely should have to pay for help. You absolutely should have to pay for your albuterol inhalers. You should absolutely have to pay for your lung transplant. You should absolutely have to pay for any type of care that you get because you did that to yourself. If you decide to sit up there and just get obese as all hell and you end up developing diet, why is that? Do you guys know that most type 2 diabetes is self-induced by diet and lifestyle? And then they want to run to the doctor and get an immediate situation. Oh my goodness. You know what I'm saying? Like my fingers turn black. I need your help. I need your help. No, you needed to help yourself by not sitting there eating up an entire box of Twinkies every damn day. Now all of a sudden it's somebody else's problem. And if they don't give you the answer that you want, then all of a sudden these people want to run and go tell the board, right? But nobody wants to tell the truth about how much of a slob that they were their entire life. These people are slobs. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you ask me, people should be dealt with on an individual basis, right? And I like some of the things because sometimes there's discounts with healthcare. A lot of times, right? A lot of times they'll do like a tricep skin fold, you know what I'm saying? And if you're not obese, you know what I'm saying, then you will get a specific discount on your insurance. You know what I'm saying? You definitely get a discount on your insurance if you're not a smoker, right? And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not even going to go there. But I do believe that healthcare, because people don't make it their business to maintain their health. People don't make it their business. If you go to the gym, in most cases, unless it's like after work, the gym can be the most empty place in the world. A lot of companies that people work for, they got an exercise bike somewhere. They got an elliptical somewhere. Nobody does anything except for throws coats on top of it. You will find more people outside by the dumpster smoking than you will in the facility offered workout facilities, right? By your job. I don't feel sorry for none of these people. The same way I don't expect anybody to feel sorry for me if any of my vices, caused me a healthcare issue. I know what I did. The only person I got to be upset with is myself, which is one of the reasons why I'm at the point in my life where it's certain things that I'm trying to change, right? But I think that, I don't like, if people don't feel that it's a priority to try to maintain their own health, then they should definitely have to pay somebody else to maintain their health. You got to, if you don't maintain your lawn, you pay a landscaper to maintain your lawn. You got to pay them. You know what I'm saying? If you have a cleaning service to clean your house because you don't maintain your house, you got to pay them. You don't want to maintain your own health, you're going to have to pay a healthcare team to maintain your health. And if they charge a lot of money because they got to use equipment like MRIs and equipment like PET scans that cost millions of dollars, hey, you got to pay the price. And if the insurance company don't want to jump every time you got a paper cut and do whatever test you think that they need to do, despite the fact that you've never done one day in med school or never done one day in respiratory therapy school or one day in any of these other type of schools, and you think that you're going to dictate your care, you didn't dictate your care when you were in charge of your own care. Now you're going to go to the experts and tell the experts what to do. I think that healthcare is a reality check for people. I don't have a problem with the way that healthcare is. And to be honest, let's keep it a buck. Depending on where you go, most places, even though it costs an arm and a leg, they'll still treat you. And a lot of the hospitals will forgive you for the bill. You just won't have to pay it. And that's without any government intervention. You know what I'm saying? That's without any government intervention. You go to one of these big learning hospitals or teaching hospitals, like they call them, and you go for some type of surgery or you got to get some type of treatment done. They might send you a bill that's like $50,000. You get with the financial services department at the hospital. In most cases, the big hospitals, they just forgive you if you make like 50% of the poverty line, which 50% of the poverty line is pretty generous. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be mad. Look, and y'all know, look, shout out to Carlton. Here we go. Yeah, pay for that. You know what I'm saying? You gotta pay. Now, here go the thing. Is there problems with the healthcare model? Right? Yeah. It's a lot of greed involved with certain elements of healthcare. Absolutely. Just like any other business. Is healthcare perfect? No. Are people overcharged for certain things? Yeah. Could the entire healthcare model be changed? Absolutely. I'm not saying any of that. All I'm saying is right now people think that, they should get healthcare for free. If people believe that, why don't they maintain their health better? Do you realize that most people don't care at all about being healthy? The only reason they care about any type of health, anything, is for cosmetic looks. The only reason most women want to work out and be at the gym is because of how it makes them look. They don't care that it help them have a better blood sugar. They don't care that it help them have a better blood pressure. Most guys only go to work out so it can be how women perceive their body. They're so stupid. They don't care about cardiovascular disease. They don't care about diabetes. They don't care about high lipids. They're dumb. They're dumb. The same way most people are dumb. And when you're dumb, you got to pay. You got to pay the dumb tax. And sometimes, I hate to say this, sometimes the dumb tax actually costs you your life. It can be like that with healthcare. You know what I'm saying? So, that's my feelings on that. But yeah, shout out to Jesse. What's good with it, bro? Yeah, if y'all want me to cover that United Healthcare, you know what I'm saying? I've actually had United Healthcare health insurance, I honestly, I can't say any insurance is better than any other insurance. I can't say. I can say one particular insurance is really good, but there's a reason why that particular insurance is really good. And honestly, aside from the one particular insurance that I'm talking about, the best insurance you could actually get for real, is Medicare and Medicaid. You get everything paid for with that. You know what I'm saying? But aside from all of that, I just don't understand why people are celebrating that the CEO got killed. To me, I don't understand that. I don't get it. I don't know the CEO. Is the CEO perfect? Probably not. You know what I'm saying? Is he corrupt? Could be. But I mean, like, I don't celebrate nobody getting killed in the middle of the street, though. You know what I'm saying? That shouldn't be how we do things. And I mean, how did he directly affect any of the people that's actually cheering about him getting killed? He didn't create the healthcare system. And listen, I hate to tell people this. The last thing that people want to do is come after healthcare workers. That's the last thing that you want to do. I don't know if a lot of people know this about healthcare workers. A lot of healthcare workers are really grimy. And that goes from the top down, from doctors all the way down to like nurses' aides. A lot of healthcare workers are really grimy. And a lot of healthcare workers got a lot of pent up anger. And if you come after a healthcare worker, if you don't take them out, that might not end too well for you. Because a lot of them people was just going around waiting to take out years of frustration on somebody. And if you give them a reason to, but people, they be charged up, they be charged up off that. They be charged up off that juice. They be charged up off that juice. And then they be finding stuff out the hard way.
See ya.
Good morning.
School leaders in Chicago, Colorado, and California have all vowed to oppose deportation efforts of the second Trump administration. Tell us how this influx of migrant children has had a detrimental effect to classrooms really across the country.
It's hard to believe that school leaders would oppose this effort of keeping these families together as their families are repatriated to their home countries, because the influx of migrants has put an unmanageable strain on our education system. As a former school board member, I can tell you our system is already strained of funds.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many of you all, we've seen this, right, throughout New York, Chicago, and in Colorado, right? How many people would agree that the undocumented migrant illegal border crossing situation here in the United States has caused massive issues? with the schools. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Unsungen One. Unsungen One said, Rob, they hadn't even cleaned the blood off the sidewalk before UHC went on with the investors meeting. I ain't trying to be funny, but like they can't stop because, you know what I'm saying? They can't stop because that happened. Because he gone, you know what I'm saying? They got shareholders they got to deal with. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I am not trying to be funny, but like that, I mean, that's just how it is. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. I mean, they still got a business to run. And they still got a business to run. The police taking care of that. They got to get their money. You know what I'm saying? They got to get their vote off. They got to figure out what they Q1, 2, 3, and 4 objectives are. They ain't got time to wait. Hey, the CEO ain't there. We need to get a new CEO, and the new CEO need to listen to what these shareholders got to say, and the police gonna handle that. But he's no longer with us. I mean, that's just that. Hey, that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Meeting the needs of students who are coming in with challenges, like who do not speak English as their first language, who are behind academically. And the pandemic only exacerbated those issues. And we're really putting the onus on our teachers to manage students coming in new all the time, month after month, new students, and having to manage their differing academic abilities. And we really don't have the funds to do it. It's affecting the ability to serve the needs of American students.
Yeah, and it's really put unprecedented pressure, as you said, on our public education system. And we fail to account for what this also does when we're also tracking statistics when it comes to testing. What are some of the stats across the country when it comes to our failing education system?
Well,
shout out to Unsungen One. Unsungen One said he was out of network. If he wasn't out of network then, he definitely out of network now. Oh man, the HMO and the H in HMO means heaven now, I guess. You know what I'm saying?
Fortunately, they are abysmal. As you know, the NAEP scores recently came out that showed only about a third of our 4th and 8th grade students are reading on grade level. And we witnessed the largest drop in math scores in those 2 grade levels in recorded history. Now, we are really falling behind when it comes to the global competition of academic performance, and this is not helping matters at all. You look at a place like Baltimore, where 40% of the high schools have exactly 0 students who are performing on grade level, who can read proficiently according to the NAEP and according to scores. And then states like Massachusetts that are actually removing their high school exam. So we don't even know how those students are going to perform.
Yeah, and we have these packed classrooms right now, a lot of non-English speaking students. I was talking to a mom whose children speak both English and Spanish, and she said her 6-year-old son was acting as an interpreter for migrant kids in his class who had just arrived in this country because none of the teachers spoke Spanish. This has been a huge problem with a lot of our schools right now. What other impacts is this having?
Well, and you're not just seeing that there, and you feel so sorry for not just the students who are affected by this, but the teachers as well, because inevitably their attention is
Look, shout out to J-Lord. And real quick, shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. I really appreciate you guys. J-Lord said you get those bottom of the barrel doctors with socialized. Hold on real quick. Hold on. Give me 1 second. All right, there we go. Yeah. J-Lord said you get those bottom of the barrel doctors with socialized medicine. Ask anyone from those countries. Yeah. You actually do. You absolutely do. That's facts. And people really don't want to be dealing with that. Trust me.
Diverted to these new students that are coming in that are most of the time very far behind, not just speaking Spanish as a second language, but many other languages that are coming over our borders. And so it's inevitable that our students that are there, that are performing on grade level.
Shout out to my man MC Fact. You missed the Eat the Cat song. MC Fact says if they're not legal, they need to be deported. I agree. If you guys agree with MC Fact, throw some thumbs up or some flames in the chat. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
They are the ones who are going to suffer. And not only that, just as you gave the example, they're having to take their class time when they should be learning and they should be growing to help other students along. The teachers do not have the resources or the bandwidth to meet the needs of all of the Native and the American students and also the immigrants that are coming in nonstop.
It's hurting everyone. And it serves no good purpose for some of these teachers right now either. As you said, they're incredibly frustrated. It's not just the American kids, it's the migrant kids also who are incredibly frustrated. How much is this costing the American taxpayer?
well, untold amounts and in multiple ways. If you think about the number of families that have come over the border, if a third of the 3 million or so, it's hard to know how many.
Just this 1 year alone is what you're talking about, this 1 year.
Yeah, talking about this year, 3 million.
Right.
If 1 million of them are students in our public school system and $10,000 a piece, you're talking about billions of dollars that isn't there. It's not like we're pouring more money into the education system. Right. As a former school board member, I can tell you our budget is fixed. So it's actually just diverting those funds away from students who need those funds to get caught up after a pandemic and to make sure that we are reading on grade level. We're talking about added social services, cities like Boston adding multiple social services, people who are meeting the needs of special needs students that are coming in as well. And so the funds are not just additional funds costing the taxpayer, but it costs the taxpayers because they're paying these monies for their children and grandchildren to be educated. And those funds are being diverted for additional services for migrant students who need more help than what we're able to provide as a system.
All right. Guest faculty at the Leadership Institute School Board Programs and CEO of Optima Ed, Erica Donald. It's always great to see you.
Oh, man. Man, oh, man. I'll tell you what, man. Never mind. Let me shut up. But anyway, what we about to do now is we about to take a look at these reactions to we're about to take a look at these. This is interesting. Hold on real quick. What they're talking about here. We're about to take a look at these reactions to Trump talking about mass deportation. All right. We about to y'all got me dead in the comment section, man. I swear y'all be distracting me sometimes. Now they said that Ted Cruz kind of went off about something. I don't know what Ted Cruz went off about. We might have to look at that. we might have to look at that another day. We might have to look at the Ted Cruz thing another day. We might have to look at the Ted Cruz thing another day. But let's check out these reactions to Trump's mass deportation plan.
And now to the Trump transition. Yesterday, the president-elect told Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker that he plans to deport millions of undocumented immigrants and try to end birthright citizenship.
NBC5's Kate Chappell is here with us in the studio with some local reaction to this news being made in that interview. Kate?
Stephen Barry and I spoke to several immigration attorneys today who are concerned with the rhetoric and what it could mean for many here in Chicago. Not only those who are undocumented, but their families and communities, and also how they're preparing clients now ahead of Inauguration Day.
You promised to end birthright citizenship on day one. Is that still your plan?
Yeah, absolutely.
In his first post-election network television interview, President-elect Donald Trump said he has no choice but to deport everyone in the U.S. here illegally, and said he will move to end birthright citizenship, long enshrined in the 14th Amendment of the Constitution.
I'm understanding is he wants to do it by executive order, which is just not legally possible.
Victoria Carmona, a law professor at Chicago Kent, is concerned with the long-term implications that would have, but also says it's not realistic.
So in order to take that away, we'd have to get 2/3 of Congress, so both the House and the Senate, as well as 3/4 of the states would have to ratify that.
Carmona, born to immigrant parents herself, has received numerous concerned phone calls from clients.
Let me ask y'all this question. This is petty, right? But how many of y'all think she need to go talk to somebody about getting that? Speaking of healthcare, too bad the CEO passed away. She could have talked to him about getting that mole removed. You think the HMO or the PPO will handle that? I think they'll take care of it. Probably won't even cost that much neither. The dermatologist will laser that bad boy off right in the office. Go ahead and get that thing removed because people ain't going to be able to look at your face. They're just going to stare at that the entire time. Just like on, what's the name of that? What was that? Austin Powers? Yeah, just like on Austin Powers. They just gonna keep looking at it. It's gonna be like mole. Go get that bad boy lasered off. Get it cauterized or something.
Well as 3/4 of the states would have to ratify that.
Carmona, born to immigrant parents herself, has received numerous concerned phone calls from clients since the election.
Have your paperwork in order in terms of, right, if you have birth certificates of your children, if they don't have U.S. passports already, I think you should apply for a U.S. passport for them.
The Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights is also preparing the groups it works with for a new administration, particularly after repeated calls from Trump and his allies for mass deportations.
Everybody enjoys really basic rights to be safe in their homes, to be, to remain silent if questioned by law enforcement, to not sign any documents they don't understand, and to speak with and be represented by attorneys.
Trump says the deportation plan will begin with criminals, but then advance to others, describing scenarios in which U.S. citizens may choose to be deported with family members in the country legally.
Yeah. Hey, that's wild, man. Hey, that's wild. Hey, what do y'all think about that? Hey, you got a choice, right? Hey, you got a choice. You know what I'm saying? You can stay here or you can go right along with them. Hey, it is what it is.
Criminals, but then advance to others, describing scenarios in which U.S. citizens may choose to be deported with family members in the country legally.
3/4 of undocumented people in the country have been here at least 10 years.
And regarding Dreamers, Trump took a softer tone, telling Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker he is open to working with Democrats to keep undocumented immigrants who entered the U.S. as children in the country.
And you want them to be able to stay. That's what you're saying.
I do. I want to be able to work something out.
We are encouraging people with DACA to file to renew their DACA status as soon as possible. And I'm not overly optimistic about it, unfortunately.
Trump's mass deportation plan has been a key promise of his presidential campaign. Of course, we'll have to wait and see what actually happens when he takes office. But his comments on Meet the Press yesterday about the plan were the most expansive we've heard since the election. Marion?
Thank you so much, Kate.
Thank you so much, Kate. All right, so now what we're going to talk about next, we're moving into the Chicago section. All right, shout out to Chicago, Chi-Town, Dollar Bill. Your boy Brandon Johnson is in hot water. Your boy Brandon Johnson stay in hot water. You know what I'm saying? He stays in hot water, and he handles it terribly. He handles it terribly. Brandon Johnson, if you ask me, is probably unanimously one of the worst mayors in American history. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So shout out to the people of Chicago for voting in the worst mayor of American history. I know, you know what I'm saying, that goes right along with the Red Sox and the White Sox, but, you know, worst mayor in American history.
Mayor Brandon Johnson today sharing that one of his closest advisors is being investigated by authorities in Texas over a possible residency issue.
Political reporter Chris Tice.
What's up with all these crooks around Brandon Johnson? Y'all noticed this? We talked about that last dude who was doing the creep stuff at the employee party. Now they got this dude who was supposedly a Chicago resident voting in Texas elections. Shout out to Vovo. What's good with it, Vovo? Oh, yeah. Speaking of Tiffany, I don't know if anybody saw on the news recently, but her simp of a boyfriend has come out swinging for her. Right? Thank goodness he came out swinging and thank goodness he came out swinging and didn't come out shooting, right? Because that's, you know what I'm saying, you know. But yeah, Tiffany Henyard's simp boyfriend going at the media.
Mayor Brandon Johnson today sharing that one of his closest advisors is being investigated by authorities in Texas over a possible residency issue.
Political reporter Chris Tice in the newsroom with what we are learning about Jason Lee.
First on the budget, Tuesday morning's Finance Committee is the first sort of dip their toe in the water move for the Johnson team. Remember, their approach is impose a property tax hike but have no job cuts. It does not appear, at least at this hour, that Johnson's team has the 26 votes needed to pass it.
The first step, of course, is tomorrow.
Tuesday's Finance Committee meeting will be the first stress test for the mayor's plan for a $68.5 million property tax hike. $13 million more dollars.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many of you all believe that the people in Chicago should pay this money to deal with this migrant crisis? If you guys think that they should, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys think that they shouldn't, give me a thumbs down. After you guys let me know what you think, I'll let you guys know what I think. And as you guys know, what I think is probably going to be outrageous.
From new fees on cable and streaming services, $11 million proposed dollars from a heightened city garage tax, $8.1 million from a new ride-hailing tax, and just over $5 million from a heightened checkout bag tax.
Do you think you'll get to the finish line by Friday? I mean, that is certainly the effort of my administration.
But critics of the plan say the protect all jobs approach doesn't achieve the cuts voters want.
So I think that this is the wrong approach. Matter of fact, we should be getting away from speed cameras, just as other municipalities have, and trying to find different ways to create revenue.
The mayor needs half of council, 26 members, to go along with the plan.
And do you think the mayor is close to getting 26 by Friday?
I hope so. I honestly, I very hope so.
I don't think it will be this week, but we will see.
We will also see what the future holds for one of the mayor's senior advisors.
You know, as you know, Jason and I go back a little bit.
Jason Lee is being investigated in Texas for voting in the Lone Star State, which requires residency there, despite.
Why was he in Texas voting? Why was he? Somebody help me out here. Why was he in Texas voting? What was this fella doing here? Oh man! Shout out to Unsung One. Unsung One said he ain't ADOS. I just sense it. I don't know, bro. I disagree. I think that Brandon Johnson is absolutely one of First and foremost, the name Brandon Johnson. It don't get much more, you know what I'm saying? It don't get much more Black American than that. And second of all, homeboy got a whole Chicago accent. He got a whole Chicago accent. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, if you ask me, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't be doing the investigative work all like that. But Brandon Johnson, listen, I find it ironic, right? We Carlson gonna like this. One of the things that people say about these quote unquote names, right? These names, when you really know quote unquote one of these names, for the most part, these names, they are last names of the first original presidents. Lincoln, Washington, like Denzel or George, whichever one you want to choose, right? Who else? Let me see. Johnson, like Andrew Johnson, right? I don't know if people realize this, but people from Haiti, Jackson, shout out to Unsung One, Jackson. People from Haiti, they got French last names. You know, your name might be like Saint Pierre, you know, like the press secretary, or like Point du Jour, or Lanou, or, you know, something like that, right? Y'all know what the Spanish last names sound like. Yeah, shout out to Carlton Adams. For the most part, they British last names. They British. That's what they are. You know what I'm saying? Brandon Johnson straight up from the South Side, man. Ain't no escaping it, man. He from the South Side. People just need to. He from the South Side. They knew him in the hood. The boy from the hood. He is around the way. He's around the way boy. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. Just like Larry Elder. People need to stop trying to dump Larry, like Larry Elder from South Central. It is what it is. What's his excuse? You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Brandon Johnson is as American pie. That brother as Chicago as the Blues Brothers. You know what I'm saying? How many people agree with me? Brandon Johnson is as Chicago as the Blues Brothers. Brandon Johnson is as Chicago as Bernie Mac. Shout out to PD. PD said, Rob, they don't come over here and switch it up. No, he not from the South Side. Stop. That's what they said. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's what they said, though. That's what didn't he run on that? He ran on that. He was going around telling people that he was from the South Side, didn't he? Just like how Eric Adams lied and said that he was from Brooklyn and he from Jersey. For real, right? Ain't that what they said? Ain't that what he said? He the one said that. He the one said that. Shout out to DZ. DZ said, like the Blues Brothers, yes. Like Bernie, that's blasphemous. Oh man. You know what I'm saying? Hey. You know what I'm saying? It don't mean nothing, man. Brandon Johnson's still a clown. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? He's still a clown. You know what I'm saying? That's why he got to get clowned even more. Oh, man. Brandon Johnson, the clown, man. He the worst. He's the worst. He is the worst. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why people voted for. Can anybody explain to me why people voted for him? Because I'm going to tell you exactly why people voted for him. The strategy for voting for Brandon Johnson was that anybody was better than Lori Lightfoot. That was the strategy. Shout out to Unsung One. Unsung One said that. Hey, that's what we're about to start calling that, the Fox. The Fox. The Fox Hawk. But the strategy was anybody is better than Lori Lightfoot, right? If y'all would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all would disagree, give me a thumbs down. That was the strategy. Anybody is better than Beetlejuice. Now in 2024, everybody's saying Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. And she didn't appear in Chicago. She appeared, in Dalton. So, maybe, again, strategy, right? Strategy.
Being a city of Chicago employee, which requires residency here.
This will be the responsibility of the state of Texas. This is something that is being looked into, and as that process continues to unfold and play out, decisions and conclusions will be made based upon how this particular matter is not only underscored, but what is uncovered as a result.
Johnson said the Lee situation is a personnel.
Yeah, hey, look. Hey, Unsung One said Tiffany is big mad, bro. I heard I was covering Tiffany Henyard for a minute, and then I kind of fell off of covering Tiffany Henyard, but I kind of been following to see what's been going on, like a little bit, like on the sly. And I heard that they somehow got her off the ballot, and she mad about it. I heard that they got her off the ballot, and she big mad about it. Hey, I don't know what to say.
Matter and didn't have anything more to say about it. Alderman Ray Lopez, by the way, calling for an inspector general's investigation into this to get to the bottom of it. As for the city budget,
hey, you see, I keep Ray Lopez on Brandon Johnson's head. Ray Lopez on Brandon Johnson's head.
Ray Lopez, by the way, calling for an inspector general's investigation into this to get to the bottom of it. As for the city budget, the finance committee meeting is at 9 a.m. Tuesday morning. And remember, there's $1 billion almost gap that really needs to be filled to make this thing go.
Now, again, people not gonna like this, right? And it is what it is. We'll figure it out, right? But if you ask me, I'm gonna ask y'all first. How many of you all think that Chicago brought this on themselves? If you guys think that Chicago brought this on themselves, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't think Chicago brought this on themselves, then give me a thumbs down. If you ask me, Chicago voted themselves into this. So whatever they got to do as far as that $1 billion price tag, y'all voted for this. Y'all voted for this. Carlton said Tiffany has bigger issues to worry about, like staying out of prison. They talk about sending her to prison. They ain't gonna send her to prison. Look, listen. Literally nothing at all is gonna happen to Tiffany Henyard. Nothing's gonna happen. Nothing at all is gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Tiffany Henyard is going to keep doing the things that she do. She might not get elected again, but as far as like legal consequences, there's not going to be, she's going to be protected and nothing is going to happen to her. Now, shout out to Tiffany Henyard. Tiffany Henyard's people made her great. them city council people, all the people that she beefing with right now, those are all the people that used to be her homies that actually helped her to become the mayor. So they was all getting along when they was eating together. And then when whatever happened and they started to fall out, now all of a sudden everybody got a problem with it. I don't feel bad for Dalton either. I don't feel bad for Dalton. I don't feel bad for Chicago. I don't feel bad for New York. I don't feel bad for Denver. I don't feel bad for none of these places. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel bad for none of them. You don't get to make stupid decisions and then expect somebody to save you. You don't get to do that. That's not how the world works. You know what I'm saying? That's just not how it works. You know what I'm saying?
Those who are here committing crimes, robberies, shooting at police officers, raping innocent people, have been a harm to our country. Well, cancel me, because I'm going to protect the people of the city.
Let's start with cutting off elite.
Now, look, shout out to Unsunken One. Unsunken One said, yeah, they had a caucus, and a Negro named Napoleon is on the ballot now. I don't know no ADOS named Napoleon past 1864. Well, I mean, Napoleon is, if I'm not mistaken, that's a French name, isn't it? So, you know, that they're now here go the thing, right? This is what I'm saying. Now, there is a big group of Black Americans who do have French ancestry, right? Where they from and where they at? Shout out to DC. DC says she sold everyone's plate and bought some wings. Louisiana, yeah. Shout out to Unsunken One, yeah. Creole people, the Creole people, right? And I heard, listen, they was trying to, they not like us, the Creole people. They had this lady crying on TikTok. You know what I'm saying? They had the lady crying on TikTok. You know what I'm saying? They said she ain't like us, and she was all hurt. So everybody, the whole thing has been worn out and blown out and overplayed, and you really can't even do that without no actual evidence these days. But when it is actual evidence, in most cases, people don't even pay attention to it until it's too late. You know what I'm saying? They don't pay attention to it until it's too late. And then when it's too late and the damage has already been done, then people be like, look, this is that. Hey, I don't know what to say. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise says, be careful. Them Creole women will put a rut on you. Not all Creole women will put a root on you. A lot of them Creole women, you know what I'm saying? For one, listen, I'm going to put it like this. Shout out to the people like Marie Laveau. You know what I'm saying? But all Creole women are not Marie Laveau. You know what I'm saying? All Creole women are not Marie Laveau. Marie Laveau was a renowned voodoo practitioner. You know what I'm saying? Because voodoo used to be the official religion of Haiti, right? Which is one of the which the voodoo religion doesn't have anything to do with eating cats, but people were trying to relate that to, quote unquote, why they went on with the false narrative that people were eating cats. They tried to link it to voodoo, which voodoo has nothing to do with eating cats. You know what I'm saying? But every woman, just because they got a French last name, they don't have the talent to do the root stuff. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them can't even cook. You know, they cook them roots. You know what I'm saying? If they can't put the root in the microwave, they not going to be able to do nothing with it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jay. What's good with it? Hey, that's disrespectful, ain't it? That's disrespectful. Listen, if you can't put that root in the microwave and press the 30-second button, a lot of the modern, you know what I'm saying, a lot of the modern Creoles, they don't know how to do nothing. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise says, shout out RIP Red Fox. Yo, facts, man. Rest in peace, Red Fox. Red Fox was hilarious, bro. He was one of the funniest comedians to ever grace the stage, for real, for real.
Eagles getting free everything. Free housing, free schooling, free food.
Now, here go the thing, right? Listen, check this out. Y'all see these city council meetings? Now, here go the thing, right? I don't believe that any of these city council meetings are authentic. I don't believe any of those are authentic. None of them. None. Those people, those black people that you see at those city council meetings who are making these viral clips, they're hired by the same companies that send those white parents to the schools to have them crash out over critical race theory and LGBTQ stuff in the schools. It's the same. They're hired by the same people. The same organizations are sending these people all over the place. Most of these people are like Fox News affiliates. A lot of these people are not actual real people. I'm just saying, just peep game. Whatever happened to all those critical race theory parents? Did it just disappear? It just disappeared, right? Whatever happened to all those LGBTQ in the school parents? It's all gone. Where they at? Just like how, like, maybe about a year or two into the Trump presidency, these people will all disappear. Now, the migrants won't have all disappeared. They'll still be doing the mass deportation. But all these people, they'll all be gone. You know what I'm saying? They'll all be gone. But it's entertaining nonetheless, right? It's entertaining to watch.
Here, committing crimes, robberies, shooting at police officers, raping innocent people, have been a harm to our country. Well, cancel me, because I'm going to protect the people of this city.
Let's start with cutting off illegals, getting free everything. Free housing, free schooling, free food. The police detail you had, the 200 police detail you had. Let's start with that, because you Democrats, and you remember you told us to defund the police. Remember, you ran on that. Remember, y'all know for real. And now
this lady is definitely a paid actor. If y'all would agree that this lady is a paid actor, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't think she a paid actor, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to her. She deserved a Grammy. She definitely deserved a Grammy. And she telling the truth about Brandon Johnson. She said he ran. She said you ran on defund the police and you got a 200 police. She said you got a 200 police detail. Yo, that's wild. Hey, that's wild. Hey, shout out to everybody that's watching, man. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell and subscribe to the channel, please take a moment, hit that bell, subscribe to the channel, and also share the stream to your social media. Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said, I like her. Yeah, I like her too. I'll pay her for her acting skills. You know what I'm saying? I'll definitely pay her for her acting skills. I might need some crisis actors, you know what I'm saying, coming up here pretty soon.
housing, free schooling, free food. The police detail you had, the 200 police detail you had. Let's start with that, because
look, he don't know. Anytime Brandon Johnson get flamed up, he always standing up looking like a deer in the headlights, bro. He's always looking like a deer in the headlights. He don't know what to do. He just standing there. He's standing there like a statue.
You Democrats, and you remember you told us to defund the police. Remember, you ran on that. Remember, y'all know for real. And now, if you all vote on anything to raise all taxes or anything, because we already suffering homeowners, you all will not be in those.
Hey, shout out to Black Spider. Definitely appreciate the dime. Make sure y'all show Black Spider some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Black Spider. And she just bought y'all midday lunch.
In Springfield, don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the. Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is cough it up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there. It's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing in the where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he flipping at? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And then got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat that.
Drop that cat.
Drop that cat. hey, we need to make a pump.fun eating the cats, eating the dog, either a token or NFT. What y'all think? Let me know.
Seats. Okay, first you heard from New York City Mayor Adams and a major shift. He says deport criminal illegal aliens now. And also that was Chicago resident Danielle Carter-Walters describing how dangerous the situation is now in Chicago. Danielle joins us now. Danielle, we appreciate you so much for joining us on the show. Merry Christmas to you. I know it's so hard for you guys in Chicago. Can you please tell the viewer about what exactly is happening on the streets in Chicago now when it comes to illegal aliens?
Well, we have about 70,000 illegal aliens here in Chicago. They're just having entire restaurants all on the corner.
See, she got a Chicago accent too. She straight up sound like she from the Midwest. You know what I'm saying? Straight up sound like she from the Midwest. You know what I'm saying?
Residential areas. We having crime. We're having more shoplifting going on here. And we also having where the gangs are taking over. So it's really bad here in Chicago, especially when you dump 70,000 illegal aliens in our neighborhoods.
Shout out to Shatira. Shatira said, why she looks so much lighter? I think it's the lighting. I think it's the lighting. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think. See, because she got one of them type of cameras where the background is blurred. So she probably got like good lighting in this room where she at right here. I got the feeling that it's really dark in those Chicago town hall meetings. You know what I'm saying? I got this feeling. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said Carlton said she got the baby hair going. You go, girl. Go ahead. Go ahead with your bad self, shawty.
You know, Danielle, so on Monday, a mass shooting in Chicago, reportedly involving, migrants from Venezuela, 8 shot, 3 dead. And now,
Yes.
Chicago, is this right that Chicago spent nearly $600 million in illegal aliens since 2022, but the Democrat mayor and the city council, they want to raise your property taxes to pay for it when you guys are getting nothing?
Look at that. Look at that. Taxpayers foot the bill for illegal migrants. Why they vote for that mayor, man? Y'all got to pay for what y'all voted for, man. Ain't no getting out of it, man. Y'all about to pay that $1 billion off. I hate to tell y'all, got to vote better. Got to vote better.
Nothing in return. We're showing that the amount nationwide, it was $574 million. Now we're hearing from Chicago spent on this. Nationwide, $150 billion plus spent nationwide on illegal aliens. Is that is those the numbers you guys are hearing about too?
Yes. We are in $1 billion deficit. We have spent, and I believe it's more, $600 million on illegals, funding them free housing, free medical, free schooling, free food, everything free, all while trying to tax the taxpayers. So we are in $1 billion deficit. We want Brandon Johnson to allow Trump to come in and do his job. That's what
Hey, Carlton said, I bet she make a mean hammock sandwich. Bro, I bet you her house smelled like my grandparents' house when you first walk in. I bet, I bet you her house smelled just like my grandparents' house. How many of y'all grandparents' house smell like greens every single time you walked in? It don't matter. Even if they didn't even cook greens for like 3 weeks, the house always smelled like greens. I know mine did. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know if y'all's did, but mine did for sure. You know what I'm saying? Did y'all just have greens? Nah, we had steamed cabbage and rainbow trout. Damn, it still smell like collard greens up in here. Okay.
Will be voted for, and that's what we want as American citizens and as Chicago citizens. I did not vote for this mayor, nor have I voted Democrat since 2016. But since this is what we have to deal with, he's a dictator.
Hey, she looked like the macaroni and cheese that she make. Shatira exposed her. Shatira said her house smell like macaroni or smell like rice-a-roni. She ain't made no greens. I don't know. She looked like she looked and she sounded like she could cook. She looked like the type that got that kind of macaroni and cheese that you got to take out of the oven. It's in the glass oven tray and you got to take it out with a spatula. You got to shovel it out the glass oven tray with the spatula. Y'all know what I'm talking about. And it's burnt a little bit on the top.
He refused to listen to the citizens, and we're telling him right now, if you do not listen to us and let Tom Homan come in and get these illegals out of our neighborhood, that it's going to be a problem.
You know, Danielle, we got news coming in. Mexico troops just seized a record amount of fentanyl, an historic amount that was heading toward the border. Let's take a listen to New York City Mayor Eric Adams on what the money that's going toward illegal aliens, what it's not being spent on for taxpayers. Danielle, let's get your reaction to this. Watch.
Okay.
Listen, all you got to do is say, it don't matter who you are. All you got to do is say one thing that Fox News agree with, and they'll give you all the airtime in the world. I ain't trying to be funny, man, but they so damn desperate. I don't even know why they desperate. Like, why you desperate? Your man won the election. But Fox will just give you all if you say one thing that they agree with, they give you all the airtime in the world. Like, it's crazy.
The long-term impact of that $6.4 billion has not materialized yet. We could have spent $400 million on community schools who handle chronic absentees. We could have spent $600 million on 2,000 guiding counselors and social workers in school.
Look, shout out to Shatira. Shatira said, Danielle, tell her you don't give a fuck. You talking about Chicago. Right, I'm waiting. Man, let me shut up, man. I swear y'all got me dying laughing.
$39 million on summer rise and extended hours for 30,000 children. $22 million on MetroCards for 75,000 summer youth employment participants. $200 million could have gone to 1,000 more police officers. $84 million could have gone to 730 park staffs. The police budget is less than what we.
She like this. She like, girl, if Brandon. Hey. Hey, she like, girl, if Brandon Johnson don't sit his pineapple head self down somewhere and let Tom Homan get these immigrants. Oh man, they wilding, man. They wilding, man. Eric Adams snapped. Y'all remember y'all laughed at me when I got my Bitcoins? Y'all remember when y'all was laughing at me when I got my Bitcoins? I bet you wish you had got yours in Bitcoin.
Spent. The entire NYPD is only $6.2 billion. Fire department only $2.6 billion. They hurt the future of New York City.
A word on that.
Well, first, I think he's too late. He's definitely too late. He should have did this when it first happened, just like Brandon Johnson should have did this when it first happened. We fought him.
It's crazy how people's memories are so short. Now, Eric Adams didn't do it when it first happened, but he been changed position on the migrant crisis. He been changed positions on it. I don't know where everybody been at. I don't know why they acting like this is something new for Eric Adams. You know what I'm saying? Again, Who is the person that said, if we don't get a handle on this, it's going to destroy New York City? Who said that? That was Eric Adams that said that. None of these other mayors said that. And he said that before he had the charges on him. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy how when was he supposed to change? Now, mind you, when was he supposed to change positions? He's the first and the only one that has changed positions. And I ain't even saying that because I be, you know what I'm saying, doing the Eric Adams reactions videos. That's just facts. That's just chronological order. That's just the time. Joe, shout out to Katsy. Katsy said, I think that's why he has the charges on him. Yeah. Look, right. Shout out to Shatera. Translation. Look, you was with him with your black ass. Right.
He going along with the Fox shit. Don't touch me. I'm about to change on your ass. I'll beat your ass with my elbows. Werewolf style.
Because we wanted to get put on the ballot so we can vote on if we wanted Chicago to stay a sanctuary city. Brandon Johnson blocked that. So these Democratic mayors, Eric Adams now want to act like he wants to do something, but he should have did something 2 years ago when they started coming.
That's an important point.
So basically I blame him.
Again, who was the one that tried to get the right to shelter law amended so that they wouldn't have to house migrants? Who did that? Now, Brandon Johnson didn't do anything like that, but Eric Adams did something like that. Also, little known fact, when Denver decided to send migrants to New York and Chicago, Eric Adams was the one that said, no, don't send them here. Brandon Johnson took them in. So, I feel you, lady. You might be a little bit upset, but you got your own problems in Chicago that y'all voted for. You know what I'm saying? Eric Adams kind of always been on the fence about this. You know what I'm saying? Sorry.
For what's going on, just like we blame Pritzker and we blame Brandon Johnson, because these Democratic mayors and governors allowed this, and they knew that we didn't have the funding to fund this.
And the Democratic voters voted them in. The Democratic voters gave them trust and control, and this is what y'all get. It don't get any more simple than that. Shout out to Unsunken One. Unsunken One said she's the new diamond and silk. Bro, it's a whole diamond and silk. It's a whole diamond and silk mine out there now. The diamonds and silk are uncountable, bro. Like the stars in the sky nowadays. It's almost arguable to say like that's kind of like the baseline normalcy now. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
But they didn't care because they knew it was going to be on the taxpayer back. So now that we're in this deficit and the New York mayor is going through what he's going through, now he wants to act like he's trying to do something. But the good thing is he's acting like he wants to do something. Our mayor, Brandon Johnson, is doubling down on what he's saying.
Got it. Daniel Carter Walters, thank you so much very much for joining us tonight. We appreciate you.
Yeah, she got that story a little bit twisted. Eric Adams started going against that migrant crisis before he had the charges. You know what I'm saying? But, it's 2024. And like we said, facts don't matter no more. All right. So you see Brandon Johnson is saying all this crazy stuff, right? And I think that's what inspired this. That's what inspired this. Chicago is about to be ground zero for the mass deportations. That's what they're saying. Chicago finna be ground zero for the mass deportations. Trump border czar tells Illinois Republicans. Tom Homan said, don't pay attention to what Brandon Johnson is saying. Don't worry about what Brandon Johnson is saying. If Brandon Johnson is saying this and Brandon Johnson is saying that, we're going to make Chicago ground zero for our operation. Tom Homan made his remarks at the Northwest Side GOP holiday party. He also warned Mayor Brandon Johnson about the deportation plan, saying, if he doesn't want to help, get the hell out of the way. Brandon Johnson willing to go to jail and crash out for this. You know what I'm saying? He willing to go to jail and crash out for this. Look at this. Hold on real quick. Let me see. Let me log in real quick. I thought that I was logged in here. Hold on real quick. Let me see. Give me 2 seconds. Let's see here. Hold on real quick, man. You got to watch a doggone 30-second video in order to get this article if you don't have a subscription. Let me see. Hold on. It's almost, and I'll tell you what, while that's playing in the background, we'll look at this real quick. We will look at this real quick. Actually, you know what we're gonna do? This is what we'll do. We'll move the New York section up, and we'll come back to Chicago. What y'all think? While that's playing in the background, we'll move the New York section up, and we'll come back to the Chicago section. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said Brandon Johnson. Brandon Johnson will not fold. Do you think that tip on the top of his head will fold over? If y'all think that latex tip on top of his head will fold over, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, then give me a thumbs down. I think that latex tip on the top of his head might fold over a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Good to see you. How are you?
Not too bad. How are you doing?
Good, good.
I was wondering if you could follow up on another comment you made over the weekend about the potential of invoking executive action to override the council and sanctuary city laws.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give us any other details about what you're considering doing? I think you expressed why, but any details about any new policy you're presenting?
Sure.
And one quick follow-up to Kelly's question. Do you think the verdict in the Daniel Penny case says anything about the mood of the city, and do you feel like it opens the door for maybe more of these interactions of people?
And I'll answer the latter first. Of what you see, what people often do. A lot of people make interpretations, about trials, but juries are in the courtroom. They're hearing every piece of evidence. They are hearing the testimonies. They have to make the decision, and that's the system that we have. And actually, it is probably one of the best systems on the globe. And I think the juries heard the evidence and made a determination based on the evidence that they heard. And does it impact what's going to happen throughout the city, that people are not going to take action or going to take action? I don't think it does. I think that oftentimes people make these decisions when they are in the midst of it. And there's a desire of New Yorkers to help out those who are in need. There's a desire of New Yorkers to always respond when they believe it's necessary. And I don't think that is going to change in any way. This is not the first time, and I'm sure it's not going to be the last time that individuals take actions, and people are going to question about those actions that happen. But at the cornerstone and the heart of this is that this young man, like so many others that are on our subway systems, I made it clear. That's not a place to sleep, to live. That's not a place to be. And when they need help, we need to give them the help that they have. What was your first question?
Quickly, if you could give us any more details about what you're
That's the sanctuary city. I have not been unclear about this. I've been extremely clear. I've said it over and over again. I said it last year sometime. The part of the law that's a city council.
Hey, shout out to Carlton. Carlton said Best system. That's debatable. Right. So if that system end up landing Eric Adams in jail, remember it was the best system that put him in jail, right?
They have refused to change. That we cannot communicate with ICE when people commit serious violent acts. I disagree with that. That was not the sanctuary city law that Mayor Koch put in place. It was not the sanctuary city law that Mayor Bloomberg did. The previous administration made a major change. And there was a report over the weekend where a councilperson stated that, why don't you just open up the federal ICE office on Rikers Island? We can't. It's right. So, one should know what the law is and what the law isn't.
Why can't they open up? How many people knew that they had a federal ICE office on Rikers Island? If you guys knew about that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not know about that, give me a thumbs down. So it's just sitting there being unutilized while, a lot of these quote unquote criminal migrants, criminal illegal border crossers in New York City are tearing up the city. That's interesting, right?
And if I had legal standings to overturn that law, then that's the conversation I want to have with the court counsel. When we feel the law is unjust, we go to our court counsel and say, do we have legal standards? We're not going to do frivolous lawsuits just to say we're doing a lawsuit.
I was just curious, are you going to add crime? Because there is a list of crimes where someone committed them. You can release a detainer if ICE has a judicial warrant. So is it a matter of adding more crimes? Is it a matter of what you just mentioned, allowing ICE to work on city property? Any specifics you can give us?
My directions to the court counsel was to give me my options on what I could do as the mayor and what EO I can actually put in place. They are looking through the options. They're extremely clear on my feelings about people who harm innocent New Yorkers and people who harm migrants and asylum seekers. I'm clear on that no one in this city should be the victim of a violent crime. And so they're looking at that, and once we make a determination, I can circle back.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
How are you? Good, thank you. I just want to.
All right, so there's that. All right, yo, look at that little end screen element right there. Look at Mitch McConnell looking crazy. Y'all see that? Let's let's get a close up of that right there. Y'all see Mitch McConnell looking insane? What happened to that boy? Hey, what happened to that boy? You know what I'm saying? What happened to him? So yeah, so y'all remember that old lady that was extremely upset. She was extremely upset with the state of New York City. She said that because of the migrant crisis, it's become similar to a third world country. All right, y'all remember her? So we about to bring her back again real quick.
New York City has become the wild, wild west. And in some cases, with our immigrants, we have become a third world country. We have over 220,000 illegal migrants living in our city. And now with Trump.
She looked like one of them old women that put on too much Avon. And as soon as you walk in the room, like you just start choking. Like it's just overwhelmingly Avon or like just overwhelmingly Mary Kay. I don't even know if they still got Avon or Mary Kay. You know what I'm saying? People be selling that. People ain't doing that no more when you could just get on OnlyFans, you know what I'm saying? But back in the day, they used to sell that Avon and sell that Mary Kay and get them pink cars. She looks like if you walk in that office, you're going to get choked with an Avon or Mary Kay smell.
Coming back, and he talks about mass deportations. Hallelujah. Thank God.
Can you talk a bit about the issues that New York faces with immigration and crime?
Yeah, that's been going on now for 2 years. And we have been, just because of our sanctuary city and our sanctuary state status, we rolled out the red carpet for what was, crossing the border, the southern border. The southern border has been neglected for 4 years since Trump left office. It started really then because he had what was called a stay in Mexico part of his building of the wall, whereas they would have to stay in Mexico, be vetted, then come in the right way. Now, everybody should have borders. Borders is what keeps you secure. So when you open up the borders and flood it, we're not saying don't come to New York, don't come to America. What we're saying is come in the right way. So through this influx of non-vetting and our Border Patrol officers actually working as a concierge service. We've had gangs. They've emptied out the jails in Venezuela. You know, when people hear that, they think that's an exaggeration. That is not an exaggeration. And what is going on here in New York right now, we have over 220,000 illegal migrants living in our city off of the taxpayer dime. Free meals, free schools, free motor scooters, just run down the gamut, and everything they get for free on the backs of the taxpayers. We've had the kids going to school. They've never sat in a classroom before. So we have problems now in school. They speak, I don't know how many different dialects. They're trying to cater to all of these illegals. Keep in mind now.
Shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all have not smashed the like button, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. We got 44 people watching. Shout out to y'all. And we got 56 likes. We need 12 likes to get to the 1-on-1. So if we can get 12 people to smash that like button, if you guys could share, that'd be great. And let's try to get the likes to 100.
These people are here illegally. So when we talk about the crime, we have over 54,000 of that 220 that we know about that have been picked up for felonies, convicted of felonies. And now with Trump coming back and Tom Homan in charge of our new border, our new borders are, and he talks about mass deportations. Hallelujah. Thank God, because now he's going to hit these sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. We call them blue states, blue cities that are run strictly by the Democrats, the radical left side of the Democratic Party, zero common sense. And he's going to come into our city and he is going to find the convicted people, reinstate ICE, and deport them. We're not banging down doors on innocent people. We are going after the worst of the worst.
But it looks like the mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, who is a Democrat, he says that he wants to cooperate with the Trump administration, with Tom Homan, and he's actually being criticized by some on his own party for saying this. Do you believe him? Why is he saying he's going to cooperate with Trump?
You know, as a city councilwoman, I've worked very closely with the Adams administration. I'm a Republican, and that's a no-no here now. You know, if you are not a Democrat or a radical left Democrat, his own party is eating him alive. So now for him to say he's going to cooperate with Tom Homan, good for him. I believe him because he does not like, he's born and raised in New York, born and raised in Queens as I am. He knows what it's like to be a police officer. He knows what it's like to watch a police officer get shot point blank range in the head by an illegal immigrant. He sees what's going on with rapes and everything else. He doesn't like it. So if Trump is reaching out an olive branch, I truly believe that he had a clarity.
Carlton, you say her name is, that's Cruella DeVille. Hey, that's Cruella DeVille. Her name is Cruella.
In his head that said, why am I catering to my own party when they're trying to, they want him gone. Let me do what's right. And what's right is to stand up for the people of the city that he represents and to hell with the progressive left. He said it yesterday.
There are some who on the left who say, well, actually, Eric Adams is facing legal issues. There's a,
see, like, she one of them people. She one of them people that got somebody in her family, and their name is Pasquale. She got somebody. She one of them folks that got somebody in her family named Pasquale. You know what I'm saying? And somebody in there nicknamed Gino. You know.
Obviously, that's a very complicated case, but he's basically trying to position.
She got somebody in there named Pasquale, and she got somebody in there named Giuseppe. You know what I'm saying?
Himself to get a pardon from Trump, and this is all a cynical tactic to try and flatter Trump in order to get that pardon. Do you think that he's being that cynical?
No, I do not. No, I do not. I got
to
know.
Yeah, he did that. Yeah, he absolutely did that, which was dumb. Those prepaid illegal Visa and MasterCards, they just flat out gave him debit cards with an RFID chip in it. Here, go ahead and go tap the machine, and you can get whatever you want to. That was dumb. I don't know why they did that. That was dumb as hell.
Mayor Adams. I got to know his first and seconds that are around him. And I have to say, I think this is something that Eric's been meaning to say for a very long
Carlton, crazy. Carlton says she probably makes a good meatball dish. It's probably 7 generations old, too. It's probably 7 generations old, and it's not written down anywhere.
long time. But as most common sense Democrats, they are afraid, literally afraid, to go against their own party. You know, there's always that next rung on the ladder that you want to climb. In his case, re-election. In a lot of the politicians' case, it's always that next step. So I think he tried to work very hard with the progressives. I know he has. And with the city council on a whole, there's 51 of us make up the city council. And he tried only to get smacked down time and again, not just by our city council, but by our governor, Kathy Hochul. Kathy Hochul has been a detriment to the state of New York since
she's telling it all, man. she's telling it all.
Really afraid to go against their own party. You know, there's always that next rung on the ladder that you want to climb. In his case, re-election. In a lot of the politicians' case, it's always that next step. So I think he tried to work very hard with the progressives. I know he has. And with
I think Eric Adams actually used to be a Republican, if I'm not mistaken, Cassie. Shout out to Cassie. Cassie said, am I the only one that thinks Mayor Adams was a Republican in Democrat clothing? I think Adams used to be an actual Republican. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
With the city council on a whole, there's 51 of us make up the city council. And he tried only to get smacked down time and again, not just by our city council, but by our governor, Kathy Hochul. Kathy Hochul has been a detriment to the state of New York since she took office 4 years ago. And she's up for re-election in 26. And when she's 3 years ago, and when she's up for re-election in 26, she's going to be primaried with what I hope will be a great Republican or a moderate Democrat that has a spine. You see, we talk about Democrats, moderate, common sense. Problem is they lack the spine of leadership. We need a real leader now. We need a leader at the state level as well as the city level. And in order to do that, you know what? The pendulum swings both left and right. You got to find the middle ground between left and right, and you've got to learn how to work together. The progressive radical left doesn't want to hear the middle, the center. They just don't. It's not, and he wasn't left enough for them, and he's suffering the consequences of that.
A couple of years ago, I was in New York City making a film about crime, and I interviewed some NYPD officers, and they told me, do not go on the subway with all your camera equipment. We were even threatened in the street whilst we were walking very close to Times Square, people threatening us to try and get our camera equipment. You know, the atmosphere was pretty scary, frankly, being in New York City. Maybe that was just a unique experience to me, but can you just explain to people perhaps who haven't been to New York what it's like just walking around, just being on the subway, being on the metro? Do you kind of experience crime regularly, or do you feel safe?
I personally will not go on a subway for reasons being, you see what's happening with Daniel Penny, right? Are you aware of the Daniel Penny?
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that.
Okay. I came out very hard, very strong, right out of the gate that he's a hero. And this is a young guy, 24 years old when it happened, 26 today. And the jury is deliberating right now as we speak. And he was brave enough to take down a crackhead, a guy who was convicted multiple times, I think 44 times. And because our DA does not believe in law and order, you got to understand, New York City has become the wild, wild west. And in some cases, with our immigrants.
Now, how many people have heard about this? I heard that they actually plan on doing a federal probe, even though he'd probably enjoy a rectal probe more, on Alvin Bragg. How many people heard about that? If you guys heard about that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not hear about that, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, so Alvin Bragg is going to be disappointed because the probe that he gets is going to be a federal one, possibly, and not the rectal one that we all know that he wants.
We have become a third world country in a lot of ways. And what you went through in Times Square, I apologize for that. But our police are doing their very, very, very best while being handcuffed by our city council. They put their life on the line every single day. Daniel Penny did that same thing on the subway car. He was a former Marine, and he did not, he brought him down in what they call a chokehold, but he did not in any way, shape, or form use that as a choke hold. All he did was hold him down with the assistance of two other people If he wanted to kill this guy, he could have killed him. Now, just to show you how politicized the DA's office is and race baiting the DA office has become. The DA, the ADA who did her closing arguments, she made it sound that Daniel Penny got on that train. Well, he was already on when Jordan Neely got on, and he took his earbuds out, and he had to do what he had to do because Neely was threatening. Yet the ADA made it sound that Daniel actually wanted to kill this man. No, fact be told, if he wanted to kill him, he could have killed him in 2 minutes, a second. But he didn't. All he wanted to do was restrain him. He did. He used the form that was known to him, that he was taught as a Marine, and he held the guy down. He suffered injuries not caused by the chokehold, by other health-related issues.
So in your mind, this...
Somebody told me that they said that Jordan Neely died at that very instance from sickle cell. Somebody told me that that was actually part of the court transcript. Did anybody hear that? If you guys heard that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not hear that, give me a thumbs down. Nobody dies from sickle cell. Shout out to Dre D. Right. Health-related issues, quote unquote, being black. Yeah, facts.
This case wasn't to do with race or racism.
Not at all.
And if the jury does find Daniel Penny to be guilty, what do you think that says about the judicial system in New York City?
Our judicial system in New York City is a joke. In Manhattan, it's a joke. We're broken up into 5 boroughs, okay? The DA in Manhattan, as his first day in office, he went down a list of everything that was considered a felony, from rape to certain degrees of murder, and he did away with all of them. And that's why we have what's called a turnstile system here now. If you get arrested, illegal migrant or a New Yorker, you're released within 3 hours. So here the cops go through all the trouble and
Dre D,
paperwork
what's good with you, bro?
and their own lives on the line to arrest these people, only to get through the system within 3 hours before their paperwork is even completed. The police, their paperwork is completed. The felon that they just arrested is already back on the street. And they do it in your face. They're unapologetic for it.
And just one final question. I know today that a very, very prominent CEO of a huge healthcare company was murdered in New York. Can you just react?
No one dies from sickle cell. And no one dies from K2 either. You have a seizure from K2, and sickle cell causes pain. Sickle cell does not kill people. There's literally no one who's ever died from sickle cell at all. They actually had a medical doctor, from what I hear. They actually had a medical doctor say that. I don't know, man.
Back to that case, what do you think that says about crime in New York?
Well, it's shocking. I mean, I think this was, I don't know enough to speak of it, Stephen, just yet, because I just heard about it maybe 20 minutes ago. But coming from where...
Yeah, well, shout out to John. John said that's why a runaway slave brother did many stories on how they tried to say sickle cell traits cause black people to die when they died because of cops. Yeah, there's another thing that's called excitable delirium, right? How many people have ever heard of excitable delirium? If you've listened to my channel for any amount of time, we've talked about excitable delirium before. And, you know, here's the thing, right? It's nobody cares. I've been talking about excitable delirium for years. Nobody cares. Nobody brings it up. Nobody talks about it. Nobody reads the FBI reports on it. Nobody. So it's just me talking about excitable delirium to the air. And then when these type of situations take place, people are upset. They hear the news. They want to say stuff. They want to, have, talking points where they're able to defend their positions, and they just choose not to. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Real Twin. Real Twin said Prodigy died from sickle cell. No, Prodigy suffered from sickle cell. He died from choking on an egg at the hospital. Nobody dies from sickle cell because sickle cell doesn't kill you. You know what I'm saying? Sickle cell causes a sickle cell crisis. In a sickle cell crisis doesn't kill people.
I want to pivot to a different topic, which is immigration. You're meeting with Trump's border czar next week. You also, and you came on Squawk back in March and talked about those debit cards that you were advocating to be giving to migrants. That program is ended. But I'm curious whether you think in the end that was the right decision or the wrong decision, not to end it, but to begin it.
Yes, and they were not debit cards; they were food cards. And
I want to show you all this. Prodigy, cause of death. Mobb Deep member died from choking on an egg. Coroner confirms. The rapper was being treated for sickle cell anemia in the hospital because sickle cell anemia doesn't kill people. Okay. Now, because sickle cell is something that is, not exclusive to Black people, right? But it's something that affects a lot of Black people. I'm kind of disappointed that more people didn't really call out that doctor and say, that's kind of nonsense because nobody dies from sickle cell. Nobody said anything. Everybody just sat quiet like some damn mice. Yeah, and I agree with you, Leonard. But that's what the coroners say. I agree, because Prodigy was the first one that was talking about the Illuminati. As much as everybody liked to dick ride Tupac and say that Tupac was exposing the industry that he was actually a part of, it was actually Prodigy from Mobb Deep who is the first rapper to ever mention the Illuminati. You know what I'm saying? Now, Real's twin said homozygous sickle cell hemoglobin. The median age of death is 42 years for males and 48 years for females. That doesn't mean anything, bro. The only thing that means is that those people die at those ages. There's nothing in the sentence that you said that relates those deaths to being caused by sickle cell. If those deaths are caused by sickle cell, then they have to be caused by some type of organ failure that sickle cell causes. What organ failure does sickle cell cause that causes those deaths at those ages? Now, mind you, the people that also have sickle cell, they die early. I don't know if you realize this, but we die early. For many different reasons, right? But we die early. Here's the reality. Prodigy died of choking on an egg. And nobody dies from sickle cell. Okay? Jordan Neely didn't die of sickle cell. Now, Candace Owens might say that Jordan Neely died from sickle cell, right? She didn't die. But Jordan Neely didn't die from sickle cell. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. People need to tighten certain stuff up. You know what I'm saying? People need to tighten certain stuff up.
food cards. The law requires us to feed the migrants and asylum seekers that are here. We saw that there was food waste, and during the emergency, we gave them.
Now, here goes my question. Where was the sickle? Everybody should be a sickle cell expert, if you ask me. Everybody should be a sickle cell expert. But a lot of people don't even know their family medical history, which is sad. Very irresponsible. That's another reason why people die so damn early. Right? Now, my question for everybody. Is why, when that doctor said that, why didn't people come out about that? That was a doctor that said that. That doctor should have his board certification removed. That's medical misinformation. You know, they was getting people for medical misinformation for saying just, you know, opposing opinions about C-19. This is one of the reasons why I don't believe people, man. I don't believe that people want the stuff that they want. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many people agree with this? If you can't defend yourself, you deserve to get beat up. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Pivot to a different topic, which is immigration. You're meeting with Trump's border czar next week. You also, and you came on Squawk back in March and talked about those debit cards that you were advocating to be giving to migrants. That program is ended. But I'm curious whether you think in the end that was the right decision or the wrong decision, not to end it, but to begin it.
Now, shout out to Shatera. Shatera said, I have friends with sickle cell, not aware of it in my family. Yeah, I don't have any knowledge, at least, of any sickle cell in my family. I know an Italian girl who got sickle cell. I know an Italian girl that got sickle cell. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, and they were not debit cards, they were food cards. And you know, some of the sensationalism that was attached to it didn't understand the full mission. These were food cards. These law requires us to feed the migrants and asylum seekers that are here. We saw that there was food waste. And during the emergency, we gave them food cards where they had to purchase food on those cards. Instead of purchasing it from large conglomerates, we were able to spend the money locally in our local stores, our bodegas, our supermarkets. This was a smart idea of recycling the dollars within our city. And the reason we ended the program is because of the job we've done. 220,000 migrants and asylum seekers in the city, 170,000 we were able to move to the next leg of our journey because of smart policies. We brought down the cost of the migrants and asylum seekers. This cost our city $6.4 billion that the federal government should have picked up the price tag, and they didn't. So we made the right decision. And I think now we have an administration that we can work with to further secure our borders and deal with this immigration crisis we're facing.
What's been the reaction to some of your comments that you made earlier this week?
Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I disagree. If you're a kid or an elderly person, you shouldn't get beat up, especially by someone in their biological prime. I agree. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. What's good with it, bro? I absolutely agree. Now, shout out to MC Fact. MC Fact says the sickle cell trait is different from the sickle cell anemia. Yeah, of course. The trait is simply how it's expressed in your genetics. The actual anemia is caused by if the trait manifests into manufacturing the proteins that cause the fibrinization of the glycoprotein layer of your red blood cells, right? So, yeah, those are two different things, right? Just like, you know, having quote unquote cold symptoms is very different than actually having a quote unquote cold infection. Right. Then again, this goes back to my point of why I people should pay top dollar for healthcare. Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise said, y'all watch this. BLR, what about suffering from lactose intolerance? If you ask me, that's self-induced. And what was that person that was doing that discovered milk? What were they doing at the time? What was the person that discovered milk doing at the time when they discovered it? Now think about this. If you go to the hospital and you breastfeed, if you get milk from another woman to the wrong kid, it could cause an immune reaction, right? But the government tells you it's okay to drink milk from a cow, and people think that I'm weird and they drink cow body fluids. You know what I'm saying? Who discovered milk and what was they doing when they discovered it? What were you doing to a cow to make it squirt all over you and then you decided to taste it and then say, you know what? Let me share this gift with everybody else. Who did that? Who did that? You tickled it till some pus came out and then you tasted it and then you wanted to tell everybody else they should try it. Who did that? And they sell it in the stores. They call it pasteurized. Ugh. Because they was messing around in the pasture.
About immigrants and migrants that have come to the state illegally and what may happen under a Trump administration. You've suggested you're going to work with the Trump administration. There's others, obviously, in this city who, and this is been considered a blue city for a long time, that have suggested you shouldn't be.
Think about that for a moment. Imagine 4 years of warring with the president and not working with the president. Our country is about how do we move our cities forward, and that's what my goal is going to do. And people say you're changing.
Yeah, look, that's what it is. How many people knew? That's what part of the white color of milk is some of the somatic cells that are in it. Y'all know what somatic cells are, right? Go look up somatic cells and see what they are. You know what I'm saying?
Comments. It's the same comments. When I was on your program last year, I talked about those small number of migrants and asylum seekers who are coming here committing violence in our city. And those acts of violence are unacceptable. Not only are they unacceptable to everyday New Yorkers, but they're also unacceptable to migrants and asylum seekers who are here. Anyone that commits a crime in this city should be held accountable. And those who are here based on the guests of our city and our country, they should be.
Now, mind you, again, right? Just pay attention, right? Eric Adams said anybody that commits a crime in the city, they should get held accountable, yada, yada, yada. Now, mind you, Eric Adams might be one of them people that get held accountable for a crime in New York City pretty soon.
Moved from our country after they serve their time. And I've been consistent on that no matter who's the president at the time.
What's your relationship right now with President Trump, President-elect Trump? He made some very nice comments about you, as you might remember.
Look, Jay Lord, sickle cell does not lower your oxygen to the point where you will not be able to breathe. There is nobody that has ever died of the condition called, quote unquote, anoxia as a result of sickle cell. And sickle cell actually, if it did anything restrictive in that mechanism, what sickle cell would do is it affects your blood flow before it affects your quote unquote oxygenation ability. It amazes me, right? It amazes me. People will try to find a molecular reason for a common sense question, right? For a common sense question. The guy was in a choke hold. It's a choke hold. You know what I'm saying? The choke hold mechanically restricts your airway. You know what I'm saying? Now, in most cases, Occam's razor would apply, right? The simplest explanation is always the most correct, right? Except for when. When does Occam's razor not apply? Occam's razor doesn't apply when black people are in chokeholds. Well, you know he only had one lung. You know what I'm saying? You know he only had one. You know he only had one lung. Oh, you know what happened? Man, he had got high 3 days ago, and you know what I'm saying? Occam's razor doesn't apply. Everything lowers your oxygen. K2 was sold over the counter, non-controlled by the government at the gas station. There's no interaction between K2 and sickle cell. None whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? Now, nothing contributed to his death except for the chokehold that he was in and the ticking clock of time. That's it. Where are other instances of people falling out dying because of sickle cell? Where are other instances of people dying because of K2? So he skipped what K2 is known for, which is neurological side effects, right? He skipped all of that, just went right to just all of a sudden I can't breathe. Seriously. Where's any other instances of any of this? Schizophrenia is not a lethal condition either. It's a mental condition. And I think despite people's disagreements on how they may feel about the Daniel Penny case, everybody will agree that Jordan Neely had mental disorders. He had mental issues, right? I don't think anybody has said that, he wasn't schizophrenic. But schizophrenia is not a death sentence. Of course, unless you're certain people. As a matter of fact, in most cases, we're supposed to cater to people's mental disorders because anxiety is a mental disorder. Let me ask you guys this question. Somebody look this up for me. Isn't opiate abuse listed as a quote unquote mental disorder? Yeah. Now sickle cell can contribute. Again, sickle cell is like HIV, right? HIV doesn't kill people, but it creates conditions in your body that can accelerate your death if not maintained. A lot of the reason why a lot of these people with these type of diseases die is not because of the disease itself, is because of poor maintenance or failure to maintain. Yeah, look at that. Shout out to Cassie. Yeah, it's in the ICD-10. So, it's just interesting. It's just very interesting. And then when we get down to it and we start asking these questions, stuff gets revealed.
At the Al Smith dinner.
Well, I'm a nice person, so people should make nice comments about me. I have a big heart. I love the city. I served it as a police officer, state senator, and the borough president. And so President Biden made nice comments about me when he came to the city. And I visited him in Washington, D.C. and talked about crime. He helped us with crime issues. I think we should have done a better job around securing our borders and not have the cities pay this awesome amount to deal with a national problem. And so when I communicated with the president, it's the same thing I communicated with President Biden. We need resources for the city of New York, and I look forward to.
Sickle cell didn't contribute to his death. How did sickle cell contribute to his death? And he lived with sickle cell his entire life. He didn't live with a chokehold his entire life, but the chokehold didn't contribute to his death. Make that make sense. Every day, every minute, every second of his life, he lived with sickle cell. Every day, every minute of his life, he did not live with a chokehold. But the sickle cell killed him. Make that make sense. Make it make sense. How many people agree that every day, every second of his life, he lived with sickle cell? One day of his life, he lived and actually didn't end up living with a chokehold, but the sickle cell killed him. Oh, man. That's hilarious. They said that it contributed to his death. They're saying that it's a comorbidity. Explain to me how it's a comorbidity with a chokehold. I didn't even know chokeholds had comorbidities. Listen, I'm going to tell you guys something. I could walk out of my house and a police officer, you know what I'm saying, or, one of the Duck Dynasty people could decide to just blow my head off with a shotgun. They do an autopsy and find out that I had carcinoma in situ. Do you know that the entire United States and a lot of black people, Anton Daniels and Officer Tatum, they'll say, why are you guys outraged? What ended up happening was he died of cancer. And everybody will go along with it. Everybody will go along with it. I could walk, my neighbor is white, right? I could walk right outside my house. My neighbor just blow my brains out. They find out that I had one chronic disease. The chronic disease killed me. Not the bullet, the chronic disease. I guess it's because I got a helmet head and an adamantium skull like Wolverine. The bullet bounced off my skull, and the health issue that I had that was a chronic health issue that probably would have killed me in like 10, 15, 20 years. That killed me, not the bullet. That's hilarious. You know what I'm saying? That's hilarious. But I want to know how that makes sense. Now, if that doctor was actually honest, that doctor would have mentioned about how you can have a pulse, right? But your heartbeat can be in a arrhythmia where you're not living, and it's just neurological reflexes. But the doctor didn't say that, though. The doctor decided to say some bullshit and said he died from sickle cell. You can have what's called pulseless electrical activity. You can have ventricular tachycardia. You can have ventricular fibrillation. And you can have what's called Cheyne-Stokes respirations. Now, listen, this is why people need to get charged for healthcare. Because y'all don't know shit. This is why I could never cheer on the United Healthcare CEO getting killed. I could never cheer that. I could never cheer that on. You know what I'm saying? I could never cheer that on. Because people don't know shit. So you got to pay. When you don't know shit, you got to pay the experts. And when the experts can charge you whatever they want to charge you. You know what I'm saying? The experts can charge you whatever you want to. Listen, I want to ask you all this question. If I walk outside and a police officer or a non-black person decide to just shoot me in the head, and they do an autopsy and find out that I had like a mole that was cancerous, right? Say, for instance, I had a little mole that was like skin cancer. How many of you all would agree that America would all sing in chorus that I died of cancer at the exact same moment that the bullet hit my head? If I died and the bullet hit my head like that, y'all better be more worried about what happened after I died. You know what I'm saying? Better be more worried about what happened after I die. So now, New York City is closing down more migrant shelters. They shutting down more migrant shelters. Why they shutting them down? Like Onyx, shut them down, shut them down. What did DMX say on that song? Hey, yo, I bet you this motherfucking double barrel will blast his face. Be on the lookout for a basket case. Remember that? Shut them down. Shut them down. Shut them down. Shut them down. Hey, yo, I bet you this motherfucking double barrel will blast his face. Be on the lookout for a basket case. New York City's Floyd Bennett Field migrant shelter to close in January as a number of asylum seekers drops. Where they going? Why the asylum seekers why they not coming to New York anymore? Yeah, you talking about the Roosevelt Hotel? Yeah, it's still being leased by New York City. Hopefully they end the contract. But like Jay Lord had said earlier, you guys know that it's actually owned and operated by the Pakistani government, right? Yeah, shout out to Lewis. Shout out to Lewis Knowles, bro. Listen, I've been said this, and people just need to understand that this is how it is, and this is one of the reasons why you got to arm yourself, not only with ways of defending yourself physically, but you got to be able to defend yourself, you know what I'm saying, on a psychological level as well. All rules fly out the window. No rules matter when it comes to dealing with black people. No rules matter. None. And here go the thing, right? People either got to make the choice to get power to be able to dictate and make sure that rules can be applied and consequences can be enforced, or people got to live with is open season on you all the time, and it don't matter. They'll justify killing your kids, bro. They'll justify killing your kids. You know what I'm saying? They'll justify killing your kids, and they'll tell you to hurry up with the funeral. You know what I'm saying? For real. People better learn what time it is, man. Everybody's got family problems. The world doesn't stop because of you. They'll tell you that if your infant die. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that until people actually recognize that, until people keep acting like they're shocked by these behaviors, people keep acting like they're shocked by this stuff. Hey, the more you give it shock, that's why they call it shock value. The more people give it shock value, the more that shock value is going to get that stuff power. What's going to actually take away from the power is when people start insulating that shock and start doing things back. Yeah. I'm not, bruh, like, I mean, I ain't seen Homeboy's medical records. I don't know if he got sickle cell or not. I'll tell you one thing, though. If you go to the doctor, if you go to the emergency room or something like that, if you're black, they'll just start checking off boxes. They'll tell you that you're diabetic. You know what I'm saying? That's the first thing that the healthcare system will do. They'll tell you that you're diabetic. I can't tell you how many doctors I've had tell me like, oh, you're diabetic? No, I'm not diabetic. I don't have high blood pressure. I don't have none of that. Then they go ahead and do their labs. Go ahead and take your blood sugar. Go ahead and take your blood pressure. You know what I'm saying? And then they see that they're not correct. Then they got to try to prove themselves correct. So they go ahead and get a HA1C, which is a lab that tests your blood sugar over 6 months. And then the HA1C comes back negative. And all these tests that they ordered, you and your insurance got to pay for them because you're so dumb, you don't know about yourself. The doctor can tell you more about yourself. Jay Lord, you feel closed in? Ain't nobody coming after you. Anybody got you in a headlock? Anybody got you in a chokehold? Ain't nobody coming after you. You can't cry wolf in the comment section. Come on now. Nobody coming after your ass. It's called a quote-unquote spirited debate or a spirited disagreement. I ain't seen one person in the comment section swear at you. I ain't seen one person in the comment section curse at you. I ain't seen one person in the comment section talk to you crazy at all. My man Cartel Way even quote-unquote called you fam. It is a race issue. It's always a race issue. How do you feel about that black dude down in Florida that punched the soul out of that white dude at the Dunkin' Donuts that attacked him and called him a nigger? How you feel about that? Probably feel like he shouldn't have hit an old man, right? But he was attacked. But he was attacked. Listen, why I don't understand why people can't just be honest. Black people should be open season on everyone, right? And everyone else should be allowed to have a human punching bag or a human bullet bag, and it should just be okay because of our sentiments on how we feel about these people. I don't understand why people can't just say that. Just say it. I don't get it. It is a race thing. It is always a race thing. And then when people show here's instances of where something like this happened to somebody else, then it's always excuses. How is it that only black people die of healthcare crisis during interactions with police? There was an old white man that got arrested, I think it was last week, for robbing a bank. Did anybody hear about that? Now, he's old. He was old as hell. If I'm not mistaken, I think he was in his 70s, right? If he had a heart attack while he was running away from the police or while he was robbing that bank, do you think that anybody would be stuck on his heart health, or would they be stuck on they can't believe how this old man was treated? Which one would it be? I just don't understand why. I don't understand why the people who actually have the race issue want to project onto other people. It's not always a race thing. It is always a race thing. It's always a race thing. And it's always a race thing with white people having an issue with other races. White people in the United States made all these laws that literally have black people in them. Earlier, we just talked about, quote unquote, Operation Wetback. Who you think was running that? Definitely wasn't black people kicking Mexicans out of the United States and sending them back to Mexico. One thing that I'm going to need people to do is I'm going to need people to stop projecting about their race phobia and just own the shit. Just own it. I mean, who cares? Does it really matter? Who cares? I don't care. I mean, I don't really care. I just don't understand the dishonesty. I don't understand the projection. If you feel if you feel shameful, if you feel dirty because of the way that you feel about other people or other groups of people, I don't know. You can't have it both ways. Either work on how you feel about those other people, or embrace how you feel about those other people. I don't know, but I don't care. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people in the world that need to have the acceptance of other groups of people. I don't. I could care less. You know what I'm saying? I just wish the people would be honest. Now, they said that. Now, how did it contribute? No, we're not. We're not. We're now, J Lord, again, you're projecting. Nobody said anything about Jordan Neely at all. We're talking about the contribution of saying sickle cell killed him. Who said that he wasn't violent, and who said that he wasn't scary? Who said anything about him at all? We're talking about sickle cell. What you're doing is projecting. people who do this kind of thing, you should just say, you know, we believe that we should be able to take the life of whoever we want whenever we want. You should just say that. I mean, nobody would care. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, people should just say that. Now, here goes the thing, right? Shout out to Unsunken One. Unsunken One said, what made him violent? We weren't even talking about him being violent. The whole issue was around sickle cell, but because Jay Lord felt closed in, she felt suffocated herself. You know what I'm saying? She felt that same lack of oxygen that Jordan Neely felt. She's got to deflect and say that we're talking about the quote unquote verdict. Nobody's talking about the verdict. We're talking about why was sickle cell being brought into it. And it's racist. You sound so woke. You sound so woke. It's racist. Let me tell you what's racist. Automatically assuming that a black person has sickle cell. And I don't give a flying fuck if you think that is racist. If you think that it's racist, then I am racist, and get the fuck out of here. Yo, somebody yap this bitch. How about that? And you still got to pay for the rest of your membership. Maybe if you learn how to talk to somebody, because nobody said go fuck yourself. But if you think that you're gonna come in here telling us to go fuck ourselves and everybody has been interacting with you nicely, nah, fuck that. Yap this bitch, and she paying. It's only the 10th. That membership gonna stay coming out your bank account to the end of the month, and ain't shit you can do about it. Yap that bitch. And I called you a bitch, and it ain't shit you gonna do about it. Put me in a chokehold. Now, I think that wrench might have contributed to your disappearance. I think that wrench might have contributed to your disappearance.
Ancient spirits of evil, transform this decayed form to Mumra, the ever-living.
And this is what I'm talking about. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, wow, and we were being respectful to this person. These motherfuckers think that you owe them some shit. And this is what I'm saying. This is one of the reasons you can't be civil with these motherfuckers. You can't be civil to these motherfuckers. And that's why you just play the game, and then you get dark on that ass real quick. Fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Crying like a bitch. Crying like a bitch. We talking about sickle cell. This quote unquote racist garbage. Fuck is wrong with you? Oh, that's right. I remember what's wrong with you. You're a fucking bitch. Duh. We're not going to make it complicated like we're not going to make it complicated like a chokehold versus a chronic disease. Yeah. Shout out to Cameron. Facts. Thanks for becoming a channel member. Yeah, like I said, Carlton even called you fam. But this is what I'm saying, man. People don't be willing to pull the trigger. You know what I'm saying? People be playing around with people the whole time and shit. Man, I'll play that shit, man. I'll play with you a little bit, then that's the end of it. You know what I'm saying? I'll play with you for a little bit, and that's the end of it. Now I'm going to be using your membership money to help close the racial wealth gap. The racist wealth gap. Now this is now she feels attacked, right? You in here telling people to go fuck themselves. Nobody told you to go fuck themselves. Nobody told you to go fuck yourself, even though you do because nobody else will. Nobody told you to go do it, though. Nobody reminded you that you have to fuck yourself. Nobody reminded you about that shit. You just did that. But you just decided to tell us to go fuck ourselves. Now, not only do you have plenty of time to go tell people to go fuck themselves, but you can actually go fuck yourself because you definitely are not going to be using your hands to type into the chat. Oh, man. Sad, 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 sad. You shouldn't have to be like that, man. You shouldn't have to be like that, but you got to be like that. You got to be like that. I don't understand. It's racist. Now, I want y'all to pay close attention, right? Do y'all notice how none of my questions got answered? If y'all noticed how none of my questions got answered, give me a thumbs up. If you don't notice how none of my questions got answered, give me a thumbs down. This is what I'm saying about people dealing with shit like this in real life. If this was real life, people would just let this shit fly. They just let this shit fly. And then, you know, I come in being me, and the very people that'll be behind the person's back who was saying all this shit, talking crazy, will be somewhere saying, "Oh, Rob, you crazy. You crazy." Y'all should peep game on that. Pay attention to that. We asked very simple questions, very easy questions. None of the questions that we asked were racist. But I want y'all to pay attention to how these people start squealing and crying racism when they're made to feel uncomfortable. I don't give a fuck about whether you feel comfortable or not. I'm not here to make any motherfuckers comfortable. I say shit that the people in my audience that I love and respect, that love and respect me, I say shit that y'all don't like. You think I give a fuck about what somebody who doesn't love and respect me thinks? Hell to the no. The fuck? Yeah, shout out to Black Free Thinker. In fact, I don't do the respectability politics. How many people ever seen a cat hunt some shit down? I do like a cat do. I play with you for a minute, for a little bit, and then when I'm done, you're done. You know what I'm saying? I play with you for a little bit, but when I'm done, you're done. This is one of the reasons, and this is how you know. This is why people need to pay attention to that Neely Fuller Jr. shit. Neely Fuller Jr. always said, ask the questions, ask the questions. Because people can't answer these questions. she said, we're acting like Jordan Neely wasn't violent. We didn't act like anything about Jordan Neely. The only thing that we acted like about Jordan Neely was we acted like that doctor lied on the stand about sickle cell, which he did. And everybody just ran with it. And everybody who has no attachment or relation to sickle cell is somehow now automatically an expert on it. Yeah, I gotta agree. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Facts. And I don't do that respectability politics shit. I don't give a fuck whether somebody don't like what I got to say. I don't give a fuck about somebody saying I said some shit that's racist. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Y'all celebrate racism. Fuck out of here. Y'all celebrate swastikas. Y'all celebrate the Confederate flag. Motherfucker, you better be big up in me then if you sense some fucking racism from me, or shut the fuck up. Choose one. That's some shit you understand. That's the language you understand. That's the language you speak. You speak and breathe and live the language of racism, right? So if you see or sense or believe that shit's coming from me, then motherfucker, you should understand exactly where the fuck I'm coming from. Oh, but that shit hurts when it's coming from me. I don't care. The same way you don't care about making sense, I don't care about your pain. Shout out to MC Fact. MC Fact said, "Now wait a minute. Wasn't J Lord breathing at the wasn't J Lord breathing at the time of being yanked from the live stream?" I don't know if she was breathing or not. She instructed us to go fuck ourselves. After being treated civilly. Listen, hey, look. Shout out to DSB. DSB said, "Don't let these mofos upset you, Black Light. I didn't hear you say anything that was racist." Hey, listen, if she heard me say something that was racist, then it definitely was, and it definitely was directed at her. We'll just leave it at that. Since that's what you wanted to hear, that's what you got. Next. Right? Shout out to Cassie. Cassie said that racism, because that's what they resort to. That's what they resort to. Listen, we got to take it. Listen, we having a good time. We having a good time, man. I got to let y'all hear the first couple seconds of this. I got to let y'all hear the first couple seconds of this Reaper live stream real quick. Now, J Lord, I know you're still watching. And hopefully they didn't. Now, whoever blocked, y'all just put a pause on it, right? Y'all just put a little timer on it, right? Y'all didn't do the whole actual, like, she can't view the page no more. Now, we about to take a pause off of this, and we about to listen to the Reaper, because the Reaper dropped some facts, and I think that it's actually relevant to what we talking about right now. It's actually relevant to what we talking about right now. So hold on real quick. Listen. Y'all about to die laughing. Real quick, if y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if y'all haven't hit the bell, take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. It's crazy. They want you to pray to their God, believe the nonsense that they believe, worship their forefathers. Somebody got to say no to the nonsense.
$ Jazz Boda Reaper Man on Cash App, and donate anything you can. You know, if you donate $25 or more, the Reaper will send you the I Keep It 1000 shirts in black and white. We'll send you an time. But she made it so if you know, I mean, but OJ gonna burn in hell, you know, and he wasn't the first famous guy, you know.
This is hilarious, but it's facts though. Listen to what he say. This is hilarious. Now, I hope you're listening, J Lord. I hope you're listening.
snapped, and it can get overwhelming sometimes. But she made it so if there is no reason for a nigga to call him his broad's head, and Puff Daddy called him his broad's head, or he Ray Reister, he got blackballed. There's no reason for you to put a just because of the color of their skin. With that being said, we do not discriminate from race, creed, color, or sexuality, because just what you hate, man, will end up in your family. But the Reaper does keep it 1,000, right? And if you want to donate, right, go to $ Jazz Bo the Reaper Man on Cash App and donate anything you can. If you donate $25 or more, the Reaper will send you the I Keep It 1,000 shirts in black and white. We'll send you an I Keep It 1,000 hat, in black and white, or the bucket form. We'll send you a Just Like a Woman, shirt, because some of you niggas be acting just like a woman, and we'll throw in some keychains and some wristbands, because if the Reaper keep it 1,000, you can keep it 1,000. And we expect the people to help the channel out. The Reaper got his OJ jersey on, because the Reaper call everybody a nigga. The Reaper keep it 1,000. I don't call.
Hey, listen to this. This was hilarious. I was dying laughing.
All just people a nigga, just because of the color of their skin. The Reaper keep it 1,000 because there's niggas in every race, right? We know this, right? And I'm gonna support my heroes. OJ was a badass rapper.
Now again, shout out to the Reaper, because this was this was brilliant, right? this was brilliant. Don't they always say that? Who always say that? Oh, it's not a race thing, right? Now watch how Reaper spin it. They ain't gonna like this.
Running back, the Reaper keep it 1,000. Fuck it, And his crime was not racism. White people made it racism. It was a crime of passion. The Reaper keep it 1,000. And I'm going to prove that today, it was a crime of passion. It was not a crime of racism, because OJ, right? He wasn't the first man that got accused of, killing his wife, and he wasn't the first famous man that got away with murder. But
shout out to everybody that's watching. If y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
I mean, God, he gonna burn in hell. The Reaper keep it 1,000, and I'm not saying OJ, killed these people or whatever, because the evidence was overwhelming that he didn't. But, this is the way racism worked, and we got Bill Belichick, right? Bill Belichick got a 24-year-old broad, and he don't get no criticism for it, right? And exhibition boxing, right? It's the new fuck shit. Didn't the Reaper tell you the fuck shit is the new real? The fake shit is the new real. The Reaper keep it 1,000 because it's some fuck shit. But first, we gonna talk about some fuck shit, and then we gonna lead up to that.
Shout out to Jay. What's good with it, bro?
Because we gonna have church today. When you come to the Reaper's channel, the Reaper does keep it 1,000, and I don't give a fuck, but if you don't like it, turn the channel. The Reaper keep it 1,000, but you got to be a real nigga, whether you're black, white, blue, or green, because the Reaper call everybody a nigga. You got to be.
Bro, why do you always say that? You always act like anybody that says the N-word will not say something crazy about other groups of people. I literally just read about Operation Wetback. You know what I'm saying? I literally just did that. Why do people think that? Why can you explain that to me, bro? Why do you think that? Why do you think that because some people say the N-word, that they just automatically won't say something about other groups of people? You would have probably said the exact same thing to Kanye West or Kyrie Irving or even Candace Owens. And look at them. I don't understand. Why do y'all think so? Now, I get it. I get the angle, right? Why do y'all think so low of black people? I don't understand. I don't understand it. Why do people just make that assumption? How many videos of his have you ever watched? They tried the exact same thing on Moxie Approved. Moxie Approved was going in on Andrew Scholes. I bet you won't say anything about the quote unquote J community. I don't know if anybody has ever seen, but if you guys have ever seen any of the collabs that Moxie and We Woke Now did about the Kyrie Irving situation or about DJ Vlad or just about that topic in general, yeah, they've said stuff. Now, here's another question that I would ask. If you know that we're on a platform that's not owned by us, and we have to use certain words, we have to use certain code words, certain terminology, why would you try to encourage people to speak in a way that everyone knows will get their platform taken down and then turn around and complain, we can't keep a platform? Now, here's my advice. Make us a YouTube. And when you make us that YouTube, make the community guidelines where we can say whatever we want to unrestricted. I'll be the first one to sign up for it. I'll use it. But we're all on YouTube. Everybody knows the guidelines. Everybody knows the biases. I don't get it. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah. Shout out to Unsung One. Facts. Moxie called them the PFDs, personal flotation device. But why do people think what I need to know is why do people think so low of us? You know what I'm saying? Why do people think so low of us? He gonna say that, but he won't say the H word. Now, if you actually listen to the rest of what he's saying, he breaks down why he's saying the word. But you can't get to that point because there's always somebody trying to push somebody in front of a bullet. And I don't understand how people think getting pushed in front of a bullet helps survival. I don't understand that. But you know, it's just me.
Be a real nigga to handle the Reaper, you know, and I'm being honest about it because we gonna keep it. We gonna do some real shit up here, and this is why I asked my niggas, you know, to support the channel because white people, do you know y'all the real niggas? The Reaper keep it 1,000.
Yeah, he ain't gonna address. He's not gonna address nobody else.
Y'all are the real niggas. Y'all invented the racial slurs and racism and all this other fuck shit, right? I said, and y'all.
MC Fact said, I was just focusing on what this Reaper guy said. Yeah, I heard his breakdown. Oh, what did he say? You heard the breakdown? What does he say then? So if you heard the breakdown, my question is, I'm confused as to this comment here. The Reaper ain't got the guts to slur on non-blacks. He won't call whites the honk word. This sounds like he's slurring on non-blacks to me. That's what it sounds like. And if you ask me, I don't think that takes guts, bro. You know what I'm saying? I honestly don't think that takes guts. Name calling, not the most difficult thing in the world.
All invented it, but you don't care about doing injustices in the public and doing your fuck shit in the public. Reaper keep it 1,000, because you don't care and you don't even want to pay for them.
Now, here go my question. So far, what Reaper has said, is he wrong? If Reaper is wrong, give me a thumbs down.
You know what I'm saying? But y'all do some fuck shit. Y'all do some nigga shit, but y'all got nerve enough to invent the racial slurs or call everybody else a nigga. You don't even want to give niggas reparations for your fuck shit. I'm just being honest about it, and you'll do your fuck shit, and you don't have to be accountable. Now that's some nigga shit. The Reaper keep it 1,000. You don't want to pay for your fuck shit. and then you just do your fuck shit in the open and shit in people's faces and act like it's real, because we may comb our woman's head, right? But you kill your woman. The Reaper keep it 1,000. I'm not going to even lie. You'll kill that bitch if she do something. Hey, and it'll be just like, with Scott Peterson them. Scott Peterson killed his bitch, and, it was like Scott was stressed and he just snapped, and, it can get overwhelming sometimes.
So why did they justify Scott Peterson deleting his chick? Here go another question. What happened to people talking about Dana White slapping the shit out of his wife?
Sometime, but you made it so if there is no reason for a nigga to comb his broad's head, and Puff Daddy combed his broad's head, or he Ray Reister, he got blackballed. There's no reason for you to put your hands on a woman. How about kill a woman? The Reaper keep it 1,000. And Scott Peterson still had bitches in jail. I'm just gonna be honest about it. Or Josh McDaniel, he was just overwhelmed. She just kept stressing him out. That crazy nigga killed the kids and everything. The Reaper keep it 1,000. What about that bitch that drove her kids in the lake and said a nigga did it and she was a nigga? That Suzanne Smith bitch, right? Huh? But she shouldn't burn in hell. She's not a murderer for life. The Reaper keep it 1,000. Jeffrey Dahmer was eating niggas and shit, but he shouldn't burn in hell. Timothy McVeigh blew up a whole side of a building, but he wasn't murderer number one. The Reaper.
So now, what the Reaper is doing, right? If you focus on all this stuff, all you're doing is focusing on race. All you're doing is focusing on race. Ignore all of the inconsistencies to make us feel good.
Keep it 1,000, but OJ should burn in hell, and you turned that shit into racism when it was a crime of passion. The Reaper keep it 1,000, and I'm not saying OJ did that shit, because the evidence said that the bitch was a cokehead. The Reaper keep it 1,000. She owed some coke dealers, and they gave her a Colombian necktie, and they killed, her cokehead boyfriend who was doing coke with him because he was doing their shit with him. Reaper keep it 1,000. Don't do my shit with me and you fucking this bitch. But this is what you do. Like I told you, you are the real niggas, because people follow after y'all because y'all run everything and y'all got the money. The Reaper keep it 1,000. You just don't have to take atonement for your.
Did y'all hear about that? I did a video about that on Crimecast. There was a woman who killed her boyfriend, and they just gave her probation. You ever heard anything like that?
Yo, fuck shit. The Reaper keep it 1,000. Robert Blake blew his bitch's brains out in broad daylight, that little Beretta motherfucker, and got off, right? But y'all never said he should burn in hell, because the bitch was trying to extort him. The Reaper keep it 1,000. I'm just being honest. Robert Wagner, that heart-to-heart motherfucker, took the bitch out on the boat and only he came back. But OJ gonna burn in hell.
So the Reaper brings up a lot of good points, right? What's up with all these what's all these inconsistencies? Anybody notice anything in particular about these inconsistencies? Now, shout out to MC Fact. MC Fact noticed something about this whole thing, and that's that the N-word was used. But besides that, does anybody see any inconsistencies here? Any differences in any of these people?
You know, and he wasn't the first famous guy, you know, to kill a bitch or be accused of killing a bitch. The Reaper keep it 1,000. But you do your fuck shit and your racism and your fuck shit, your nigga shit, right? You do your nigga shit right out in the open, right? And then you get people to buy into your nigga shit. The Reaper keep it 1,000.
And you know what? And you know what's crazy? She's not a household name in any sector of society. She's not a household name with us, and she's not a household name with them. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I know what the Reaper is doing. Bro, facts. Me too. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to MC Fact. MC Fact said, I understand what he's saying, but he's disrespectful to blacks. I'm from a different era. I would say that Daniel Penny is disrespectful to blacks. I would say that Derek Chauvin is disrespectful to blacks. And I would say that it's 2024. That's what I would say to that. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect. Just saying.
Take a shit right out in the open and say, OJ gonna burn in hell, you know, just like
facts.
Bill Clinton, right? Ain't that some nigga shit to go get your dick?
Shout out to John. John said, I will say Joe Biden is disrespectful to blacks. Facts. Facts.
You ain't black.
Facts. I would say Reaper keeps it 1,000 is what I would say. I'll say Reaper keeps it 1,000.
Dick sucked in the White House and say why he was smoking weed and say he didn't inhale. I bet you that bitch inhaled. The Reaper keep it 1,000. Fucking that bitch taking her everywhere, you know, and he still was president. Like
look, hey, shout out to MC Fact. MC Fact agree with me on 2 out of 3 things. No argument on Penny, no argument on Chauvin, but he disagree about 2024. It's 2024, bro. You got to give me 3 out of 3.
He can grab her by her pussy and still be president and shit like that, you know. And all the Kennedys was fucking and doing fuck shit. Ripper keep it 1,000, you know. So it's too many of the fuck shit to name, you know. And they was doing fuck shit. And you got P. Diddy and everybody in jail for fucking underage bitches. And they've been fucking underage bitches. Elvis fucked a lot of underage bitches. The Reaper keep it 1,000.
Now, they call Elvis the king. But what was Elvis the king of, though? They love Elvis, man. Listen, Elvis can't do no wrong. But nobody talks about the fact that he like, you know, them young shorties. How come don't nobody ever talk about that? There's no evidence that Michael Jackson ever dealt with minors in an inappropriate way. But those people will push that as a fact. They'll push it in the same way they try to push the false fact of a quote unquote Jordan Neely death. It is a fact that Elvis was getting it in unapologetically with underage females, and nobody says anything about it. Elvis, dirty Elvis, dirty Elvis. You know what I'm saying? And nobody says anything about it.
He should have been in jail doing the jailhouse rock, doing that jackleg shit, you know, and y'all call him the king of rock and shit. No one niggas invented rock. Ripper keep it 1,000. Y'all do y'all nigga shit in the open. Huh? Jerry Lee Lewis was fucking everything that moved. The Ripper keep it 1,000. Married his underage cousin. And just because he was the rock dude, you know, hey.
Married his underage cousin, Dirty Jerry. They got Dirty Harry. May as well. They got Dirty Harry. May as well add Dirty Jerry to the list. Now, let me ask y'all this. All that stuff that he just listed off right there, and again, shout out to the Reaper. Y'all should check his channel out, man. Real funny, brother. I really enjoy his content. You know what I'm saying? Why y'all think it's like that? Yeah, shout out to Leonard. All facts. Now, where do the inconsistencies lie? Where do the inconsistencies lie? They lie somewhere. But you're not supposed to talk about that because people start feeling, quote unquote, asphyxiated with no hands around their throat. I guess when them hands of truth get around your throat, you can actually feel it. You can actually feel it. them hands of truth around your throat is crazy. You know what I'm saying? They crazy. All right. So look, as you guys can see, we're gonna hit these headlines real quick. New York City's Floyd Bennett Field migrant shelter is closing in January. Number of asylum seekers is dropped. All right. We don't need to go through this entire article. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see what time it is. Eric Adams, you know, he like, nah, we ain't doing this. He doing like on TD's channel, we ain't doing this. Next question, right? Now, the Gothamness came out with an article, right? Okay, hold on real quick. Gothamness came out with an article with Mayor Adams' rhetoric, a decade-old New York City immigration law comes under threat. Now, which law do y'all think this is coming under threat? As the incoming administration of President-elect Donald Trump threatens to carry out large-scale deportations, Mayor Eric Adams is renewing the debate about whether undocumented residents accused of crimes should be handed over to federal immigration officials before their criminal cases stand the test of due process. Now, I don't think that Mayor Eric Adams is renewing that debate. I believe that this is a false claim from the Gothamness. Eric Adams said that he'd be willing to listen to Tom Homan's plan on how to do that. But I'm pretty sure Mayor Eric Adams didn't say go to this extent to 100% commit to this. You know what I'm saying? So there's that. All right. So we're going to skip past this. All right. Now, this is where we were at before. We was talking about how Chicago is about to be ground zero for the mass deportations. Ground zero for the mass deportations. Tom Homan made his remarks at Northwest Side GOP holiday party. He also warned Mayor Brandon Johnson about the deportation plan, saying if he doesn't want to help, get the hell out of the way. All right. So we know this is a bunch of back and forth, right? Between Democrats and Republicans. No more, no less. Right? So we're going to get through that. Then we go hit this last headline right here. I want y'all to really pay close attention to this because we're going to be talking about this a lot. You're going to see a lot of this stuff popping up. As next Trump presidency looms, Chicago groups serving immigrants are bracing for the unexpected. Now, let me ask y'all this. What is possibly unexpected out of all this? Oh, Unsunken one said, "What's the name of the channel?" It's called Jazzbo the Reaper. I think that's the name of his channel. Hold on, I'm gonna put the link to the stream in the chat. I put the link in the Discord. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. If y'all go over there, make sure y'all tell him, you know what I'm saying, that I showed y'all the channel. You know what I'm saying? All right, here you go, right here. Carlton said they're gonna put handcuffs on Brandon's hair. That's hilarious. Some clinics serving migrants are seeing bigger crowds as people seek help, try to understand their options, and prepare for changes to immigration policy and increase in deportation orders. Okay. So yeah, so there's that. So this mass deportation situation has got people shook. Shout out to my man MC Fact. MC Fact said they just locked up a brother who was called the N-word by HMO. What's it? Oh, okay. You talking about these? Hold on, real quick. You talking about these folks? Wait a minute. You talking about these people?
Why are you gay?
They put him in jail for so-called hate against alphabets. Judge said alphabets can say the N-word because blacks say it. Now, just because the judge said that, do you agree with that? I don't agree with that. Now, here's the thing, right? And you got to look at it like this. It's about the use case. It's about the use of the word or the way that a word is used, right? That judge probably got the same political leanings as your boy Trump. That's a right-wing talking point. Now, I'm going to use that same logic. Some Americans had slaves. I should be able to have one. Right? But that logic doesn't work. That is a ruling that judge made based on his own personal bias. And he's using the position of power that he has to attempt to reinforce his personal bias with other anti-black talking points. Black people using the N-word amongst each other has nothing to do with whether a white person's racism drives them to say the N-word or not. Would you agree? Let me ask you this question. How many black people use the N-word against each other in a racist way? If you ask me, there's anti-black terms that are more offensive than the N-word that are used amongst black people that could be considered hate speech, but there's no judge that would ever have anybody's back as a result of that. There's no judge that would ever say that, you know, there's no judge that would ever say that about other groups, any other group. Now, in most cases, when black people use the N-word with each other, is it used in terms of racism? Let me ask you this question. If someone called you the N-word, or they called you a bullet bag, or they called you Glocktavius, which one is more offensive? What if somebody called you a Dindu or N-word? Which one is more offensive? Shout out to Sybil. And we don't know what that judge knows about black people. My question is why do many people, and I'm not saying that you do this, MC Fact, so I don't want you to think that I'm like saying this to you, right? But why do many people accept explanations from other people as to quote unquote what we do? Black people call each other the N-word. Black people don't generally call each other the N-word. Black free thinker said Glocktavius. Yeah, I be hearing people calling people Glocktavius. That's what they call black men. You know what I'm saying? MC Fact said, I don't know what a bullet bag or Glocktavius means. If somebody is calling you those things, they don't love you. It's no mistake, right? You might be like there's if somebody says those things, they don't like you. Right? They don't like you. Carlton said the slur I heard was J bioweapon. What the hell? What they say about that? J bioweapon? That's what they calling us nowadays? That's interesting. I don't think that judge should apply their personal bias to a court ruling. Black people call each other the N-word, and white people kill each other's families. So if I'm a judge, and if somebody, a white male, is in my courtroom, and that white male has committed familicide, by that judge's logic, I should just let that white dude free, because that's what y'all do, is kill y'all families. What we do is call each other the N-word. What y'all do is kill each other's families. So, I mean, I should just let you go. The issue is not that black people use the N-word. The issue is that in many cases, black people allow false equivalencies and double standards to be levied against us and don't fight back and actually believe that the nonsense that other people are saying are actual corrective actions. What that judge said, it's not a corrective action. How do you feel about that ruling? Do you agree because you have an issue with the N-word? Now, that dude should be able to take that to a court of appeals and get that thrown out, because that's clearly biased, right? But my question is, what do people see the issue with? We don't have to follow anybody's standards simply because they quote unquote say so. We don't have to do that. You know what I mean? Let me ask you guys this question. Who created the quote unquote N-word mess? I don't think that that's necessarily our problem to fix. Shout out to James. What's good with it, bro? I don't think that's necessarily our problem to fix. Shout out to Katsy. Katsy said, I don't agree with the ruling because he just called someone a name. That's 1984 shit. Wrong speak. Yeah. I mean, you put somebody in jail because you called him a name. You know, that's so here's another question, right? How many people have heard females address other females as hoe and bitch? What's up, bitch? What's up, ho? How many people ever heard females address other females as hoe and bitch? So now if I come out the gate calling females hoes and bitches, it should be okay. It should be okay, right? No. I got common sense. I'm a male. I know not to just address females as 304s a bitch. You know what I'm saying? And again, like, I feel you, but it is not, the clock doesn't stop for you, bro. Do y'all? I don't know if people who are of certain ages realize this, but the clock don't stop for y'all. The clock don't stop for y'all. We got cell phones now. We got computers now. We got the internet now. The clock don't stop for y'all. No one cares. It's the same thing as we used to do it this way at our old job. No one cares. No one cares. All of that shit is outdated, bro. That shit is outdated and it didn't work. And that era of Black Power and Black Pride, what, the Black Fist? People didn't even realize that they was being conned. That's a socialist symbol. You know what I'm saying? People gotta wake up to the realities. And honestly, I don't think that it is. I don't think it's my job to police how they talk. I don't think it's my job. I see women say that all the time. Why? I don't people don't respect other people's boundaries. That's what women do. Women do all kind of weird ass shit. Let them do their shit that they do. You know what I'm saying? I don't. It is what it is. That's what they do. Now, I'll tell you what I think is wrong. I think it's wrong when a man masquerades as a woman. I think that that's wrong. But one thing that people got to stop doing, if you ask me, people got to stop with that. Well, back in our day, it's not back in your day. It's not back in your day. It's not back in your day. You know what I'm saying? Them days are over. It's not back in my day anymore. My days are over. You know what I'm saying? People got to realize that the reality is that the world moves forward and that the world continues to revolve. And things that were right and things of how you did things back in the day, they don't stay the same. They change. And people got to understand that, and they got to expect that, and they got to let shit go. They got to let shit go. Now, let me ask you this. You talking about your era, how much contribution to your era, to this quote unquote destruction do you think that your era contributed? And who's doing the destruction? Your era was the turn the other cheek era. Hung all up on niceness and manners. How'd that work out? How did that work out? Listen to the music back then. There's no difference between the music now and the music back then. And the music that we listen to is not very different from other people's music that they listen to. Most music is about drugs and sex. I mean, I feel you about that not turn the other cheek, but that did come from that era, though. I'm with you on it. I'm not with the turn the other cheek stuff either. But this is what I'm saying. You're never going to remake the world into the world that you lived in. The world is going to constantly change. And Generations are constantly passing the baton. Now, you talk about the destruction. If you ask me, that's one of the destructive things. One of the destructive things is that one thing that I find with older people, right? And I'm an older person myself, but I try to not be like this, is that older people can't pass the baton. Older people want to run the race, and when it's time for them to pass the baton, they don't want to pass the baton. They're selfish, and they're in denial, and they want to keep running, even though it's not your turn anymore. Pass that damn baton. This is a relay. Why is that? I think one of the reasons why many generations don't want to pass the baton is because they know that they've significantly underperformed. And at that moment, when their life is flashing before their eyes, they know that they've left absolutely shit for the next generation. So they want to continue to hold that baton for two reasons. The first reason is because they're ashamed of the nothing that they're going to pass on to the next generation. And because they actually want to still stay in the race to get themselves some relevance. Because they haven't done shit, and they know that if they stop running, they're not going to be relevant anymore. And now here goes the thing, MC Fact. This is what you got to understand. The world's going to do what it wants to do, whether you like it or not. It's not the world's responsibility to not change in a way that's harmful to us. It's our responsibility to evolve in a way where we're impervious to the harm. But that's not what's encouraged. And since that's not what's encouraged, what's going to happen is exactly what you don't want to see happen. The world is going to change, and it's going to very negatively affect blacks. And that's just the reality. And reality is flexible, which means that it can change. But do people want to change it? Will people change it? Nobody knows. Will, right? It'd be nice if it did. But that's the thing. Nas had that song called Second Childhood. Now, as far as the music goes, music don't matter. Music don't destroy no communities. My parents didn't let me get rap albums that had parental advisory explicit lyrics on them. I had to sneak and get that kind of stuff. Nothing. People choose their exposures. People choose their exposures. A lot of this stuff that people say is happening is not happening. And a lot of stuff that people ignore is actually happening. Yeah. Shout out to DC Precise. Yeah, you like it don't matter if that music is in the neighborhood or not. And I listen to all that shit. I listen to gangster shit. You know what I'm saying? I didn't listen to none of that bullshit ass rap like Will Smith and all that. I listen to gangster shit. You know what I'm saying? Now, people will sit there and say that shit wasn't around back in the day, but that shit was around. I used to listen to Volume 10, Pistol Grip Pump, Eazy-E, NWA, Rappin' Duke. Gangster shit been around. Slick Rick. I didn't listen to that weirdo shit like Kid and Play and all that. I listen to hood shit. And guess what? I decided to not do that kind of stuff. Like this, like the gangster rap. Like, I don't know why people act like they holier than thou. Gangster rap been around forever. What? The Bloods and Crips album. Who remembers South Central Cartel? All that. Man, I listen to that hood shit. You know what I'm saying? I listen to the hood music. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton was bumping Girls of the World Ain't Nothing But Trouble. Yeah, Cool G rap. Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. What's good with it, bro? Pyru Love, bro. Yeah, I was just talking about Pyru Love the other day. None of that matters, man. Like, none of that matters. Like, I'll be listening to, man, listen, man. Y'all think that Sexy Red is the first, like, raunchy female? Y'all ain't never listened to Adina Howard? Y'all ain't never listened to MC Light? I Will Be a Freak, man. Y'all ain't listen to that? Where was y'all at? You know what I'm saying? That kind of music been out. Ain't nothing changed. Nothing changed except for people focusing on it now. Salt and Pepper used to be raunchy. Are you serious? What y'all think that song Shoop was about? What y'all think Shoop was about? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, pushed it real good. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't never had y'all ain't never had a chick tell you harder. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, it's been like that. The music been crazy. It ain't nothing new. Yeah, Janet Jackson had the song called Go Deep. And the remix with Missy Elliott. You know what I'm saying? What you think she was talking about? Y'all know what she was talking about. If you were adult, you know what I'm saying? So, like, it's always been like this. Ain't nothing changed. Nah, it's not about being fortunate. It's about decisions, bro. It's about decisions. Wait till I do this next crime cast. A lot of these crimes, ain't nobody putting no gun to these people's heads, making them do this stupid ass shit. They just doing dumb ass shit because they choose to. If you act on what you hear in the music, there is some disconnect with your decision making. Either you didn't get the lessons that you needed to get at home from your parents, or you got poor judgment. But here's the facts, bro. If you're that dumb and you're influenced by fictional music, you deserve the results that you get. You deserve the results that you get. It's not even easy to become a gangster. You know what I'm saying? That's actually difficult. It's actually hard. You know what I'm saying? Now, like, quote unquote, becoming a gangster, or like, quote unquote, being a gangster. When you say, like, quote unquote, becoming a gangster, what do you mean? Like, selling a little bit of weed here and there, selling some bricks of crack, gang banging. What are we talking about? These are choices. These are choices. It's easier to get let me tell you something, bro. It's easier to get a job and work a 9 to 5 than it is to become a gangster. I don't know why people say crime is people that never committed crimes or people that never been around people that committed crimes. Those are the only people that say crime is the easy way out. Crime is not the easy way out, bro. Crime is not the easy way out. If you ask me, crime is actually more work and more dangerous than living a regular life. But people choose that. People choose that. Why would you choose it? You sit around at home, if you watch Judge Joe Brown or you watch The View or you watch any of that kind of garbage on TV, during those hours of TV, there is constantly commercials on about daytime schools that you can go to and get your GED, go to Job Corps, all this different kind of stuff. They mail you flyers in the mail. Don't nobody mail you the flyers about where to get a brick at. Don't nobody mail you no flyers about where to pick up some zips or some weed at. Don't nobody mail you any of that type of information. You got to go investigate that kind of information and find out. No, that's not true. That's not true. Only an idiot actually does that. You don't. Now, you like to call people out. You won't say this about other races. You won't say that about movies. So people can't make music, fictional music, art about their perceived experience or about their actual life experience. But it's okay for people to make movies about it. None of that stuff is hypnotic, bro. None of this stuff is MK Ultra. People make choices, and the choice is on the person. And I'm not trying to be funny, bro, but you talking about that past era stuff, this stuff right here that you're doing right here, this is one of the reasons why people don't have no progress. Taking away the blame from the person that fucks up and trying to put it on everything except for the person that fucks up. The people are fucking up. If you watch Boys in the Hood and do some dumb shit, if you listen to a rap song and do some dumb shit, you're dumb. It's your fault. It's you. Stop doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? This kind of shit right here is everything else's fault except for the offender. This is the kind of shit right here. This is one of the reasons why it is so many problems. This shit right here, the Chicago shit. I don't feel sorry for them motherfuckers in Chicago. They voted stupid as hell to get Brandon Johnson in office. They got Brandon Johnson in office. Now they getting what they voted for. We supposed to feel sorry for that shit? No, I don't. I talk about it on the channel. Try to warn people, hey, don't do what these dumb motherfuckers did. But I don't feel sorry for them. Now, if you can't say the name, why are you trying to call other people out for saying that they don't say the name? You're not a content creator. You ain't gonna get your account removed. Now, here goes the thing, right? It don't matter if they bankroll it or not. Why ain't we bankrolling shit? I try to talk about cryptocurrency so people can bankroll themselves, and they choose not to. It's always going to be somebody out there offering you some money. It's always going to be somebody with an apple on a leash. People still make them choices. Yeah, I gotta agree. I agree with you, John. John says you do have to watch what you consume because it does affect you at the end. But it does affect you, but at the end of the day, it's your decision. It's your decision. It's your decision. It's not a certain. It's a bunch of different groups. It's not just one group. When you do, listen, I'm gonna tell you something, bro. When you're part of the group that's broke as fuck, that has a racial wealth gap that's increasing to zero until 2053. When you have no money, everybody's bankrolling everything. Yeah, he did. Johnson absolutely ran for office on what he's doing now. He's a progressive. Everybody know what progressives is about. But remember, so many people say that these political ideologies don't matter. They just run with that. And everybody was so anti-Lori Lightfoot, well, we'll just vote for whoever. We'll just vote for whoever. Well, they voted for whoever, and now they got whoever, and now whatever is happening to them. You know what I'm saying? Now, let me ask you this question. You talk about the past era, right? Let me ask you this. What has improved society today from the quote unquote past era? You got people you got people in today's society telling people that cryptocurrency is a scam while people are making billions of dollars off it. The entire United States is talking about making a cryptocurrency stockpile. Bitcoin. And you still got people sitting there saying stupid shit like it's the mark of the beast. Sometimes there's a reason why death exists. And the reason why death exists is because everything has an expiration date and nothing is going to go out voluntarily in most cases. So shit just has to die because it don't have enough sense to go away on its own. You know what I'm saying? So you just got some external shit got to turn the lights off because it's not going to go away peacefully. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to go away peacefully. And then there's the whole issue of we won't make each other great. Now, you talking about who's bankrolling what? You talking about other groups and bankrolling. When the last time you seen black people bankroll each other? If we was bankrolling each other, maybe, possibly, other people bankrolling wouldn't be a factor. And then there's the issue of people, they just have such little self-respect, such lack of just any type of pride in themselves that they just sell out to anything. If you want to make money on YouTube, all you got to do is just talk crazy about black people. Like, that's it. All you got to do is just make up lies about black people and talk crazy about them. And people find their ways of doing that, right? You got the gender war content. They find their creative ways of doing that where they talk crazy about each other and claim that they're doing it in the name of the community. Then you got pro-black coons, right? Pro-black coons who try to act like they're the black power people that say the exact same shit as black conservatives, coon shit, but they say it to black people, acting like they trying to educate people, right? And then you actually got the black coon conservatives. Not all black conservatives are coons, but you got the actual coon conservatives, right? But ain't nobody making anybody great. My question is, why would people not make each other great? Why people ain't bankrolling each other? I don't care what some other group of people bankrolling. I'm not gonna buy none. So why aren't other people raised to not buy none? People buy what they want. This is what people want. The current state of the way the world is today is the way that people want it. That's what people got to contend with. People got to understand that, accept that, and realize that. Now, shout out to MC Fact, right? I feel you. But bro, I think that's a waste of energy. I don't care what people say. I'd rather people be honest. I'm more invested in trying to get power and trying to get money and trying to get resources and trying to get effectiveness than I am about people saying mean things. I don't care about people saying mean things. Matter of fact, I would rather people say the most vile shit in the world. But then as soon as I walk past, they shut up and act like they my fake friend because they know about some consequences if I found out about what they're saying. See, like, now you talk about the past era. I'm gonna tell you my critiques of the past era. The past era was, y'all are worried about pretty stuff, pretty little things. The old era is worried about cosmetic shit. Y'all care about how people look at you. It's just one of the reasons you look at them old school pictures. If it's one thing about old pictures, the black and white pictures and the pictures of people from the 60s, man, they always dress to a T. They are always dressed nice. If you look at some old school pictures of people, it look like a scene from Harlem Nights out of everywhere because everybody concentrated on appearance. That's some old people shit. That's one of the reasons why Kevin Samuels always looked like he was one of them people at the counter at fucking J.C. Penney's or some shit. He looked like the dude at May Company. Because people care about the appearance. That doesn't matter. Appearances do not matter. Just ask women. Women will tell you appearances don't matter. If you ask me, women are the biggest practitioners of appearance don't matter. MC Fact says, look at politics. Black faces in high places mean nothing if they aren't doing anything for blacks. I don't know what I don't know what that even means. Now, here's my thing, right? Who put them people in the high places? People vote for them. A lot of black people vote for them people. And that, you talking about that past era. That past era was all about that vanity, all about that putting particular people in particular places. That's definitely civil rights era nonsense. And for two, if you ask me, I still think that there's a political immaturity. A lot of times a lot of people don't even know why they're voting for who. And people don't want to talk about that. Now, MC Fact says the CBC like that. Here's my question. What do people expect them to do? What do people expect him to do? I don't expect Jim Clyburn to do anything except for be an idiot. Now, here's my question. Why are you not focusing on idiots putting people like Jim Clyburn in office? They had a choice. They could have voted for somebody else. Marcel Dixon was running around. Why are you not pointing the finger at the idiots that keep doing fuck shit like voting for Jim Clyburn? You're repeating the people that we know don't do shit are not doing shit. We know that. This is the problem. And this is what everybody does. Do something about the shit. You know what I'm saying? And here's another thing. Politicians ain't supposed to do shit for you. When I say politicians ain't supposed to do shit for you, what I mean is we got to have shit established so that we can get shit from the politicians. Here's my question. What do you want from the Congressional Black Caucus? Would you like them to zone some land for you so that you can build a factory? What do you plan on manufacturing in your factory? How many employees do you plan on hiring? Is your business going to be environmentally friendly? Shout out to Leonard. Leonard said Rob wants all the smoke today. Nah, I don't want all the smoke today, bro, because I fuck with everybody in the chat except for Jay Lord telling us to go fuck ourselves. You know what I'm saying? We definitely ain't putting up with that shit. But I think that these are things that got to be flushed out because I don't think that people have like realistic expectations. Shout out to my man AB Promotions. My man AB Promotions taking care of his health on the stationery. Make sure y'all show AB some love. I appreciate the super chat, bro. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for AB Promotions funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
This is what I'm saying, man. People got to be about that action. People got to be about that action. And people don't be about that action. People don't be about that action. What do people expect from the Congressional Black Caucus besides failure? If you read the mission statement of the Congressional Black Caucus, their mission statement is garbage. Now, what have people done in an organized fashion to try to either make the Congressional Black Caucus do what they want or to get them removed? What have people organized and done? And if nobody's organized and done anything, my question is, why is your problem with the Congressional Black Caucus? The Congressional Black Caucus is being allowed to do what they want to do. The critique should be against. We are supposed to be the disciplinarian of our politicians. But most people don't even know how to discipline the politicians. What do people want from the Congressional Black Caucus? What do y'all want? If the Congressional Black Caucus just said, here, we're going to give y'all what y'all want. What do y'all want? What do you want from the Congressional Black Caucus? What do you want them to do for you? What are they supposed to do for you? This is what I'm saying. Now somebody will hear this and be like, oh, yeah, Rob caping for the Congressional Black Caucus. But hey, people can say that shit if they want to. I'm not caping for the Congressional Black Caucus. I never caped for the Congressional Black Caucus. The Congressional Black Caucus is a scam. Bitcoin's not a scam. The Congressional Black Caucus is, right? But my question is, what do people want from them? Now, shout out to Leonard. I'm with you. I want them to resign and be tried for treason, bro. Facts. They need to be court-martialed, and we need to have a military tribunal. They need to have one of them Unicron. They need to have one of them Unicron trials with the Sharker Khan swimming at the bottom. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, Rob, you're not you when you're hungry, bro. If you only knew. Shout out to you. Make sure y'all show Black Free Thinker some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some cats and Doge in the chat.
In Springfield, don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the. Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. It's a pity. Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there. It's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing in the where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he flipping at? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And the cat got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Man, that's funny. Yeah, shout out to DSA 1. I meant the Quintessons, but yeah, John had actually brought up a good point. John said, now, Rob, it's like this. People say, I want to close the wealth gap, but then say Bitcoin is a scam and not use a vehicle that can move you to a new plateau. Right. And they say that Bitcoin is a scam because they're stuck in their old, outdated ass generation. There's new old niggas. You got to watch out for old niggas that say that Bitcoin is a scam. That's some old nigga shit. No offense with the N word, you know what I'm saying, MC Fact, but I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? Everybody becomes an old ninja at some point. And this is what I'm saying about people who don't want to pass the baton. They just want to stay in the race. They got arthritis on their knees. You know what I'm saying? They need a little bit of icy hot. They need them Salon Pass patches. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, pass the baton. You know what I'm saying? You already ran your lap. You only run one lap. It's a relay. You know what I'm saying? But that ain't how people look at it. So what you got to do in response, I hate to say this, man, is you just got to watch people perish. You just got to watch people perish. That's what they want. So let them get what they want. One thing that people got to understand, and this is another thing that I think tears people apart. Y'all got to understand, man, everybody don't even like the people. It's a lot of people don't want to be saved. And who are you to force saving somebody? Shout out to Leonard. Leonard said, Rob, question from your bro Lenny. If you put 5,000 in Bitcoin right now, where will it go? Right now, I don't know. Because it's at a high. You know what I'm saying? But if you buy Bitcoin and hold it, Bitcoin has an average increase of 1,500% every year. You know what I'm saying? I did a video yesterday and it showed like a chart from 2008 to now with how much money Bitcoin would have made somebody. If you had invested $1 in Bitcoin in 2008, it would be worth $103 million today. In 2008, if you had invested $1, it'd be worth $103 million today. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. That's crazy, but it's definitely something to think about. Now, here goes the thing, right? Now, people like Michael Saylor, Kathy Woods, and all these people, you said you got Bitcoin from Yahoo Boy in your old computer, bro. You better go look and see how much you got. You might be a millionaire and not even know it. If you got 10 Bitcoin, you a millionaire. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, these people are making moves. Microsoft, yeah. See, shout out to AB Promotions. In less than a year, my Bitcoin investment more than doubled. Yeah, facts. And that's just if you're dealing with Bitcoin. If you're dealing with other, particular cryptocurrencies, you might be making more money than that. But again, again, that's just one thing, right? That's just one avenue. But people just got to understand, like, some people just don't want to get some people don't want any changes. So you just gotta let them have it the way that the world is. But at the same time, though, if you ask me, right? If you ask me, like, critiquing and watching and looking at the stuff that happens or what we do or what we talk about, just because you do an analysis or a critique, that don't necessarily mean that you're cooning or you're being off code or none of that. But people will say it. They'll say that if it's something that they don't want to hear. You know what I'm saying? They won't want to hear something, and then when the time comes where they might need the information or they might need the experience, all of a sudden it's an emergency and we need to know this right now. Well, you know what I'm saying? Hey, that was what we was talking about last week. I don't know what to tell you today. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to tell you today. But that's just my thoughts, man. That's just, I don't know. I think that's one thing that people need to work on, man. Like, and I don't know, maybe that's just for me being like always having an authority issue, you know what I'm saying? But like, when people be like, my era, my gen, like, when I listen to that, when I hear people say my era, the only thing I think of is like, all you doing is just justifying not using a computer and not using cell phones. You think that the world should stand still and freeze in time because that's what you're comfortable with. The world don't do that. The world don't do that. The world is dynamic and it's in a constant state of change. And it's in a constant cycle of completely erasing and starting over again all the time. And people got to understand how to live with, deal with, and work with that cycle, or you will fail to evolve and fail to thrive. And what I see is people failing to evolve. People got all the critiques, but got no solutions. Leonard said, I'm not going to lie, other than the racism, I kind of miss those fake ass cowboy types. That's hilarious. One thing that I've always said is people always aim for the floor and never aim for the sky. People always looking for a job instead of trying to be an industry leading business owner. Nobody even complains that we don't own any airlines. We don't own any airport manufacturers. Let me ask y'all this question, man. Any business sector, what government money would anybody get from any business sector? Who owns a business? Who owns an airport? Who owns a plane? Who owns any electronic vehicle manufacturers? All the new money that's coming from the government is going to be electronic vehicles and environment. Trump doing the crypto stuff. You know what I'm saying? You've already been told not to deal with cryptocurrency. Right? So any of the money that the government is giving out, where is it going to go? How many hospitals we own? Anything. Even if you got a business partner that's not a black business partner, even if you know what I'm saying, like even if you got a business partner that's somebody else, don't nobody even have no business partners. Everybody makes business partners, and they make you the employees. And don't nobody even notice that. People still bugging and jumping and bailing out the window for a job, man. Now, MC Fact was up here talking about the Democrat plantation. That's not the only plantation. Your job is a plantation. YouTube is a plantation. The whole entire United States is a plantation. The financial system is a plantation. The Republicans are a plantation. Your last name probably is the name of a plantation. You know what I'm saying? When are people going to start seeing the necessity in this shit? Let me ask y'all this question. People talk about we don't get no money. Let me ask y'all this question. How many deposit boxes we got out there? Where the deposit boxes at? Where the money gonna go? And then anytime I mention anything about this kind of shit, it's always, well, you know, we can't do it. Or, you know, I don't know. I don't know how we're gonna do that. It's very easy. Everybody always got the answers for everything all the time anyway. Everybody got the answer. There's nobody that can ever be an expert, or it's nobody that can ever shine, because there's always somebody that think they're smarter than that person, or always somebody that's going to stomp that person out. Okay, well, somebody got all the answers. Make that Fortune 500 shit pop. But then you sit there and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. And I tell you, the Cleveland Browns will win a damn Super Bowl before we see anything pop. With the experts. With the experts. Having these type of things requires organization. People don't want to organize because it's too hard. It's too difficult. It's too much work. It's too much brain power. Too much calories burned. It's not that difficult, man. Like, none of this shit is rocket science. But there are people that are out there actually doing rocket science. And the people that's not doing rocket science ain't doing the shit that's not rocket science. I don't know what to say about that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just how it is. That's what we're witnessing right now. But no one's supposed to say anything about it. And the reason why no one's supposed to say anything about it is because we need these situations to persist so about 4 or 5 people can remain relevant. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, "Here you go, invoking miracles, Rob." Bro, listen. Facts. Shout out to Leonard. These niggas are comfortable with this frog boil system. Is crazy. NPC stuff to me, bro. Facts. I be saying this stuff all the time, bro. All the time. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Maybe y'all let me know, man. I did not plan on being on here this long because I actually got a stream planned tonight about some crypto. It's going to be good. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to y'all. We done with the undocumented shit. I hope y'all enjoyed. All right. Shout out to the replay gang. All right. If y'all make it this far, that's what's good. Let me shout out the stream sponsors. We had 5. I definitely appreciate y'all. Shout out to my man Crew Reality. Much appreciated, bro. Shout out to John Guillory. Definitely appreciate it. Shout out to Black Spider. Definitely appreciate it. Shout out to my man AB Promotions. Definitely appreciate it. And shout out to Black Free Thinker. Definitely appreciate it. And and shout out to Jay Lord, who gonna be having how many days? How many days is it in December? I think it's 31 days in December. Yeah, she gonna be having a 30-day. She gonna be having a 1-day membership with 31-day payment. Oh man, we'll see if she get her act together for the next time, man. Yo, I appreciate y'all. Hope y'all enjoyed. Don't move a muscle. This video will take you into the next live or the next stream or next video or whatever's coming. And I'll catch up with y'all tonight for the crypto stream. With that being said, peace.